Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 0. The sun came in through the cracks of the worn tan curtains, and the fresh air in the morning washed away a little bit of dullness in the little attic. Perhaps because of the proximity to the sea, the humidity here is as high as ever. Even in the attic, there are still mosses in the corner to climb and expand their territory, leaving a piece of inexplicable vitality. When the men in London are still squatting in their pockets, or their lover, this may be true. In short, when the guys are still asleep on the soft bed, the people of Torpant are already busy. This is the morning of the port city. It was not long before the paper-drunken fans who had just thrown away last night, and once again ushered in a new round of noisy and busy, just as people do not need to sleep. Of course, all these vivid images are definitely not related to the residents of Taimo Lane. Marx is a resident of this dark alley to the east of Torpant. Although he was born in Plymouth, what does it matter? The poor and the poor will naturally have their choices. In this alley full of ideal and full of future, it is much safer than where the multi-party forces of Plymouth meet. Here, there are not too many official sites, and there are no key forces of the financial gate beast. Those are in Plymouth. In the dark port city under this light, there are only various undercurrent transactions that sink below the surface of the water. Marx is a young man, but with his natural cleverness and extraordinary savvy, he lived here day and night. 2 hours ago, he had just returned from the colorful night scene, and was sleeping on the old bed. There are a few more cargo ships on the dock, and he can manage these. Just as he was lingering in the nightmare, there was a sudden bang of the wings outside the curtains, as if something had landed on the narrow windowsill. Dong dong dong. It seems that there are birds squatting in the window frame, and the dull sound came in through the curtains. The dream of Marx frowned was not woken up. He rolled over and the quilt was pulled over his head to cover his head. Dong dong dong. It's 3 light sounds, just like knocking on the door, and people are a little concerned about what is going to be tossed outside. Hey! Hey! It was 3 times, probably the last time it was smashed or what happened. The old window glass immediately delivered its mission, and the glass fragments fell into the ground. If it weren't for the curtains, it's estimated that the glass slag had been splashed all over. The dilapidated quilt was suddenly opened, and Marx was confused and sat up with his eyes. About Momo is still not awake. I saw him looking around and looking at it. The appearance of a fog makes people quite awkward. Suddenly, Marx, who was licking the gods, opened the curtains and could even stay alone. Outside the window, a light grey owl is standing there, and the big eyes are connected to the sight of Marx. Not long after, the owl actually licked his head and screamed dryly, seemingly a little too embarrassed about his mistakes. Marx blinked his eyes and didn't know what to say for a while, because he found that he was actually on the body of an owl and saw the kind of agility that only humans would reveal. Is the IQ of owls so high? Marx found himself a bit skeptical about the trend of life. Just as Marx was full of question marks, Owl snorted, then extended his left paw and placed a letter on the edge of the windowsill. On the thick parchment envelope, the address was written in emerald green ink and no stamp was placed on the envelope. Marx snorted and reached for it, only to see a fire-red wax seal and a shield crest on top. Around the capitalized H letter, lions, hawks, lynxes and snakes each occupy a quarter of the place. At the top of crest, there is a strange and familiar word for Marx. Hogwarts. Marx spelled out the word, full of surprise and confusion. He didn't rush to open the envelope, but stared at the shield crest, and his thoughts drifted farther and farther. After a while, this came back to his senses. He silently slammed the envelope on the bed and curled up his body while holding his head tightly with his pale, thin arms. The dull black hair was pulled in the messy cellar between the fingers, seemingly telling the past and the bitter past. It's only now. For a long time, Marx squeezed out a sorrowful sorrow in his dry throat. Oh, this is ridiculous. Suddenly, a sea breeze came in from the window, and the person was cold. Yes, Torpant in June is still a time that has nothing to do with the heat. The sun has gradually increased a little, and the sun has brought a touch of warmth to this offshore town. Marx sat on the roof slope outside the window, leaning against the outer wall of the attic to look out over the sparkling waters of the Tamar River. The rising sun rises from the junction of the water, and the blue river is coated with a shining golden. This is a rare sight for Marks, who walks all the way through the streets at night. He looked at the distance with a sly look, but he held the unopened letter in his hand. The letter is so light, but Marks feels it all the time. It is heavy in his heart. Laugh. The envelope was gently torn open, and two pretty textured stationery sheets were neatly folded together and pulled out by Marks. He pinched the corner of the letter, voila, and the beautiful handwriting gave him a wonderful sense of unreality. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class Order of Merlin. Dear Marks McLawn, we are pleased to inform you that you have been approved to attend the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. We will wait for you to bring your reply back before July 31st. Also, if Owl needs to stay with you for a while, please feed the little one. Marks read the contents of the letter several times, and it turned to the next page. But before he even looked at it, he pouted and stuffed the letter back into the envelope. Yes, I have to spend money. Marks whispered. Tuition is exempt, and miscellaneous fees can't escape. I should have thought of it. He sighed, crawled back into the attic with a sullen expression, and pulled a few pieces of grey paper from the small cabinet at the bedside and threw it on the counter. Then, a dirty dusty suitcase was pulled down from the bottom of the bed, and the dust was lifted and opened, and a long strip of small box was taken out from the inside. This is a pen, although it is not a good brand, but it is the only birthday present that his mother has left for him. It is also his most treasured treasure in his life, except for the pound. Right, you still need ink. Ink, he muttered as he prepared to write a reply. Not far away, the pale grey owl was standing on the bed bar with his head in his head, curiously watching Marks busy. Although the pen has been a bit rusty, I have not forgotten how to spell words. Marks's memory is very good, and it is obvious from his normally that a large amount of sterling pounds is not wrong. It is inevitable that the letters that are written are skewed. To this end, he eventually wrote a few sheets of paper. Watching the owl fall to the window and quickly disappeared into the corner, Marks's heart was a little calmer. He really did not expect that he would be determined to indulge in the dark side of Britain in desperation, and he would see a miraculous dawn. What he didn't even think about was that the light of this miracle was related to the Hogwarts, which was almost buried in the depths of his memory. Hogwarts, Marks chewed the word again, revealing the mother who had already died with his face, and buried his heartfelt smile on the underground of Plymouth. Just as Marks was thinking for himself in the not-too-distant future, as far away as the Women's Road in Xeohuigin district, Surrey, the unbearable boy just woke up in the cupboard under the stairs. And waiting for him, will be a messy life that was stirred up by the unexpected visitor. For more than 2 months, for the past Marks, it may be a more extraordinary life course. Nowadays, everything is completely different. Marks bid farewell to the small attic that accompanied him through the dark years of 3, and also bid farewell to the bar that gave him his first job, Boss Angle Uncle. He sold everything he could do to the merchants he used to go to on the black market, and then took the ferry to Plymouth with all the pounds he had earned so far and his renewed expectations. Only when he arrived in Plymouth, he could catch a train to London and embark on his new life journey. Look at Mother first. Marks leaned against the fence on the edge of the ferry deck and looked at the opposite side of the Tamar River, muttered. The time spent on the Tamar River is not too long, and the distance between the two sides of the river is not really far. Not long after, Marks was already standing in a tomb of Messi. At that time, Marks, who was only 9 years old, spent the last money left by father and gave him a piece of tombstone for him at that time. Nothing else, just because it was his first time, for the first time in his heart. He admitted that this woman was always busy with money. Mother Marks caressed the tombstone that was cleaned up by him. Even though it was already at noon, it was still very cold. It seems to be my second time calling Mother. He paused and went on to say, to be honest, I can't call you so naturally until now. I don't know if I should call it that way, or I don't know if I have this qualification. But, no matter what, now, you are my mother. My mother. Cough. I know, it still doesn't sound very simple, but I am yelling, you will tentatively just listen to it. It seems that because of the atmosphere, or the feelings and thoughts of the past 3 years, Marks has been talking on and off for a long time. Until he was approaching, he stood up and patted his pants, sighed to go to a cheap hotel for a night, and then go to the city centre for a train to London tomorrow. Just as he turned back, a touch of light golden was passing by in the field of vision. In the setting sun, it radiates a unique brilliance. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 1. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 1. The evening sun has a sly beauty. It falls through the gaps of the clouds, depositing a lazy atmosphere. The intricate tombstones drag a path of long shadows in the dim sunset to create a different atmosphere. Not far from the gaze, a man with a marshmallow-like messy white hair, standing next to a lush poplar tree, is holding a little girl standing there. There is no doubt that this is a pair of fathers and daughters who are sweeping the grave. What Marks noticed just now is the back of the young girl with pale hair and long waist. Of course, Marks is not a pedophilia. He is not interested in a little girl who looks like she is at the age of 10, although he is now almost the same age. It's just this long hair, but it's a layer of shining glow in the sunset. The unique scene is really invisible. Marks didn't look a lot more, but it was nothing more than that. He paused his foot and immediately removed his gaze and took the suitcase to the town. Just in the few steps he was about to step out of the tomb, he vaguely heard the man's voice. Luna, let's go back, it's not too late. Luna, light golden long hair. In the depths of Marks's mind, the aura flies past a few words that appear awkward because of the passage of time. Not so smart. Marks stopped again, squatting in place, and plunged into the bushes on the side of the road. He wanted to go back and confirm. When Marks returned to the cemetery from the woods, Luna's father and daughter had left. He deliberately got together where the two men stood, looking down at the tombstone. Pandora Lovegood, it should be right. Marks pondered a bit, then ran off his legs. Looking for an active wizard to ask for directions, obviously better than myself. Maybe still I can borrow the fireplace from her home. What is the name of the toy? Fly powder. That. Mr. Lovegood, wait a little longer. The father and the daughter apparently did not go fast, or, fortunately, they had not left with magic, allowing Marks to catch up. Hey, what are you? Luna's father, Xenophilius, turned back and asked Marks, who was rushing to them, to ask questioningly. Oh, yes. Marks quickly ran to the front of the father and the daughter, squeezing his breath in the air, and then continued. I am a fan of your editor-in-chief, you know. I really like the article inside, which adds color to my life. In fact, Marks couldn't even remember what the magazine called, but it didn't affect his use of this as a slogan. Well, Crumple-horned Snorkack, yes, Crumple-horned Snorkack. I hope you know, I have always believed in their existence, although I have never been able to find them. Marks tried to recall the dusty memories. All the sporadic pieces that can be thought of are captured and thrown as a bargaining chip to the father and daughter standing in front of him. Hey, a companion. Luna's tone was awkward, but the silver-grey eyes were staring at Marks's face. It can be seen that she has some interest in Marks. Ha ha, thank you for your support, my dear little reader. Xenophilius is happy to be nodded and looks very happy. When Marks saw it, he immediately carried forward his expertise to climb the pole, piled up a smile, and screamed with excitement and Xenophilius, as if he were really a loyal reader of the magazine. Believe me, this is not difficult, just follow the topic of Crumple-horned Snorkack, let Xenophilius say, and then he will reconcile from time to time to make the dialogue go on. One big, 2 small and 3 silhouettes gradually drifted away on the road, and the laughter continued on the way. This time, the conversation was obviously very successful. Finally, Marx was not surprised to be invited to the Lovegood home and was planning to live for some time. This is only because he just happened and not paying attention revealed that he will enter the Hogwarts Magic House on 9 this year 1. Without an accident, Luna will be enrolled in another year, and then Marx will become her senior. You will have to take care of your junior sister next year, Mr. Marx. Xenophilius touched Luna's hair and opened his mouth and smiled. Come on. It seems that today's dinner can be more abundant than usual. We welcome your senior. I have to say that from the very rich dinner, it can be seen that the economic situation of Lovegood's family does not seem to be very good. But this is not too important for Marx. He is not a luxury person. For him, poverty and hunger are the norm in childhood. Not to mention, there are a lot of ingredients on the small dining table in front of Marx that have never been seen before. Some of them are somewhat grotesque, but the taste is different, and the weight is very good. What Marx particularly likes is a soup made from a kind of aquatic creature called gulping plimpy, which is indeed a very delicious dish. Of course, their meat is not very good. It is estimated that the amount of exercise is too large, so that the meat is too old, and there is a strange smell of earthworms. Is it full? Xenophilius saw Marx put down the spoon in his hand and couldn't help asking, perhaps, how about a Gurdy root infusion? Oh, no, thank you, I think I have eaten too much. Marx touched his round belly and said with embarrassment, do you mind if I go out for a walk? Of course, you can let Luna accompany you around, it's safe, and the air is great. Xenophilius shrugged. I'm afraid I have to prepare for tomorrow's work, you know. Right, what is the manuscript? Luna, don't know if I can invite you to take a walk. Marx turned his head and looked at the girl who was standing next to her. Luna heard the sound and turned his head. What? Oh, of course, we can continue to talk about other magical creatures. Yes, I think unicorn is a good choice. It is said that they are also very famous in the mall. Marx smiled and stood up to put on his coat, then pulled the door not far behind. Everything else was pretty good here, and the room was a bit too crowded, which reminded him of the little attic that he had lived for 3 years. The air in the evening is still familiar, but the air here is much cleaner than Torpant's Temo Lane. After all, the Lovegood home is built on a hillside. The wide vision and the stars of the sky have made Marx's eyes blurred, and Luna's character is not unrelated to this living environment. It's beautiful here and there is a feeling of freedom. Here, without any obstructions blocking your footsteps, Marx walks with his feelings and turns his eyes to the endless night sky. Luna, who is talking about the topic of mistletoe and hooks, stopped talking after he heard this sentence, stared at Marx and looked at it, then placed his eyes in the sky. Luna, you see, here is the smell of freedom. Do you smell it? Luna said softly. The confusion in his tone seemed to be even worse than usual. What? Marx hearing this. After a moment, I remembered what I was blinking. Oh, yes, what did your mother say? Mother also likes it here. She often pulls me out to see the stars when she is resting. Luna nodded. She couldn't see anything from her expression, but something is obviously not so easy to let people feel. Marx nodded. He vaguely remembers that Luna's mother has passed away, perhaps not too long. Of course, he also remembered his own mother, this life, and the last life. It is said that the position and trajectory of the stars can be used as a basis for prophecy, and those centaurs seem to be very good at this. Take Marx itself as an example. He thinks that at this time, it is the most correct choice to lightly avoid it, rather than saying the phrase I am very sad about this or I am sorry. Luna is obviously not the kind of ordinary girl. But mother has passed away, just last year, because a spell made a big mistake. Luna did not take over the topic that Marx handed over, but still said it himself. That's really terrifying. I've been saddened by this, but I can't let father worry. I think he may be more sad than me, so I can't cry. Marx listened to the girl's lower and lower whisper, and touched the envelope that had been shackled in his jacket pocket, and an idea flashed in his head that he could not help but pick a brow. "My mother has also passed away. I think I understand the feeling you said, but I am thinking, this may not mean that we can no longer see Mother." Marx thought about it, then continued. "The principle of magic has always been vague. If we can study it more thoroughly." Luna's face finally had some expression of the ordinary person, "but I am not surprised by this idea. Once you make a mistake, it becomes very dangerous." Luna's voice is still very light, but the ambiguity is swept away. "Oh, I think you are right." Marx slammed his forehead. Luna stared at Marx for a moment, but smiled a little. She grinned and gently added, "But this is indeed a way." Although the night wind was refreshing, it was still a bit cold after all, and Marx shrunk and wrapped the coat tightly. He waved at Luna and greeted her back to the house, then turned to walk to the house that was built like a chess piece. Luna stood behind and looked at Marx's back, then licked her lips. "Wit beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure." Luna's words are as low as unspeakable. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 2. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 2. That night, Marx was sleeping in the Xenophilius workshop. He used old door panel that had been left to make a wooden bed for Marx, which was covered with 2 layers of blankets and a quilt as a mattress, and another quilt was covered. Although this configuration is a bit shabby, it doesn't feel uncomfortable to actually sleep. This made Marx sleep a good night. The next morning, Luna came over and told him to get up. To be honest, Marx is used to living in the late night, and now he has to change it. "This can't be changed. Get up, the sun has risen." Luna reached out and pulled Marx's quilt, and Marx was unmoved in the quilt. "The sun has risen." Seeing no movement in the quilt, Luna worked hard to increase the volume. "The sun is no longer rising." Marx was a nightmare whispered. Luna stared silently at the Marx, who was curled up in the bed, for a moment, and then she reached out again. She felt she could only do this. However, Marx obviously does not react to this. Waiting a few more minutes, Luna turned and ran down the stairs. She seemed to think of a good idea. After a while, Luna ran away after a long time, and there was a soft basket of fine rattan. The rattan basket swayed in Luna's hand, and there seemed to be a lot of little things moving around. It seems that this is why Luna rushed down. The things inside can probably wake Marx very effectively. At least Luna thinks so. The girl blinked, then carefully opened a corner of the quilt, and quickly poured the contents of the soft basket into it. Seeing that the little things have gotten into the bed, Luna seems to be satisfied with the nodded, and also deliberately smashed the quilt. After a while, there seemed to be something in the quilt that sounded like someone was whispering. "Oh. Marx seemed to be awake, but the sound didn't sound too good. It was like a cold, and the nasal sound was very heavy. "Hey, what? Don't." The quilt began to be uneasy and swayed, and the old door panels that were used as bedboards on the ground began to shake. Sure enough, the wooden bed that was set up with grass was not very strong. I only heard a loud noise from the clank, and the whole room actually trembled with it. Later, Marx struggled to open the quilt and groaned in pain. Of course, the nasal sound is still very heavy, and this has not changed because of the accident. And the little guys who made it all hang on Marx at the moment, especially on the face and neck. They groaned happily, squeezing on Marx's face, neck, chest and other places, and several also put soft tongues into Marx's nostrils. "Oh, aunt." Marx shook his head and opened the little things on his face, only to see Miss Luna standing on the side and looking at this rare scene. "Puffskin." Luna pointed at the furry little things on Marx, saying, "They are very close to people, and they will be embarrassed when they are happy. And, they are easy to feed, from leftovers to spider mosquitoes. They also like to stick out their tongues, get into the sleeping wizard's nose and eat their dry nose." Marx, hearing this, hurry and pinch his nose, because he noticed that there are several small things that are swallowing the slender tongue and are eager to try. Okay, this is really an effective live alarm clock, so let's put them all together. Marks squeezed his nose and swayed with the other hand, then climbed up from the ground. Hey, right. Good morning, Luna. The breakfast time soon passed, or there was nothing to mention. Britain's food has always been bad, even in the magic circle. Not to mention that the economic situation of Lovegood's family has not been very good. The sales volume of the magazine directly led to the majority of its profits will be used as the next period of funding. The gold galleon that is really used for life is simply pitiful. After Luna's father hurriedly solved his breakfast, Apparition went out. Before leaving, he deliberately licked Luna a few words, probably letting her and Marks go around and around. Marks, who is grinning about how to make Gurdy root infusion better, doesn't listen too carefully. Luna and her father both liked the drink, but Marks said it was hard to accept. Compared to last night's excellent and shortcomings, the Gurdy root infusion, which also has Lovegood's home flavor, is obviously only painful. It's a shocking drink. Marks sighed, pouring the liquid from the cup into his throat. Well, then where are we going? Luna looked at the position where father left, and after a while he replied, I don't know. Marks, hearing this, thinking about it, couldn't help but ask, is there any neighbors near here? I mean the wizards. Well, the most recent is the Fawcett family. Luna turned back and looked out the window. It's a little further away from the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. The Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory of the Ministry of Magic are home to the neighborhood. Marks nodded, thinking about whether to go to another wizard home to visit and make a good relationship, suddenly reacted to the name that was caught in one of the areas. Weasley? He looked up at Luna. Is that a family of red-haired wizards? Ms. Molly is not. Luna shook her head and looked succinct. Her hair is brown. Marks, hearing this, can't help but laugh. It's really brown. Luna saw it and repeated it in a serious way. Okay. Marks looked at Luna and smiled even more. Of course. This is of course. I mean, how about we go to the Weasley family? Luna doesn't care about the location of nodded, as if I don't care much about where to go. Bang! It wasn't long before the two men packed the dining table and the kitchen together, and Marks watched Luna disappear into the dirty fireplace with the same green flame. Well, grab a hand, say the place, and then scatter. Marks groaned as he walked toward the fireplace, and suddenly he seemed to think of something to stop. Right, be sure to read clearly. It seems that he probably remembered Harry's trip to Knockturn Alley. Weasley family. Bang! I don't know why. The green flame produced by Marks is much more than that of Luna. Fortunately, this special magic flame reaction does not have the ability to transmit dead objects. Otherwise it will look at the magic fire that rushes to the ceiling. It is estimated that the entire fireplace can be moved to the Weasley family together. When Marks appeared in the Weasley family's fireplace, Luna was talking to Mrs. Weasley. Hey, presumably you are Marks? Miss Lovegood just told me about you. When Marks came out, Mrs. Weasley immediately turned and said hello, welcome to our house. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley suddenly walked over and opened the window. Fred, George, Ron, come in, there are two guests. Marks, hearing this, I took a look at the neck and saw that a big boy with freckles on his face was licking a big mouse with a hair removal. It seemed to follow a slightly shorter male child. Fred, return the scabbers to me. That was given to me by Percy. Hey, Ron, wait. I just think it needs a little hair tonic. Don't be noisy. Didn't you see a guest? You can't be quiet for a while. Mrs. Weasley shouted immediately. What about George? Fred spread his hands and said, Mother, I am George. Well, then where is Fred? Mrs. Weasley stunned. Suddenly someone pushed the two boys away, and then stepped in, and said in a mouth, Hey, Mother. I am George, you have mistaken us. Mrs. Weasley immediately complexion changed, and started a new round of rebuke. Luna smiled like a madman and couldn't stop. Marks looked at the sight and couldn't help but sighed his forehead. Sorry, hey, Mr. Marks? On the other side of the fireplace, not far behind Marks, a weak voice rang. The house is always noisy. When Marks heard the voice, He turned back and found that he was talking about a young girl who also had a fire-red hair. She looked smaller than the other children. "Ah, this is nothing. I am just a little too accustomed to the scenes that are too busy." He probably guessed that the young girl in front of him must be the smallest child of Weasley family, Ginny. Marks looked at her and looked back at the three boys who were being taught by Mrs. Weasley, and couldn't help but sighed. He really can't figure it out. This is also a family. How can you educate the extreme sisters of the extreme and diverse bride? Eldest son Bill is always a rock fan, Percy is wild and full of love, and the twin brother is fond of making some pranks. Even Ron always tends to be inferior. Only the second son Charlie and the smallest Ginny are more like normal people. Of course, he is not sure whether the memory in his mind is right or wrong. After all, it has been too long to remember. In short, thank you. Thank you for your concern, Miss Ginny. Ginny looked at Marks's smile, and it was a bit strange. Did someone mention himself with him? At least she has not had time to introduce herself. Okay, I haven't come to meet the guests yet. Mrs. Weasley finally ended the long rebuke and greeted her few children to come along. The burrow was a little quieter, leaving Luna still laughing there, and the embarrassing laughter kept ringing in the house. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 3. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 3. In general, Marks doesn't have much interest in the Weasley family. As I said before, he has never liked this lively scene. Ron is just a member of the future trio, and there are too many stories involved. Although Marks has been unable to remember many details, it does not prevent him from wanting to know Ron. In his opinion, this is the breakthrough mouth closest to Harry, Hermione and the others. Of course, it doesn't need to be too deep. On the same day, Marks and Luna had lunch at the Weasley family and then spent an afternoon at the Burrow before returning to Lovegood. It is worth mentioning that he has already made an appointment with Mrs. Weasley, who will go to Diagon Alley next month to purchase the necessary necessities for admission. Ron has also received a notice of admission to Hogwarts. The days at Lovegood have been very fast, and Marks talks with Luna every day. Sometimes the conversation may be a bit of a slap in the face, but most of the time I talk about it. However, the happy days always seem short. The time flies quickly, and soon it is time to say good to Mrs. Weasley. That morning, Marks said goodbye to Luna's father and daughter, then took his suitcase and stepped into the Lovegood home's fireplace again. I have lived in the Luna home for almost a month, and no matter how cheeky, Marks is also supposed to say goodbye. Of course, before leaving, Marks helped Mr. Lovegood fix the broken fence, which left him a good impression. At the end of the last minute, Luna showed some disappointing expression for the first time. Marks wonders, is this a pretty good start? To be honest, he is still very fond of this young girl who is sometimes smart and sometimes offline, although he has not yet reached the level he likes. Bang! Just as Marks arrived at Diagon Alley, Luna and her father were staring blankly at the empty fireplace. Obviously, this time someone finally found out that Marks had a vision when using Floo powder. They were scared. The tall green flames swept past them, almost to Mr. Lovegood's robes, and if he stood closer, he would probably go to Diagon Alley with Marks. The place where Marks and Mrs. Weasley made the appointment was Potage's Cauldron Shop, which was behind Leaky Cauldron. According to Ron, he doesn't have to buy anything, because he will use second-hand goods that Charlie used. Except for a new cauldron, because Charlie's mouth is missing. Ron, who said this, looked reluctant. I would rather miss a standard book of spells, grade 1 inch, that more expensive, and not too stupid. When Marks stood in front of the cauldron shop and looked into the room, he found that he was probably a little earlier. In a word, go to Gringotts first. Marks looked around and decided to follow the original plan. Gringotts is a magic circle, only one after another, owned by Goblin, which has branches throughout world. Goblin provides services related to depositing and renting vaults, and of course, corners such as currency exchange. At the entrance of several goblins' cockroaches, Marx walked into the marble hall of Gringotts. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the busy but orderly scenes inside. About 100 or so goblins sat on a high stool behind a row of long counters. Some used copper balances to weigh coins, and some used eyepieces to check gems, while registering them on the big books. There are countless doors in the hall that lead to different places, and many goblin guide customers to and from these doorways. To be honest, this kind of scene is rare. Marx stood at the door for a while and then walked over to the counter that nailed the name of the Mole Currency Exchange Office. "Time is money, my friend." Marx looked at a young goblin on the high stool, and couldn't help but swear a quote, then asked, "What is the exchange rate of the pound?" "Oh yes, yes," goblin hearing this in the counter. His eyes jerked brightly, and he seemed to hear something sensible. He examined Marx carefully, and he replied, "Today's British pound exchange rate is 5.01. Distinguished guests, do you need to redeem? The handling fee is 1.5. Marx quickly took most of his money out of the suitcase and deposited it in Gringotts after the redemption process. He left 100 gold galleon for himself. "I am very happy to serve you. I wish you a lot of money." At the end, Goblin was happy with him with a sharp voice. Just as Marx walked to the gate, he vaguely heard a familiar scream behind him. "Time is money, my friend." "It's really moving." Marx grinned and left here with a cheerful pace. "Well, where are you going next? Or will you go around first?" Just as Marx was thinking about going there, his gaze was drawn by another smashing road opposite Gringotts. Diagon Alley's shop is already crowded, but it looks obviously narrower, and even the light is covered by grotesque buildings, making people feel a little gloomy. Marx squatted in the same place and walked there. The three shops at the intersection closed the door, and the window was thickly draped with thick velvet curtains. The name of the store on the door was not clear, and it was obviously ruined for some time. Going a few more steps inside, a small shop called Giant Spider is opening the door of the store, which seems to have a lot of weird creatures in the cage, which reminds him of a piece of content on the shopping list. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Maybe it's not bad to go in. Anyway, he came too early today and there is still a lot of time. "Welcome, younger guests." In the innermost part of the store, an old witch wearing a wide-brimmed hooded whispered with a gloomy hoarse voice, "Please take a look." Marx glanced over there and then looked at the creatures in the cages on both sides. To put it bluntly, he is just looking at it. Most of the creatures inside don't know him, but this does not hinder his curiosity. Suddenly, he saw a black owl, which looked big and was at least 2 laps larger than the one in the owl shop that passed by. "What kind of owl is this?" Marx turned his head and asked the old witch inside. "Long-eared Xiao, originated in Sumatra, good at hunting and warning, good at predicting the advent of earthquakes and tsunami." The old witch said in a vague voice. The dry and chapped lips opened and closed, the lack of skew. A yellow tooth is clearly visible. Marx looked at the owl in the cage again and saw that he was looking at himself quietly. He asked, "How much?" The old witch pouted and laughed, and the stiff smile was creepy. 20 gold galleons, mister." Marx glanced at the old witch and his expression didn't change. "Get it, madam, I am not the helper of Hogwarts." The old witch hesitated to look up and down Marx, then lifted the back that had been bowed a little, and the voice became bigger. "Oh, sir, 15 gold galleons are not expensive." This time, Marx didn't even look at her. She turned and walked out, and the pace was as fast as fleeing. Wait for Mr. 10, no. 8, at least 8. The old witch suddenly shouted. Marx, hearing this, "Go back and don't cut it down." He estimated that although there is still a lot of profit in this price, it is almost the same, and it is estimated that the bargaining price cannot be bought. The deal. Marx took out 8 gold galleons on the counter and then picked up the cage and walked out of the store. "Wait. The price of the cage is to be counted." The old witch chased the door, only to find that Marx had disappeared into the crowd on the street. At this point, She stood at the door and was surprised to find that this old witch is actually 2 meters high. Damn. It's a nasty little dwarf, just like the American gang vampire. The old witch couldn't find the target, and only went back to the soul-mouthed. Marx certainly didn't run far. He just walked 2 steps and then got into a shop called Miro's Junk Shop. Welcome to Miro's Junk Shop. Here's everything. You can pick it up. A little man who is shorter than Marx suddenly slams out from behind a shelf, and the sharp voice is half a tune higher than Groring's goblin. I am jealous, Marx said casually, pulling out a large basket from the side of the shelf. Oh no, half a wand. The half of the wand was scarred, and there were several deep scratches on the rod. Even the dirty core of the rod could be seen at the fracture. Is this a treasure? Marx looked at the half-stick in his hand and his expression was strange. But the short wizard seems to think it's a baby. He waved his hands and excitedly shouted, "Oh, yes." Grindelwald used the wand. You, dragon's heart, 14 and 4/3 inches. I mean, ever. Marx sighed, throwing this half of wand back into the basket. Later, Marx picked up a few gadgets on the shelf, and the dwarf danced around him, screaming a series of stories that sounded fake enough to seem to be counting on Marx. Just as Marx put down his hand and was ready to leave, his eyes suddenly caught, and the gap in the shelf faintly flashed a blue eye that was not too eye-catching. Marx immediately removed his gaze and pretended to squat down to look at other goods. But he had a plan in mind. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 4. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 4. What is that? It seems like a coin. Marx, while playing with the objects in his hand, secretly recalled the secret blue light he had just seen. He temporarily pressed the plan he had just wanted to leave, and pulled out a broken piece of wood from another large basket next to him. He pretended to be curious to ask. After listening to the plausible explanation of the short wizard, he asked for a price. 10 gold galleon. This must have 10 gold galleons. It's worth the price. How rare you are. Marx saw him continue to flicker, had to wave his hand to interrupt the other party's speech, and paid a price. 3 gold galleon. As far as I know, it only worth 3. Marx's tone is very firm, as if he clearly knows the true value of this so-called herpo eucalyptus. No, this is impossible. At least 8 gold galleons. You have to know that the famous Dark Wizard of the Year, Herpo the Foul, buried himself. Without waiting for him to finish, Marx interrupted again. 4 gold galleon. No more. Just as the short wizard stopped talking, Marx pretended to snort it angrily, using a very random movement to pick up something from the gap in the shelf, and then loudly said, "Oh, plus this, 8 gold galleons together. Otherwise I won't want it." Marx took 8 gold galleons on the counter not far away, then stared wide-eyed staring at the short wizard. The other party suddenly disappeared. He looked down at Marx's palm and looked at the 8 gold galleons on the counter. This is a seemingly old coin that is heavy in the palm of your hand, but it seems that there is nothing special about it. Okay. When I send you, I will honor 8 gold galleons. He whispered helplessly, and received the coins on the counter in the locked drawer. Marx is in a good mood on the street. He played with the old coins in his hand, and his heart was elated, and it seemed that even this dark path became bright. Of course, he didn't have a chance to see the same smug smile in the Moreau's junk shop. The arrogance is the most precious wealth of mankind. It can make Moreau benefit. The short wizard stunned and patted the drawer of the money, and made a burst of Hualala's gold coin. The old coin in Marx's hand is naturally the magic of this dwarf. In fact, it is a dirty iron coin. And don't mention the little trick of swindler first. On the other hand, the satisfied Marx should be almost the same. So he walked along the way. What? Marx walked to the fork in the road and saw a tall silhouette in the crowd at a glance, coming out of the gate of Gringotts. Half-giant Hagrid. Marx whispered and walked over there. When he got through the crowd, he immediately found the little silhouette around Hagrid. Hey, is that the famous one? Harry, Mr. Potter? Marx deliberately looked up and down the boy, and this was started talking. The boy has not had time to respond, but the people around him have already come together. Oh my God, Harry Potter. Really? Oh, hey, I feel like I am dreaming. The crowd immediately talked about it, and several of them were still dying to join in, just like what rare magic creatures were seen. Marks looked around. Lamara ran up with Harry's sleeves, and greeted Hagrid to catch up. Marks and Harry were relaxed after they all got into the junk shop. Oh, sorry, I didn't expect them to be like this, Marks said with a look of embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing. Harry looked at Marks, his age, and shook his head. But why is this? This is the second time I seem to be famous. Marks glanced at Hagrid and seemed to have nodded if he had realized it. Well, I am sorry, but it seems that I should not explain it to you. Marks scratched his head, although he was too lazy to elaborate. Just as Harry tried to ask, Hagrid had already come together. Okay, now that we are here, let's go by the root wand first. Hagrid patted Marks's shoulder and said with pleasure, you come together. Hee, Marks middle dot McLawn. Marks nodded. Oh, yes, Mr. McLawn. Hagrid followed the nodded. No, I mean, just call me Marks, Marks said. Suddenly he put his hand on Hagrid's ass. He immediately noticed this and his heart was awkward. Scorpio, you are really tall. In order to ease the embarrassment, Marks deliberately pinched the scorpion. Hagrid, hearing this, was laughed, but did not say anything. Marks reacted, and it was estimated that Hagrid would still care about his bloodline. Of course, according to Hagrid's character, his mind is that the children think of him, not his own bloodline itself. When Marks saw it, he immediately reached back and ignored his ass or shoulders. He smiled easily. In Groting Ots, there was a goblin who said this to me. Ha ha ha. You are not much older than Goblin. Hagrid is not stupid, and he obviously realized that Marks was actively easing the atmosphere. Standing on one side, Harry looked at the two people in front of him. It was a bit puzzling. He couldn't figure out what the two were saying, but the atmosphere was a bit strange. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the opposite Ollivander, where you will be able to buy the best wand. Yes, wand. This is what Marks and Harry have dreamed of. This is a small store that looks worn and worn. The gold sign on the door has been peeled off. It reads, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand is placed alone on the faded purple cushion. When they entered the store, there was a ringing ding-ding-dang-dang from the back of the store. The store is small, except for a bench, nothing else. Hagrid sat on the bench and Harry on the side had a strange feeling, as if he were in a well-managed library. He pressed the many questions that had just been generated in his mind and began to look at the thousands of long and narrow curtains that almost reached the ceiling. I don't know why, he suddenly felt a hairy hair. The dust and silence here seemed to make people feel the mysterious magic. Good morning, a soft voice said, scaring Harry. Hagrid, who was sitting, seemed to be scared too, because suddenly there was a loud kaka-kaka sound, and he quickly got up from the bench. An old man stood in front of them. His big, light-colored eyes were bright in the dim shop like two shiny moons. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. Marks greeted him with courtesy. Harry looked a bit cautious, but he followed Marks and said hello. Oh, yes, said the old man. Yes, I know I will see you soon, Harry Potter. This is not a problem. Your eyes are the same as your mother. She came here that year. I bought her first wand, which is just like yesterday. 10¼ of an inch long, made by Willow Branch, is a good wand that is good for use spell. Mr. Ollivander walked over to Harry. Harry wished he could blink his eyes, and his silver-white eyes made Harry erect. Your father is different. He likes mahogany wand, 11 inches long, flexible and stronger. It is best for transfiguration. I said that your father likes it, actually. Of course, wand is choosing, it's a wizard. Mr. Ollivander didn't seem to pay attention to Marks. He was getting closer and closer to Harry, and his nose was stuck on Harry's face. Harry could even see the shadow of his old man's filthy eyes. Oh, this is... Mr. Ollivander stroked the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead with his long fingers. I'm sorry, this is a wand I sold. he said softly. 13 inches and a half. Power is strong, but it falls into the hands of the bad guys. If you know that this wand is made, you will do something like this. Mr. Ollivander was lightly sighed, but looked up and looked behind towards Harry. He seemed to recognize Hagrid, which made Harry finally relaxed. Rubus Hagrid, I saw you again, it's so happy. Oak, 16 inches long, a bit bent, right? Yes, sir, Hagrid said. That's a good wand. But I think, when they fired you, would they be killed by them? Mr. Ollivander said, suddenly became serious. Yes, it was their death, yes. Hagrid slowly moved and said, I still have it left. Can you not use it? Mr. Ollivander hurriedly asked. Oh, no, sir. Hagrid replied, and Harry noticed Hagrid clinging to the pink umbrella in his answer. Of course, Marks didn't bother to care about Hagrid's little broken umbrella, because Ollivander finally put his gaze on him. Oh, this is a new face. Hello, child. Ollivander's interest in Marks doesn't seem to be as strong as Harry, which is clearly what it should be. Marks has no bizarre life experience to let others know him. What is your name? Marks McLawn. Marks replied. Oh, okay, Mr. McLawn. Mr. Ollivander said, sweeping the two with a sharp gaze. So, gentlemen, who are you first? He took a long tape measure with a silver scale on his pocket, with a trace of seriousness on his face, and Marks patted Harry's back to signal him to go first. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 5. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 5. Peng. Harry Potter's purchase of wand took a long time, until the tried wand piled up on a bench in the hill, which found a suitable one. In the middle, Harry even broke a light-colored vase because wand was out of control. Marks looked at the star of the wand in Harry's hand at the moment, staring at Venus, as bright as fireworks, with a beating flare on the wall. Hagrid applauded, and Mr. Ollivander shouted loudly, oh, great. Oh, really, great. Aya, it's amazing. It's amazing. He put Harry's wand in his throat and wrapped it in a piece of brown oil paper, and kept saying wonderful in his mouth. I'm sorry, Harry said. Where is it that makes you feel wonderful? Mr. Ollivander stared at Harry with his pale, colorless eyes. Every wand I sell, I remember, Mr. Potter. Every wand I remember. In fact, this is the same tail feather of the same phoenix. One made this wand, the other tail feather made another wand. Ollivander paused, and continued, you are destined to use this wand, and its brother. Cough. It is its brother who gave you the scar. Harry took a deep breath. Yes, 13 inches and a half. How come this is so wonderful? Remember, it is wand to choose the wizard. I think you will achieve a major event industry, Mr. Potter. No matter how to say, I can't nominate the one you know who did the major event, despite terrifying, it is still a major event. Harry was horrified. He was not sure if he liked Mr. Ollivander, but he still paid 7 gold galleons to buy this wand that seemed to be deeply rooted in him. Yes, well, Ollivander nodded, using his sharp eyes to look towards Marks. Mr. Lawn, it's up to you now. Please come forward and let me know. I used the right hand. Marks has seen the process once and started measuring with Ollivander. The tape measure is automatically pulled out and floats on Marks's body, from the shoulder to the fingertips, from the wrist to the elbow, the shoulder to the floor, the knee to the armpit, and finally the circumference of the head. Even if I have seen it again, Marks still can't figure out what these measurement steps really do. The tape measure is on the side, and Ollivander continues to recite, yes, just said, every Ollivander wand is unique and unmatched. If you use the other wand of the wizard, the effect will definitely be discounted. Always remember, it's the wand chooses the wizard. Finally, when the tape measure floated in front of Marks and gave him the distance between the nostrils, he felt that he had not experienced such a stupid scene for a long time. Okay. Ollivander's voice did not fall, and the tape fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. So, Mr. McLawn, try this one. Maple and dragon's nerves do. 10 inches long, sensitive, slender, No lost powerful. Try it with a wave. Marks took it and waved it, and the soft red light flashed on the stick. Oh, yes, I can't think of it so well. Ollivander said and suddenly stopped. Wait, try this. Poplar, unicorn hair, 9 and 13 inches are equally sensitive but more determined. Marks stunned and put down the wand in his hand to pick up another one he had handed over. I don't know if it's a different posture for waving or something else. This time, a little golden glow shines on the head of the stick, and there is a sacred breath spread out. How is it? Ollivander is like seeing something incredible. Sharp eyes are full of doubts. Or, try this one again. He pulled a box from the shelf behind him. Rosewood, the heart of the dragon, 14.1 inches long, hard, powerful, and formidable power. His choice this time seems to be the opposite of the two just now, which makes Marks feel more confused. Marks took the slightly red wand and waved again. A fire-red rays of light flew out from the tip, knocking the entire back of the Ollivander's shelf to the ground, making a loud roar. The 4 people present were shocked, but after Ollivander was scared, they fell into meditation again. Marks and Hagrid. Harry, look at me, I look at you. I don't know what happened. See Mr. Ollivander's silence. They all wisely stay where they are, and try not to bother him. In Magic Circle, wand learning is always an extremely complex research discipline, and it is rare to be able to make wand. At this moment, except for Mr. Ollivander, I am afraid that the entire Diagon Alley will not find a second person who has a deep understanding of wand. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Ollivander suddenly raised his head and turned to Marks loudly said, the bunch of wand on the bench, each pick up and wave, fast. Marks looked at the wand who had been there before Harry tried it, and looked back at the shelves behind Ollivander. But, sir, that shelf. It doesn't matter, it's okay, don't worry about that, just wave it. Seeing that people don't care about the consequences, Marks naturally has no psychological burden, and then picks up wand and swings. For a time, rays of light, smoke, wand boxes and even shelves ran rampant in the store with Marks's wand, messing up the entire Ollivander wand shop. Okay. Ollivander hurriedly called. Marks stopped, then looked at his hand, and the doubtful expression revealed. I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. Every wand fits perfectly. How is this possible? Even the things that Ollivander can't figure out, Marks is naturally foggy. Eventually, in Mr. Ollivander's reluctant gaze, Marks chose a quietly famous wand that had just been smashed, and left Hagrid and Harry to leave the wand shop, which had almost become a junkyard. From the Ollivander, the 3 men checked the list together and bought everything. At the end of the road, Marks looked at Potage's cauldron shop and remembered something. Oh, no. I made an appointment with Mrs. Weasley at the cauldron store, which is bad. Mrs. Weasley? Hagrid hearing this looked into the cauldron store. Don't worry, I saw her, you haven't missed it yet. Marks looked at Hagrid and said it again in his heart, Scorpio, you are really high. This is how they talked to them. They even squeezed in the direction of the cauldron store. Time is near noon, and Diagon Alley has more people than in the morning, which is a bit bleak. Mrs. Weasley, hello. Marks managed to get to Mrs. Weasley and Ron, and was interrupted before he finished. Oh, I am embarrassed, I thought you have already gone back. Mrs. Weasley didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he started and apologized. Ron's rat got into the hole in the garden and was chased by Pukwudgie. It's late. Ron took a bitter look and said, then my mother trained me to stop, saying that I didn't take care of Scabbers, but you know. Okay. This is obviously your problem. Don't make excuses. Mrs. Weasley shouted. Marks sees Mrs. Weasley seems to be starting to talk again, and has to open the subject. Hey, Mrs. Weasley, I don't think it's okay. In fact, I met Hagrid when I went to Gringotts to withdraw money. Hey, and Harry Potter. Mrs. Weasley heard the name immediately and came to God. Of course, Marks had expected this. After buying cauldron here, Marks's shopping trip finally came to a close. To be honest, he was a little tired, but he still had to carry a lot of things and continue to move forward, although Ron has helped him a lot. "Marks, give me some more, I will also help you with some," said Mrs. Weasley. "No, this is absolutely not good. How can I let the ladies mention things?" Marks insisted. "This sentence says Mrs. Weasley is very happy." She grabbed the owl cage in Marks's hand and her face was full of smiles. Little Marks, you can really talk. I am sure that you will be fascinated in the future. Pour a large female child. Real unmarried young women are much harder than you." And Marks is whispered in the heart. In mid-July, the weather in Britain is as gentle as ever, but it is always a cloudy sky, and it still gives people a sense of distraction. To be honest, Marks didn't want to live in the Weasley family, but ended up living in the Burrow for a few days. Until next month, he finally left, renting a room upstairs in Leaky Cauldron and staying until the date of Hogwarts School. During this time, Marks devoted his time to the preview of the magic textbook. He found himself quite interested in these interesting knowledge, although he still felt that the contents of the book Magical Theory were a bit plausible. So, how did this formula come from? Marks stared at a magic formula in the book, a little annoyed. In the process of reading and remembering, he found that many of the key magical theory in this book have an obvious feature, that is, the author never explains the source of the formula, which is really a heartbreaking discovery of Marks. Knowing it, but I don't know why. Is magical theory actually the accumulation of experience of each generation of wizards? He gave a painful embarrassment with a tired face. However, in the last month or so, in addition to the boring magic knowledge, there was actually a small episode. Of course, let me see, this is not suitable for now, because today is the last day of August, tomorrow is 9-month 1 day. Hogwarts is about to start school. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 6. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 6. The sunshine on 9's 1 day is exceptionally bright, and it seems that even God is congratulating you on the enrollment of new students. The sky above London was transparent, with a few faint clouds hanging from the blue sky. The refreshing breeze smashed through everyone's ears, such as whispering fascination. Marks bought a new suitcase at Diagon Alley, which is a second-hand item bought at the junk shop. The extension charm is a bit damaged and the space is much smaller, but fortunately the Ministry of Magic's license stick is still tight. The ground is attached to the inside flip. Marks was trying to lower the box and cut the price several times, and finally bought it with pain. At this moment, he is easily walking on the platform Isle of King's Cross station in the country, enjoying the happy mood bought with gold galleon, only one owl for luggage, and a light suitcase. This trip is what a wonderful. In a short while, he came to the 9 platform and the 10 platform, but hesitated to stare at the thick support column. Oh? Marks stretched his hand and passed through the stone-walled column wall, revealing a surprised expression. For the first time, I was always a little uncomfortable. Although I didn't feel the pain, I still had some tension. With a small step forward, he found himself passing through to the real Hogwarts Express platform. The steam train's smoke lingered over the crowds, and cats of all colors were worn under the feet of people. In the crowd's voice and the noise of dragging heavy luggage, Owl also screams, screaming, "You call me?" The owl standing on Marks's left shoulder looks much bigger than the others, and it's quiet, not like the little guys who keep screaming. It stared at the bright, big eyes and looked at the crowds in the aisles in front, and was unmoved. Yes, after this time, Marks found that his pure black owl didn't seem to like to stay in the cage. Since he released it, it has never returned. Marf, let's go. Marks gave it a prestigious name, Marf Rio. Of course, referred to as Marf. Hey. Marf snorted and agreed. There are a lot of people in the carriage. Marks passed a few carriages and didn't see anyone he knew, so he chose a small compartment and walked in. Oh, good morning. Marks stood at the door and pointed out, nodded. Don't you mind if I sit here? Of course, please come in. A black-hair boy replied immediately. The boy looked a bit cautious and didn't seem to be good at communicating with people. After answering a sentence, He shrank in his seat and didn't talk. "Don't you mind introducing yourself?" Marks saw the atmosphere in the cubicle a bit cold. He had to start a topic. "My name is Marks McLawn. What about you?" Anthony Goldstein. The black-hair boy groaned and looked more nervous. "It seems that he does not seem to be very good at chatting." Marks nodded. "No longer communicate with the other party, he has a lot to do. For example, endorsement, and endorsement." I took a copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi from the suitcase, and Marks read it in detail. It was a bit thick, and the plants inside it were quite complicated. He has only backed it up now. A little half. It was just a little while, and 2 people came in again in the cubicle. It seems that because of the increase in people, Anthony of black hair has always been in an unnatural state from the beginning. He forced himself to look out the window, pretending to be watching the scenery. "Good dear. My name is Ernie Macmillan. I am very happy to meet you." The blond boy who just came in looks very sunny. He looks at Marks sitting across from him and asks loudly. Marks was nodded to him, smiled and introduced himself, and turned to look at a female child who came in finally. "Well, that." The girl was stroking her long brown hair and seemed to want them to be more docile. It seemed that she was not satisfied with her natural micro-rolled hair. Lisa Dupin." "Oh." She was talking, and suddenly she screamed, probably because she was too hard to pull off a few hairs. "Hey, Marks," I said, "what book are you reading?" Ernie is short and chunky, but the dress is pretty and gorgeous, and it seems that the family should be very good. However, Marks did not find the arrogant temperament that his children often have in his body. It seems to be a friend worthy of making friends. "Oh, I am reading the textbook." Marks put the book up and showed the cover to Ernie. "Hey, this book is also available at home, but I never thought about going to see it. It is too thick, and the title looks mostly boring." Ernie scratched his head and made it tidy. The blonde became messy. Lisa, sitting next to Marks, looked at Ernie's hair, but didn't say anything, just turned to look at Marks. Marks has always felt that maintaining a neat appearance is a necessary task, which can make others feel good about themselves. After all, most people still like flat dress and clean appearance, although Marks personally feels that as long as it is comfortable. Lisa looked at Marks secretly and was satisfied with the nodded. Obviously, this seemingly cute female child is not only very demanding on her appearance, but also the same for others. After that, except for Anthony, who basically didn't say anything unexpectedly, the other 3 had some initial exchanges and said that they also had a lot of exchanges at school. Of course, Lisa obviously prefers to talk to Marks, although Ernie, who is a bit nervous, didn't find it. As for the harvest on this road, in addition to carrying dozens of herbs, the rest is probably Hermione. Miss Granger rushed to face the face. However, her arrogant attitude, super fast speech rate and fierce action rules are really making Marks a bit confusing. After a few words of his perfunctory, Hermione hurried away. By the way, she is helping Neville find a toad, presumably. In fact, Marks basically did not understand clearly. Then his attention is all used to remember the name of the herb. The Hogwarts Express train traveled throughout the day, and as the speed slowed down, it was already dark. The train's terminal is located opposite the lake outside the back gate of Hogwarts. New students have to take a 4-person boat to Hogwarts, which is probably one of Hogwarts' traditions. Of course, if you feel that you have seasickness in the future, maybe you can go around the lake to the front door, although this sounds a bit silly. Look! When the first boat approached the cliff, Hagrid loudly shouted a person who occupied a boat. Everyone bowed their heads and the boat carried them through the ivy tents covering the front of the cliff to the secret open entrance. They seemed to come down the castle under a dark tunnel, and finally reached a place similar to the underground pier, and then climbed a gravel and small cobblestone ground. Under the light of the Hagrid lanterns, the new students climbed into a tunnel in the rock and finally reached a flat, wet meadow under the shadow of the castle. Everyone climbed a stone step and gathered in front of a huge oak door. "Is it all right?" Hagrid raised his big fist and knocked it 3 times at the castle gate. The door suddenly opened, and a tall black-haired witch in a green robes stood in front of the gate. She looks serious and looks obviously a not-so-foolish character. First-year new student, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid, come here and pick it up. In the end, it is Hogwarts Castle. Even the back door hall is very scary. There was a row of blazing torches on the stone wall, the ceiling was barely visible, and the front was a luxurious marble staircase that went upstairs. There are noisy vocals in the right door, and the other seniors of Hogwarts must have arrived first. But Professor McGonagall did not bring them directly inside, but led everyone to an empty room opposite the hall. The space in this empty room is not big. The new students are shouldering together, and most people are nervously observing everything around them. Marx is no exception. He carries a suitcase and was once crowded into the corner by the crowd. Even Owl Muff stood helplessly on top of his head. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said. The school dinner is about to begin, but before you go to the dining hall, you must first decide which house you are going to. The classification is very important ceremony, because during your time at school, the house is like your home in Hogwarts. Marx was squeezed behind, and did not listen carefully to the interest of Professor McGonagall's speech, just waiting quietly for the beginning of everything. When you are ready there, I will pick you up, Professor McGonagall said. When you wait, keep quiet. Just as Professor McGonagall's top nearly fell, Marx suddenly heard a galoo. Driver! A boy shouted from the front, and Marx didn't know whether to cry or laugh and shook his head. Please keep quiet. Professor McGonagall repeated it in a hard tone, and he left the room. Marx immediately heard the laughter of several people coming from the front. Oh! Suddenly, a few people screamed in front. What's wrong? Marx whispered, squinting and looking forward. Oh! That's Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 7. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 7. Hearing the screams in front of him, Marx stared at his toes and looked ahead. I saw a black and white translucent humanoid apparition on the wall on one side. Marx carefully licked it. This is probably a bunch of ghosts. They talked to each other and slid lightly over the room, and Marx vaguely heard the word Peeves. I said, what are you doing here? A ghost wearing a wheeled wrinkled tights seems to have just discovered the following first-year new students. New student exclamation mark. Another chubby cultivator smiled at them and said, I think, is it ready to be tested? Some students are silently nodded, and no one speaks. I hope you can get to Hufflepuff, said the cultivator. I used to read that house. Now move forward. Next to the cultivator, a sharp voice said, the separate house ceremony is about to begin. Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghosts fluttered across the opposite wall, and they disappeared into the eyes of everyone. Now, it's a single line, Professor McGonagall said to first-year students. Follow me. Marx was in the back of the team. After a while, he left the room with the students in front of him. There was no way who would let him be behind at the beginning. Here is the dining hall of Hogwarts. The students of other grades have been sitting around the 4 long tables. Thousands of candles above the table are floating on the long table, and the whole dining hall is brightly lit. On the 4 tables, there are glittering gold plates and high-legged goblets. The seniors look at their new students and talk about what will go to their house and which may not. On the table at the top of the dining hall, there is another long table, which is the seat of the teachers. Professor McGonagall took them there, letting them line up in the ranks of all seniors, and the teachers stood behind them quietly. The candlelight in the air flashed slightly, and the faces of the seniors were somewhat white. The ghosts that I saw just now were mixed with the faint silver light among them. Everyone pointed their attention to this side. Marx looked bored at the top of the ceiling that had been applied to the magic. The dark background of the ink, dotted with countless flashing starlight, in the faint magic smoke as magical. He even found a few on it, a more familiar constellation. There was magic applied there. It looks like the sky outside. I read it in Hogwarts, a history. Marx vaguely heard a slight voice coming from a distance, which sounded like Hermione. Professor J put a four-legged stool in front of the first-year new student, and Marks took his eyes back from the ceiling and landed in front of him. He saw Professor McGonagall put a spiky wizard cap on the stool, hat patched, worn, old and dirty. To be honest, when he thought that he would put this hat on his head, he felt uncomfortable. Seeing that Sorting Hat was put down, the faint voice in the dining hall immediately became absolute silence, and they all knew that the main event came. Sure enough, Hat twisted a few times, a crease opened and closed like a mouth. It began to sing a song. You may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. If you can find a smarter hat than me, I'll eat myself. Hear, hear. Marks's corner of the mouth twitched. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat's sleek and tall. I am the magic hat for Hogwarts testing, naturally superior to your hat high-end. Sorting Hat sang in a whispering tone, and Marks had already turned his eyes back to the ceiling, which was much more interesting than that. Until everyone started to applaud, Marks came back to his senses and followed a few shots. Several new students who were familiar with it were already discussing with the students around them. Maybe I can go to Gryffindor. A little boy with long black hair around Marks lowered his voice and said to him, my father said, I have always had the courage to eat a whole flubberworm when I was a child. Are you called Belgrias? Marks, hearing this, toughly swallowed. Who is that? My name is Kona. Michael Kona. You can call me Mike. The little boy Michael licked his head. They were chatting with each other, and Professor McGonagall took 2 steps forward and gently spread a roll of parchment in his hand. Who is calling my name now? Whoever puts on hat, sits on the stool and listens to the separate house. She said. Hannah Abbott. A little girl with red cheeks and 2 golden hair buns stumbled out of the queue and put on Sorting Hat. The hat was obviously too big for her, and she covered her eyes. Marks looked at this little girl who was losing her heart and thought it was really interesting. She sat down, and after a while, she listened to Sorting Hat and shouted, Hufflepuff. The person on the right table applauded Hannah and welcomed her to sit at their table. The fat cultivator ghost at the long table also happily waved to her. Susan Burns. Hufflepuff. Hat shouted again. Susan quickly ran to Hannah and sat down. Separate house continues. The hat is skillfully changing one after another, and it seems that every semester is pondering these boring things to pass the time. Not surprisingly, Harry Trio was assigned to the Gryffindor, who was courageous and discouraged. Anthony and Lisa met on the train to Ravenclaw, and of course Ernie was assigned to Hufflepuff. Michael, who was swallowing the flubberworm around Marks, didn't go to Gryffindor as he thought, but was also assigned to Ravenclaw House. It can be seen that he is actually a bit unwilling. Marks McLawn. Finally, it was my turn. Marks, hearing this, immediately stepped forward, took Sorting Hat, and hesitated and put it on his head after hesitating. Hey! Looks like you are reluctant. Sorting Hat twisted and said, dissatisfied. In fact, I hope that you can take a shower for yourself. Marks does not deny that he can roughly understand his thoughts, and it is best to tell the truth. Well, I think so, but I can't climb the bathroom myself, right? Sorting Hat twisted again, and the erect hat tipped down. But every headmaster can't think of this, they're too busy. After a little complaining, it once again restored its original vitality and picked it up from the ground. Well, it's hard, it's very difficult, Sorting Hat said. It's reasonable to say that you have to go to Ravenclaw, where the atmosphere allows you to absorb the essence of knowledge more fully, but your cleverness and overall situation are Slytherin can get a more thorough training. What about Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? Marks asked curiously. Gryffindor? Do you think it is possible? Sorting Hat asked directly in a strange tone. Well, in fact, I think so too. Marks curled one's lip, helpless, said. At this time, Sorting Hat suddenly twisted himself, licked the wide brim with the hat, and then said, well, Hufflepuff, yes, that's right. You have to go there, this should be the most correct choice. Well, it doesn't wait for the Marks opening, just pull, the Scorpion yelled, Hufflepuff. Marks put his hat back on the four-legged stool and walked over to Hufflepuff's long table with full of doubts, and sat in the applause of the seniors. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. Before the banquet, I want to say a few words. That is, stupid, cry nose, residue, screw. Marks stopped to speak with a tall man. Seniors' conversation, looking up at the talking Dumbledore. Thank you all. After Dumbledore sat down again, everyone began to applaud. What do you mean? Marks turned his head and asked sent to his side. I don't know, probably the professor is just showing his sense of humor. Senior shrugged and said that he didn't understand. Follow the fun, don't worry too much. At this time, a lot of food suddenly appeared in the empty gold plate on the long table. Roast beef, grilled chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausage, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, and ketchup soup are all dazzling. What is this? Marks reached over a plate. Mint hard candy? Professor Dumbledore liked this recently. Senior slammed the meat on the lamb chops and explained with a vague voice. He always shares his favorite sweets and drinks with everyone. Marks shrugged after listening, then pushed the plate with mints far away. Marks, are you not hungry? Not far away. Ernie curiously watched Marks smack the roast beef in his mouth and asked, Oh, actually, I have eaten a lot. Marks laughed. Obviously, while betting not too ugly, he bet on efficiency. I want to see Ernie. He is keeping the style. A senior sister who looked a little carefree, laughed at he and started Marks's joke. It was seen by senior sister, Marks said, not to be annoyed. Instead, he made fun of himself. Otherwise, how can you let senior sister talk to me? I mean, beautiful women like senior sister. The senior sister didn't expect to be joked by Marks. After the completely unprepared cheeks became red, he still said reluctantly, this is not bad. You are a little boyfriend, senior sister, I booked. Hey, Charlotte, you are finally ready to marry. Another girl next to her smiled and glared at her, seeming to be her good friend. In the snoring of the students around, Charlotte couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly lowered his head and forked a piece of baked potato from his plate into his mouth. The beautiful face looked redder. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 8. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 8. The learning atmosphere of Hogwarts is still very relaxed most of the time, especially when students are dining. In the laughter of everyone, this lively welcome dinner finally came to an end. When Marks picked up the second batch of desserts and cleaned them up, the plates on the dining table were cleared by magic, and the go was just as fresh as the beginning. At this point, Professor Dumbledore stood up again and immediately resumed silence in the dining hall. Oh, everyone is full and drinking now. I think I have to say a few more words to everyone. At the beginning of the semester, I have to pay attention to you. Dumbledore paused, gazing at Gryffindor dinning Weasley twin on the table swept there. First year new student, note that the trees in the campus are forbidden for students to enter. Some of our old class students should also remember this. Once again, the administrator Mr. Filch wants me to remind everyone not to cast magic in the hall during the class. The Quidditch player review will be held during the second week of the semester. Please contact Madam Hooch for any student who is interested in participating in the house team. Finally, I must tell everyone that those who do not want to suffer accidents and suffer tragic death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Hearing this sentence, a few people laughed heartily and seemed to think it was Dumbledore's humor. But most people don't laugh, and Professor Dumbledore never makes fun of it. Marks thought, this is mostly related to Philosopher's Stone. As for the specific arrangement, he still remembers those. Besides, what does this have to do with him? He is obviously more interested in Philosopher's Stone itself than those who don't know whether to defend against Voldemort or to exercise Harry's game level. Of course, the thing is basically not to think about it. He does not want to be rubbed by Dumbledore with his little finger on the ground. In general, Marks does not want to participate in this school year. He still has too little time to study and is not enough. It would be nice for him not to add some mess to the three young lions. Now, before we go to bed, let's sing the school song together. Dumbledore said loudly. Almost all the teachers were stiff. Dumbledore slammed the wand, and a long golden ribbon floated in the wand, twisting around the line on a high dining table. Everyone chooses the tunes they like, Dumbledore said. Prepare, sing. All the teachers and students, I mean that most of them are singing loudly. Marks opened his mouth and found that he couldn't do such awkward things. He had to open his lips like a fool, and mixed it with everyone's messy songs. When Dumbledore announced that bedtime had arrived, Marks was finally relaxed. But as soon as he thought about 6 times, he felt that his eyes seemed a bit wet. Okay, let's go. First year new student, follow me, I will show you the way. At Marks, the senior who just chatted with him suddenly stood up and said with a gentle smile, "This is the Cedric." Although Marks only remembers his name, even his surname can't be remembered, but he vaguely has some impressions of the handsome and very good-looking prefect. But it doesn't seem as handsome as I thought. Marks whispered with a voice that only he could hear. "What's the matter, little Marks? What are you looking at?" The former senior sister of Charlotte walked up to him and whispered, "That is Darren Criss Sr., this year has been 6th year, he has served since last year." Hufflepuff's boy prefect. "Hey," Marks said, which seems to be a bit different from memory. I was thinking, who is Cedric Sr.? I heard about him before I entered school. It seems to be a very good person. Charlotte suddenly realized, nodded, then smiled and said, "Cedric? Indeed. If it is 2 years, he must be a popular candidate for prefect." Marks looked in the direction of Charlotte, and a handsome boy immediately entered his eyes. On the dining table, Cedric sits at the other end of the long table. No wonder Marks didn't notice. Oh, originally is this way, prefect has a grade limit, and Cedric has not yet become a Hufflepuff boy prefect. That girl prefect? Marks couldn't help but look at the solitary silhouette of Darren Prefect. "Oh, I am." Charlotte laughed and patted Marks's shoulder, then whispered, "I am not used to leading others, so I usually give things to Darren. He seems to be happy to do these things." Marks looked at the beautiful senior sister, who had no formal shape, and shook his head with helpless. Hufflepuff's new students passed the side gallery on the first floor of the Darren Senior, and then went straight down to the basement just below Hogwarts. There is Hogwarts Kitchen behind. If you are hungry at night, you can go there and get something to eat. The house elf will welcome you soon. Charlotte passed his chin while passing a fruit. Still life said, "Just scratch the top of the bear, it will sometimes smile." Very cute. Hufflepuff's common room entrance is not far away, and Marks is a little worried when he looks at the iron hoop that is almost full of walls. "I'm sure everyone saw it, it's a bunch of messy big barrels," Darren laughed. "And our Hufflepuff's common room entrance is in these barrels. Of course, I don't want everyone to open the lid and climb in." "Ernie, the bucket you picked is too small." Darren stopped Ernie's attempt at a suspicious wooden barrel and continued, "Please pay attention. The common room entrance to our Hufflepuff house is the only common room entrance for Hogwarts that has a magic that rejects the infiltrate. The way to open it is very simple. You just need to take out your wand, then hit the bottom cover of the middle 2 vats in the second row with the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff and the lid will automatically rotate." Darren spoke, pulling out his own wand and hitting a few times back and forth on the bottom cover of one of the 2 barrels. Suddenly, the 2 bottom covers were automatically rotated in different directions. Then, the entire bucket was moved, and an irregular door immediately appeared in front of the new student. Darren looked at everyone with a commotion and amazement, and there was some proud smile on his face. He waited for a while before continuing. "However, there is one thing that everyone should pay attention to. The common room entrance of our Hufflepuff house is the only common room entrance for Hogwarts that has the magic of the infiltrate. If the wrong cover is knocked, or the rhythm of the knock is wrong, the illegal invasion. The person will be poured over the top of the barrel and applied with magic vinegar. Having said that, Darren shrugged. Trust me, that kind of feeling you will never want to give it a try. The smell of vinegar is difficult to wash off, and you can smell the kind of people through to 100 meters. The roots are soft and sour. Ernie, hearing this, immediately shook his body and suddenly gave a great gratitude to Darren Sr., who just stopped him from self-destructing. Charlotte Sr.'s sister, if this method is known to others, isn't it useless? Marks asked, a little puzzled. This is one of our Hufflepuff's biggest secrets. No one wants to say it. Charlotte spread his hand. Hufflepuff's common room and dormitory have never been seen by outsiders for more than 1,000 years. We know how to hide, how to protect ourselves, just like our emblem. Marks looked up and looked at the emblem on the wall of the common room. The cockroach on it was faintly radiant, low and calm. Hufflepuff, honesty, perseverance, honesty, and fearlessness. Marks chewed the nameplate on the nameplate below the emblem, and the wandering color of the separate house returned to his face. If it is me, it will be necessary. When will the method of entering here be revealed? He also felt that he was not sure about this issue. Hufflepuff's common room is a round, low-slinged room with a touch of earthy scent. Magic is applied here. The sun is always shining during the day, and the night is fluorescent. Swinging grass and dandelions can be seen through the round windows. There are many bright copper ornaments in many places, and there are many plants hanging from the ceiling or placed on the windowsill. Head Pomona Middle. Professor Sprout is responsible for teaching herbology. She always brings the most interesting specimens to decorate this. A room that is too big but very warm. Everyone sitting here or standing here is like relaxing at home. Hufflepuff is the largest house in Hogwarts, but it is also the most united house in the interior. There has been little change in the millennium, which has to make other houses very surprised. After a while, the new students went to dormitory to rest, and today they are busy all day. These little guys are tired. At night, Marks leaned back in his bed and opened the textbook again to read it. Some of his roommates were already asleep, but he was not too sleepy. In these 2 months, he has basically adapted to the normal schedule, but today he can't sleep. His mind has been repeating everything he sees today. Although he is very calm, it does not mean that his heart is as stable. Although he held the book in a row and looked at it word by word, he barely remembered it in his heart. He went to sleep late in the night and went to sleep quietly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 9. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 9. The next morning, Marks was the first to wake up. He couldn't figure it out himself. It was obvious that he fell asleep late last night until late at night, so he woke up so early. He was thinking, this is mostly related to Luna's little girl. When she was staying at her house, every morning he faced a variety of wake-ups, but the little girl who seemed to be awkward seemed to enjoy it. Unconsciously, he has developed this bad habit to wake up. Starting today, I am going to class. Hufflepuff's course branch is mostly arranged with Ravenclaw, and correspondingly, the Gryffindor class will be with the Slytherins. This has the advantage that in the absence of Harry Potter, Snape will be relatively less violent. Now start to name. Snape is still the look of the oil and salt, and there is no smile on his face. He squinted at the name on the roster and didn't look at the students. When he finished his name, he scanned his students with his indifferent and empty black eyes. In his eyes, Marks saw something similar to the tramps who lost their lives and lost their dreams on the streets of Torpant. Eyes. No. Marks secretly denied in his heart. His eyes are more thorough than the tramp. It's just like the eyes of a dead person, cold, empty, full of life. Living as a child in the dark world of Britain for so long, Marks relies on the disguise of himself and the means of trying to figure out the psychology of others. But now, Marks found that he couldn't get any information on Snape, which made him the first idea to stay away from this person. The danger of leaving the unknown is the most effective means of protecting yourself. In the dark world, this famous saying has always been circulated. Mr. Lawn, do you seem to have different opinions about my remarks? Just as Marks stared at Snape's eyes, the other person seemed to find something like looking towards him. Then frowns started talking. "Oh, no, I mean, I really like potion to learn this course, but the theory it involves is very complicated. I really hope that Professor Snape, you can help me answer some of the doubts I encountered in my preview." In a hurry, Marks was held by his thoughts and rarely recognized. However, he does have a lot of questions to get the answer of the authority, so it can't be said that it is nonsense. Yesterday in Hufflepuff's common room, Marks asked Darren Sr. about a lot of information about each professor. To say Snape, although almost no student likes him, his achievements in both the potion and the curse are undeniable. Just looking at his potions Grandmaster titled by the International Magic Teachers Association and the Britain Ministry of Magic is enough to make him have his own place in the global magic circle. In the book Advanced Potion Making, there are many ways to prepare potions that he has improved, although no one knows about it at the moment. However, Snape didn't appreciate Marks's words. He was laughed coldly, if that was a laugh, then a scornful tone. "Oh, is it? It might be worth mentioning, but if it's just if you have a boring question, then Hufflepuff may have to deduct a score. I will repeat it here. In my class, I don't welcome students to ask questions." Marks hearing this can't help but swallow. Fortunately, other Hufflepuff students don't seem to care about deduct points. Instead, they are looking at him with worried eyes. It seems that the safety of the student is much more important than that of the house. Marks glanced around and couldn't help but feel a good impression on the house while sighed in relief. Until now, he first felt the feeling of being assigned to Hufflepuff. Cough. He cleared his throat and set himself up. This raised the most confusing question he encountered while reading the book Magical Drafts and Potions. "Professor Snape, when I previewed the part of the hypnotics, I found that a quantitative constant in the formula of the formula did not specify exactly in the actual ratio process, which made me puzzled. I am not sure that it's not a mistake." Marks said, his brow wrinkled, which was the most obvious sign he put into it. When discussing the knowledge he cares about, he usually forgets the environment and the object of dialogue. This is a bad habit. Fortunately, Snape didn't show impatientness about it. He stared at Marks for a moment, and then he spoke. "I will talk about the part of hypnosis. As long as you listen carefully, you won't ask this question again." Snape said coldly. He never looked at Marks again, but turned to a wand, knocked on the blackboard, and immediately displayed a line of text and formula. "Sit down, you can sit down." Inla, sitting next to him, pulled Marks's sleeve and whispered, "I didn't expect it. I heard that Professor Snape is the toughest professor of Hogwarts." He said the points of the deduction can never be retained. Marks didn't have any luck with it. He really cares about that question. The 2 potion classes were finished in the underground classroom, and after Professor Snape said the words, the students could not wait to leave. In this classroom, in addition to a large number of animal organ specimens and a cold-looking Snape, there is no one else, and the entire classroom is full of unpleasant atmosphere. The quantitative constant is not useful, it is a mistake left in history. As Marks passed the door, he saw Snape standing outside the door, and after leaving this sentence, he took a big step and left. Marks looked at Snape's back and felt that his big cloak was opening in the wind as he walked, like a big bat walking. That picture made him laugh a little. "It doesn't seem to be as difficult to communicate as I imagined," Marks thought secretly. Of course, in fact this is not as simple as Marks thought. Snape waited at the door and left this answer, actually because of Marks's problem, which happened to be one of the opportunities for Snape to indulge in potion. In other words, Snape also had this question in the student era. It's no coincidence that this is a coincidence, and Marks doesn't think about it at the moment. Next to the potion class is Professor Defense's Defense Against the Dark Arts course with some fat in the back. But there is nothing to say about that class. In addition to the body of the garlic-smelling and stuttering Professor Quirrell himself, the empty and boring course content is quite sad. Marks really doesn't understand how a person can solve the story of reviving zombie so sly and falsely suspicious. I heard that Quirrell was a good student with good grades during his student days. Don't talk about the potion lesson and the defense against the dark arts lesson. And what Marx is most interested in is the charms who are responsible for Professor Flitwick of Goblin bloodline. Although the professor is short because of bloodline, he is a good professor worthy of respect. In his class, there are no strict requirements. Students can even freely move. Even if the students are joking with him, he will not have any dissatisfaction. However, when Professor Flitwick explained in detail to Marx immediately apologized to the professor for his maddening problems in the book Magical Theory. This year's dual champion was really not covered. His application of insights and techniques made Marx of a different understanding of the magic foundation theory of this world. After several explanations, it was like opening a Marx fan new door in general. Thank you, distinguished Professor Flitwick. Marx always gives sincere respect to the subjects who impart their knowledge. Professor Flitwick smiled and patted Marx's arm. Apparently he was not convenient enough to reach someone else's shoulder. He said kindly, "It's not so serious. The theory is boring, and only with the actual application we'll have a deeper understanding. But you are still the most profound student of the new student in this session. And like the Gryffindor's Miss Granger, it is quite good." Later, Marx learned some information about Hermione from Professor Flitwick's mouth. When he heard Hermione's range of learning, he couldn't help but smile. She saw too many books, which is not good for understanding and using. In Marx's view, the foundation is thoroughly understood to lay the most solid foundation for further study and research. Even genius needs to be step by step. Not to mention that he is very clear that he is not a genius, and Hermione may not be. As for the remaining classes, what Marx hates most is not the history of magic, which most students are extremely annoyed with, but the celestial observations every Wednesday night. That is the practice of astronomy. To Marx, except for the knowledge about magic, the means of observation, recording, and calculations are far worse than the mole's research on this aspect. The most important thing is that this class is not very useful in today's magic circle. This makes pragmatists like Marx extremely painful about this course. Hey, I heard that you refuted his theory in Snape's class. Is this true? At herbology, everyone was fertilizing some harmless and mild health plants in the first greenhouse. Suddenly Ron came together and asked Marx happily. Marx noticed that not far away, Hermione holding a small shovel seemed to put her attention on this side, and it seemed that she was very concerned about this issue. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 10. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 10. This herbology is one of the few courses in the school year that was attended by Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Although there may be changes in the next school year, it is the most appropriate time to get Marx close to Harry Trio. Speaking of Harry, the boy who is not dead, is now struggling to fight the flobberworm on the stems and leaves. Yes, that's right. That is the kind of weak-lie existing Michael Kona student who swallowed it when he was a child. They especially like lettuce, but they are generally eaten by plants. When Ron squeezed over and asked Marx about his Snape deal in the potion class, Marx was wondering about the caterpillar. These guys can be 10 inches long, not much shorter than Marx's wand. Heaven knows how Michael swallowed it when he was a child. Is it broken and eaten again? Marx thought for a moment and shuddered. What is bitten and eaten again? Are you thinking about eating for lunch? Ron looked at Marx in confusion, and then said, "Don't worry about lunch, let me talk about it." How do you provoke Snape's? We have to start his class tomorrow. I heard the seniors say that he is always only leaning towards the students in his house, and he doesn't know if it is true. Marx came back to his senses and shook his head with helpless. Who told you that I provoked Professor Snape? Isn't this a courting death? He explained the situation briefly, but Hermione couldn't help but also come together. Hey, I said, does Professor Snape really say that? Hermione was a little excited. That's the pharmacological formula of arsenal jig. Its authority. How can he just say that it's a mistake? Immediately, Hermione calmed down and looked at Marx apologetically. Sorry, I am not saying that there is anything wrong with questioning the authority, but she's stunned, and she was a bit suspicious. I mean, is the quantitative constant really a constant? It should be right. Marks nodded and then whispered to Hermione. Hermione plugged in a few words while listening, but it seemed a bit convinced. What are they talking about? Ron turned his head and asked Harry. Probably the content of the potion class. Harry had already tossed up at this point, and a flobberworm struggled in his gloved right hand, but he couldn't escape the evil claws that blocked it. So, we have to learn those. I mean, what are they talking about? Ron hesitated and listened to a few more words, then looked back at Harry. Harry shook his head. He only knew that he couldn't understand. Should. No? Ron, hearing this once again, looked at Marks and Hermione in a whispering discussion, and then gave up and generally continued to bury their heads to fertilize the medicinal herb. Marks, which has always been clean and tidy, and Hermione, which is always messy. This combination is rare, he whispered, puzzling. Then, Marks, who has been unable to get up in bed, is actually a good student. Marks lived in the burrow for a while when he didn't start school. Ron thinks he is still very familiar with him. Although it looks smart and calm, it is actually lazy in nature and still depends on the bed. The result seems to be not what he imagined. He once thought that he had found a good partner similar to himself. Maybe, can you ask for help in the future homework? Ron suddenly popped up the idea. At least he thought the idea was great. Behind the herbal practice class is the broom flight class that many people are looking forward to. This course is Marks and they are with Ravenclaw. Marks is naturally looking forward to this course that allows people to fly freely in midair, but he is not sure if he will run into any difficulties. Honestly, his sense of direction is not very good. If he flies into the sky, he will not really find the north. The first lesson of the broom flight class was on the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle, where there was a slightly concave flat surface, and the grass on the ground swayed with the breeze, looking like a vibrant look. Looking east to the east, you can see the edge of a black forest, the tall canopy swaying with the wind, making the sound of wha wha. The Hufflepuff's little guys are already on the field, and they watch Ravenclaw's students coming back and forth. And broom flight class teacher Madam Hooch is urging loudly to let them go faster. Well, what are you waiting for? She snapped. Everyone stands next to a broomstick. Fast, fast, hurry. Madame Hooch's short grey hair was built like a steel needle, and the wind could not be blown. The two eyes were yellow and looked like an eagle who was strictly supervising the young bird. Marks chose a pleasing eye from the brooms that were neatly arranged on the ground, standing quietly beside it, watching other students rush to find their place to stand. Extending the right hand and placing it on the broom, Madam Hooch shouted in front, and then said, "Get up, get up." In the strict tone of Madam Hooch, everyone seems to have been affected, and even the words are exceptionally neat. The broom was very obedient and found himself in the hands of Marks. He felt the strange and fresh taste of it, and it seemed that it was not bad. However, other students may not have been so smooth. Some brooms jumped a little on the spot, and some rolled on the ground. Ernie's broom even went straight to the air and made his palms red. It seems that this stuff seems to be related to the innate talent. After all, it is only a few people who can fall into the hands of the normal. Next, Madam Hooch showed them how to ride the broom without slipping from the head. She walked around the team, corrected the hand grips for the students, and criticized the people who always did not do it from time to time. Well, then I whistled, and you slammed your legs and left the ground, slamming hard, said Madam Hooch. Stable the broom, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall back to the ground. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 0. Marks looked at the ground farther and farther away from himself, and couldn't help but marvel at it. This feeling was really unprecedented. Madam Hooch walked back and forth, observing everyone's situation. Of course, there are still many people who can't fly at all. The brooms don't seem to listen to them, but there are no special circumstances. Mr. Lawn, you are more than I said. Madame Hooch moved towards Marks, shouted loudly, "Go down, pay attention to safety." Marks groaned and found that he seemed to fly higher than everyone else. He quickly leaned forward in accordance with what Madame Hooch had just said, and the broom immediately fell down. "Good job." Madame Hooch patted Marks's shoulder. "The first thing a newbie should pay attention to is safety. Step by step is the right choice." Marks nodded, but my heart is thinking, you will see Neville and Harry flying in the next week. Of course. The former is literally, Madame Hooch, I was thinking, if a newbie accidentally fell off the broom, what should I do? Marks suddenly turned his mind and said, he is still a bit fond of Neville, a fat boy who is always nervous. Let Damo Hooch be mentally prepared in advance or his arm will not break. It is estimated that it must be very painful, otherwise Marks will not remember the scene until now. With the levitation charm, don't worry, Madame Hooch replied, thinking she was worried about her injury. If it was too late, Madame Pomfrey at the school hospital would cure him, and her potion has always been effective. Oh, thank you for your answer. Marks pretended to be relieved and politely expressed his gratitude. Of course, this is just a small episode in the study of life. For Marks, it is just a matter of hand, and he forgets it in a blink of an eye. It feels great. With the permission of Madame Hooch, Marks got a chance to fly low. This is how he took a good job to apply for it, and he is cool now. The wind rushed to the face, passing over Marks's ear, and slamming his robe. In Marks's control, the broom took his left and right, and looked like a shark sprinting in the water. Although this shark is a bit too close to seabed. Be careful. Slow down, fast, do as I said. Madame Hooch shouted underneath. But Marks's ear was full of wind, and it was audible. After a while, Marks, who had become addicted, finally slowed down. He yanked his broomstick and dropped his head, drawing a beautiful arc in midair. Not yet. Marks found that Madame Hooch's face was not quite right. He immediately understood where the problem was. In the second half of the test, his speed seemed too fast. Even if these brooms are bargains for practice, some seem to have some messy problems, but they are also qualified products, not children's toys for small children. Sorry, Madame Hooch. Marks immediately bowed his head and apologized. I was a little bit smug. I didn't expect this flight to feel so good. I didn't pay attention. Madame Hooch stared at Marks for a moment, then sighed. I just said that it is gradual. But you are flying well. After you have studied Quidditch safety precautions, you may be able to fly a few more times. I believe you will find that it is a right choice to fall in love with the Quidditch movement. This is Madame Hooch, who treats everyone and things as strict, fair, responsible, and most importantly, she loves the Quidditch movement from the heart. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 11. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 11. The next morning, on Hufflepuff's dining table, Marks yawned and slapped his mouth to slice the white bread, and even the jam was forgotten. The uniform of the school uniform robes was also slanted by him. At first glance, he was arbitrarily put on, and this sly appearance was a little less than the normal style of his normal. Hey, little junior, how sleepy, didn't you sleep last night? Carefree's Charlotte's senior sister apparently didn't care about other people's dresses, although she always dressed up beautifully. Oh. Yeah, a little. Marks was nodded languidly, his eyelids twitching, and it seemed that he would fall asleep next time. What kind of girl is thinking about? Charlotte's senior sister took the opportunity to say, well, I miss you. Marks replied instinctively, and said that he yawned again. Miss Charlotte obviously did not expect that the goods could quickly counterattack even when they were half sleeping and half awake, and they could not help but reveal the appearance of I have served you. Oh, let's wake up, I'm going to have a class in a while. She raised her hand and slammed into the back of Marks. Marks was shocked and jumped up, even the bread in her mouth fell on the dining table. I said, senior sister, don't you have to be so embarrassed? Marks grinned, and he felt that there must be a reddish palm print on his back. Just then, The owls came. Marx looked up and watched the large group of owls flying in the dining hall, throwing their parcels or letters on the recipient's lap. That said, my family Marfario is in the dormitory all day. It doesn't even want to go to the school's owl house, except for eating and sleeping. It's almost never used. Marx suddenly realized that he usually patted his thigh. What do I buy for it? It seems that I have to find something to do with it. Just as Marx pondered to let his own owl go out, a black shadow flew from the gate of the dining hall, scaring the other owls apart. Ah? Marx heard the sound again, and saw his own owl Marf swooping toward himself, then threw a big parcel on the open space behind Marx like a bomber, making a hong loud. Hey! Marf screamed, then landed on the dining table and picked up another piece of bread from the Marx plate. This is your owl? Charlotte's senior sister stared curiously at Marf. It's really strong. I want to raise one like this. Where did you buy it? Nocturne Alley's giant spider, Marx replied casually, pulling out a list of the parcels. Hey! My book at Flourish and Blots arrived. This is Marx's first few days before the start of the school. He specially ran a book by Flourish and Blots, some books about potion and herbology. Although the books he ordered can be found in the library books will not allow you to scribble on them. Charlotte took a look and looked surprised. Small Junior, are you going to finish all the courses at Hogwarts in first year? Marx put the book on the parcel and said how it might be. He picked up the big parcel and walked to the common room. He had to put the books back into the dormitory before class. Harry screamed at Marx as he passed the Gryffindor's long table. Hey, Marx, Hagrid told me to go to him to have tea. Can't you go? He asked, waving the note in his hand to Marx. When? Marx said, this afternoon, around 3 o'clock. Harry replied, I have a class in the afternoon. You asked Hagrid for me. I will change my time to see him. Harry nodded, then squatting on the table and writing something to the back of the note, he gave it to Hedwig and sent it out. This morning, it is the first section of Hufflepuff Transfiguration. The professor of Transfiguration is Minerva McGonagall, who, like Snape, is a strict instructor. But unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall treats all 4 houses equally, and she will punish any student who violates the rules. Therefore, although most of the students are afraid of the senior female professor who is always on the face, it is a kind of fear of the 100%. I believe that there are definitely a few students who respect her from the heart. Professor McGonagall's teaching methods have always been concise and effective. Just after class, she gave all the students present a horse. Transfiguration is your most complicated and dangerous spell in the Hogwarts course, she said. Anyone wants to be naughty in my class, I will ask him to go out and never let him come in again. I've said it with every new student. I hope you keep it in mind as a warning. Then she turned her desk into an elk and changed back. Most of them are attracted by this magical magic, and naturally it is one. In fact, Marx is probably one of the students who can best understand the difficulty. He learned this from A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. So far, Marx has read several textbooks required by the school, and he thinks that the most difficult thing is to count the course. The difficulty of Transfiguration depends not only on the study of the principle of the wizard, but also a starting point. To be truly skilled in using Transfiguration, the biggest difficulty lies in the thorough understanding of the nature of objects before and after the change. The wizards who study Transfiguration not only have to study the physical properties of objects, but also have the highest level of understanding and control over the magical properties of objects. This is very complex and profound, and can be said to be endless. For example, if the wizard just started can turn a match into a needle of almost the same size, then the Transfiguration Master can turn the match into various models, various materials and even various textures. Keep it for hundreds of years. Of course, apart from the difference in precision and consumption, the biggest difference lies in the understanding of it. This is a very time-consuming long-term research course, and Marx finds that there is no shortcut in it, and it can only be accumulated by daily study and research. In class, Marx turns a feather assigned to him into a metal symbol. He still doesn't control the shape of the object very well, but Professor McGonagall still nodded to him. It is a very good performance for the original scholar to make the object change qualitatively. In the afternoon, there is another sleepier history of magic lesson. Professor Binns always uses his tedious tone to talk about the bleak magic circle of major historical events. The unfeeling way of giving lectures made almost all students uninterested in this class. Marx can hear with keen pleasure, because he found out that the contents of Professor Binns were not actually published, but were sorted out in a very organized way, and occasionally there were some things that were missed in the textbooks. I believe that this respectable Hogwarts only one after another ghost professor will prepare lessons for his class every night. Of course, this may also be because Ghost does not need to sleep at all, which makes him spend a lot of time. If you don't do anything, you will definitely be bored and want to die again. I heard that Professor Binns was a professor of a history of magic at Hogwarts during his lifetime, until he came to teach one day, and he was obsessed with forgetting his body. Ernie, sitting next to Marx, whispered, "As you said, Professor Binns not only contributed to the teaching career for the rest of his life, but even after the death, he continued to maintain this extremely difficult persistence." Marx nodded, said, "Listen to what you said, it is true." Ernie snorted and found that it seemed to be the case. He couldn't help but stand up and listen to the class seriously, but it didn't take long before he fell down again. The course itself was too boring. The course of a history of magic may be extremely difficult for other students, but Marx feels that time has passed. "Marx, where are you going?" "Don't go to the common room. Will you play chess next time?" Ernie was a little surprised. The History of Magic classroom is on the second floor. The little dormitory's little ones exchanged various gossip information and went downstairs. Only Marx was embarking on the upward ladder. "Oh, I have to go to the library, there is a bit of information to check," Marx said back, but there was no pause at the foot, and soon the stairs that disappeared automatically disappeared into Ernie's sight. The library on the 5th floor of the main Hogwarts main building is a huge monster with a huge collection of books. Here, you can find almost all the magic books that are on the market or have been released in the past. Of course, there is a large area called the restricted section, which cannot be borrowed without the headmaster or the signature of Professor Defense Against the Dark Arts. The administrator of the library is Madame Pince, thin, old and irritable, and looks like an old vulture whose character is violent because of hunger. She regards the books in the library as her life and will drive out any students who attempt to alter and destroy the books. In her opinion, these baby books are her imprisonment. If possible, it is best if no one comes in. It's only a short time after class. There are only a few Gryffindor's annuals in the library. Their house did not schedule classes this afternoon. Magical creatures. Magical creatures. Here, Marx picked up his feet and pulled out a book called People's Magical Habits and Origins from the high bookshelf. He immediately stood there and began to page through pages. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 12. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 12. Found it. Marx couldn't help but feel happy to quickly access the information he wanted. He looked at the contents of the book line by line, silently reading in his heart. Fairy, Ministry of Magic Classification, 20. The fairy's hands are holding a branch-like wand. At noon that day, Marx couldn't wait to open one of the books he ordered, a potion book called Potion. This is an old book published in the 16th century. If he saw it on an old book in flourish and blots, he was estimated to have missed it. In this potion book, Marx saw a very interesting material. The wings of the fairy. This is a rather rare potion material, although the fairy does not die because of the loss of wings, but they are naturally willing to let people take their wings. The wings of the fairy have a unique magical nature that allows the fairy to shine when it needs to show off, and also allows the fairy to hide where he needs to hide. If you can use this wing as the main material for blending, you might be able to formulate a very special stealth potion. Marx couldn't help but be speculated. How to make a person invisible? This is a very attractive question. In addition to the intricately crafted invisibility cloak and the difficult disillusionment charm, only a few potions can achieve the effect of an adult wizard relatively perfectly hiding its body shape. And these magic potions, without exception, are very expensive. Some of their ingredients are quite difficult to find. This gave Marx the "why don't you develop a new stealth pot yourself?" which seems like some unrealistic ideas. Although Marx himself knows that he may not be sure, he sees this as an opportunity for self-challenge. The opportunity is to create it yourself. Marx always thinks so. Excuse me. Do you know where the books on how to cultivate valerian are placed? Just as Marx was preparing to put the book in his hand back on the shelf, he suddenly heard a slight voice behind his back. Because the sound was too light, it made Marx illusion that maybe I got it wrong. In order to confirm this idea, he went back and confirmed it. "Hey, what did you say?" Behind Marx, a young girl, covered in a large Slytherin robes, stood quietly on the front. On her head, she wore a wide-brimmed pointed hat and covered her face for a large part. Marx could only see a pair of pink, delicate lips. "Excuse me. Do you know where the books on how to cultivate sedges are placed?" The petite young girl repeated the words just mentioned, and the tone of no ups and downs reminded Marx of the Professor Binns who taught a history of magic. "Oh, herbology's books should be there." Marx subconsciously pointed to the opposite bookshelf area not far from here. Bone barely fell. The Slytherin's mysterious young girl immediately turned and walked over there, not even saying thank you. "What's the situation?" Marx stared at the back of the young girl, feeling a sense of disregard. It seems that in the eyes of that young girl, Marx is like a tree on the side of the road, and there is no need to be noticed. He thought for a moment with his head, at least in his memory, did not find the existence of this mysterious Slytherin young girl. "Well, forget it. If you have a chance to ask, you will know. It should be the new student of this session." Marx shook his head and walked to the library area where Potion learned. "Maybe I will come to the library often in the future." He found that the amount of books collected here is really amazing. If you search for it carefully, there will be no small gains. In the next few days, Marx, in addition to working with other students in the classrooms of various subjects, spent most of his rest in the library on the 5th floor. Most of the time, students coming to the library can see such a scene. At a long table near the potion and herbology bookshelves, one location is always overwhelmed by a large number of books. Those books are either large or small, thin or thick, but most of them are theoretical books that will be borrowed by seniors and even teachers. The librarian, Madame Pince, usually stares at the location not far away, as if the person sitting there is trying to invade her child. Her eyes are sharp and angry. If you want to figure out who is sitting there, you have to go around to see it clearly, because the book has been completely blocked by the book. Inadvertently, Marx has become a topical figure among Hogwarts students. This is not only because of his eye-catching moves in the library, but also because he is the only one after another non-Slytherin student who can say a few words to Snape and is not ridiculed. In this regard, even Miss Know-It-All, who has excellent grades in the potion class, can't do it. That's just because Hermione is a Gryffindor. When Ernie spoke to Marx about the rumor, Marx shook his head and replied, "As a student, Miss Granger is undoubtedly quite good, and Marx has to be sure of her great efforts." But that's the sentence. He doesn't think that this kind of learning method is a suitable choice, especially when you are a wizard. During this time, the more in-depth study, the more he affirmed this point: magic knowledge is too big and too esoteric. An in-depth study of the discipline of potion alone may exhaust his life. When a person is immersed in something, time is passing very fast. Unconsciously, 1 week passed by. During this time, Marx did not meet the mysterious Slytherin young girl again, but his understanding of potion was triumphant. For those potion books that I ordered, Marx is already fully immersed. and he has a lot of major breakthroughs about the new stealth potion. Marx has reached a conclusion about the study of how the wings of the fairy achieve the effect of disappearance. This is a new type of environmental invisibility that is different from the optical stealth of the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm, as well as several ancient potion formulas, sensing blocking stealth. This is undoubtedly a very effective means of stealth. Although you have not changed objectively, others cannot feel your existence. But this is really expensive. Marx slammed on the table with no strength, sighed. In his calculations, he found that if a wizard is to completely cover up its existence, the amount of wings in the formula must reach a very high value. The wings of the fairy is an 8 galleon, 3 copies are 24 galleon, plus other ingredients and catalytic agents. The cost of a finished product is enough for 43 galleon. Counting here, Marx's sighed again. It's just robbery. Wait, why do I have to worry about this? Suddenly, Marx found himself when he found the new continent. The library is forbidden. Madame Pinces hysterically yelled. She doesn't care if she doesn't care. Not far away, a few girls from Ravenclaw whispered there. Marx apologized to Madame Pince and then sat back in the pile of books. No doubt. What does a new potion with practical effects mean? This means wealth. Marx's potion is already cheap enough compared to the rarity and cost of the only few stealth potions available in the entire magic circle. The price of rare potions has always been high, and the potion's grandmaster, such as Snape, which created and improved several precious potion formulas with remarkable effects, is quite popular. If it weren't for Snape, who had too many stories and was not here, it would have been a long time to be a dedicated consultant at a potion producer or aristocratic home. No money. Since ancient times, which potion's grandmaster is really lacking money? As long as the sales channel is carefully selected, it is certainly more than enough for the gold galleon, not to say that it is rolling in and just supporting him to continue his research. Speaking of trading, this is what Marx is best at. Early the next morning, he asked Marf to send him a shopping list, and he immediately began to try to prepare the potion. Before this, there are several problems that will be encountered in the actual preparation, which must be solved first. During the lunch break, Marx first sounded that almost no one would take the initiative to ring Professor Snape's potions professor office door. Who is still the gloomy and indifferent tone, so that the visitors feel that they are not welcome by the owner. Professor Snape, it's me, Marx McLawn. Coming. The voice inside was paused, and this replied. Marx turned the doorknob to open the dark room of this gloomy sen, and then walked in quickly. Professor Snape, I have a few questions about potion that I want to ask you. I hope I didn't bother you. Marx cautiously worded and made himself as polite as possible. Snape looked at him with a look of expression, and then with a hint of impatientness, ask. In fact, I encountered several questions during the study of potion books. For example, regarding the second law of Hilst, what kind of anti-magic reaction will occur in the actual preparation process, so that the original medicinal liquid can maintain a stable magic power form? Marx nodded and quickly raised the problem. Humphrey Snape, hearing this, not by frowning coldly, snorted. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 13. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 13. You should understand that this is not a problem that first-year students should be exposed to. Snape frowned and stopped, but continued. Since you can ask this question, you must be clear about the principle of reaction to the reaction. It is only necessary to reverse the agitation to interrupt the anaerobic reaction at the exact time to add the subsequent ingredients, and does not need to barely maintain the magic power form of the original medicinal liquid. The next question. In the following, Marx asked a few questions he had encountered, but he was keenly aware that Snape did not show the impatientness he imagined, but instead answered the question one after another. No problem to ask. Go out. After Marx had asked the question, Snape reverted to the original incompetent look and drove Marx out of his office. Standing at the corner of the hallway outside the office door, Marx couldn't help but relax. To be honest, He really didn't want to be too close to Snape. For him, facing an invisible person is more terrifying than anything else. Speaking of it, in fact, the person he dare not approach is undoubtedly Dumbledore. After a little recollection of my words and deeds in Snape's office, Marks left quickly after discovering that there was nothing wrong with it. After unraveling the difficulties that will inevitably be encountered in several practical operations, the next thing will be much easier. He only needs to make up the missing tools, find a quiet and uninhabited place, and start experimenting with it. Hagrid's hunting lodge, a good choice, Marks said to himself, turning to the door. It's just not going to class this afternoon. Go see Hagrid. Today is a good weather, and the wind is a bit bigger than the previous days. Looking up is a blue sky, and people's mood has become more cheerful. The air outside the castle is exceptionally fresh, and it's the opposite of Snape's dim office. Marks breathes hard into the fresh air outside. This is the boon of nature that sustains human life. Whether it is a wizard or a mole, it is treated equally. Hagrid's hunting lodge is built not far from Forbidden Forest, passing through the fields and arriving very quickly. Hey, Hagrid. Good afternoon. Marks saw the tall silhouette of Hagrid from afar. Hey, Marks. Yes, good afternoon. Hagrid, hearing this, turned around and smiled happily after seeing Marks. However, he quickly put away a smile, and then said with a serious face, Yes, I am very happy to see you. I also welcome you to come to my cabin as a guest. However, it should be coming to class. Time is up. You should not be here. Yes, to be exact, it's already in class. Marks shrugged. But I have no class today. It turned out to be the case, Hagrid said, nodded. I should have thought of it. The last time I called Harry, they came to pick up their time without class. Come here. Come in. Come in. I will pour you a cup of tea, he said as he walked over the shoulder of Marks and walked into the hut. Oh, the door is a bit small, you are advanced. Woof. Wang woof. The black hound raised by Hagrid moved towards Marks and screamed, and the iron collar on his neck was shaken by Walla. It's called a tooth. It's a bit timid, but it's very close to people. It's a good dog. Hagrid pulled the teeth hard and then gestured to Marks to sit on the couch. When Hagrid went to make tea, Marks looked around the interior of the cottage. There is basically nothing but a fireplace, 2 sofas and a small round table. Okay, Hagrid has to stay inside, so there really is no way to put down too much furniture. Would you like some rock cake? Harry and Ron seem to like them very much. Hagrid turned and asked. No, they are a bit hard. My teeth are not very good recently. Marks quickly refused. You know, it's time to change teeth. Oh, yes, it's a pity. Hagrid nodded, but if you want to solve your waste teeth quickly, the rock cake is actually a good choice. If it's coming down, I might come back to your Hagrid. Marks smiled bitterly. Next, Marks had a chat with Hagrid for an afternoon. From a variety of magical creatures, to Dumbledore, and then to his younger brother Aberforth, I know a lot of messy information. In general, under the guidance of Marks's clever topic, the two talked a lot about topics that Hagrid was interested in. It was a great talk. It wasn't until Marks was about to leave that he stood at the door, seemingly arbitrarily filing his request. Oh, yes, Hagrid, Marks said as if he suddenly remembered something. I don't know if I can come to you to do some potion exercises when I am free. In school, Professor Snape always looks like gloomy stared at me. I couldn't calm down and practice. Hey, Severus. Yes, he always looks like someone else owes him money. Hagrid smiled and nodded. Of course, I welcome you at any time. I spend most of my time here. Okay, thank you. After Marks thanked him, he closed the door and left. Of course, if you can find the responsive room, it is a pity that Marks forgot where it is. Look back and look for it. It's better to find it. As he pondered, he walked toward the castle. For a little while, it's time for dinner. Hogwarts dining time is always the most lively time of the day. At this time, everyone will discuss each other's gossip and feelings while dealing with the food in their respective plates. Today, Marks is no longer in a hurry because he is ready to take a break. I have always been in the library recently, even if I feel mentally tired. My body is already tired. Is her? Marks inadvertently glanced over Slytherin's long table and suddenly saw the mysterious young girl she had encountered in the library. I saw that she was sitting on the edge of the Slytherin long table and ate the pudding in a small mouth. She was too loose in her robes and dragged on the floor, but she didn't care. The surrounding students were talking to each other, and they were very lively. She was alone in this cheerful atmosphere, and no one was going to take care of her. It stands to reason that she sat alone there and should have a considerable sense of violation. Marks found out that she seems to be integrated into the whole environment, not so Oak, but rather that there is no sense of existence at all. In the pleasant atmosphere, the dinner is getting closer to the end. Just as Marks looked at the mysterious young girl's meal and silently left the back, thinking about where she was sacred, he saw Malfoy walked over to Gryffindor. Would you like to eat the last stopped meal, Potter? When did you return to the Mulbite train? You think that the professors haven't noticed this, and there are your little friends who are not with you. Your courage is mostly... Harry said coldly. Marks has come to the side. He looks at Crabbe and Goyle. The look of tall and strong is hard to be called small. The two of them seemed to be scrupulous of the teacher on the guest table. They didn't dare to make it. They had to gloomy face and pinch their fingers. I'm always willing to compete with you alone, Malfoy said. If you don't have opinions, just tonight, the duel between the wizards. Use only wand. No contact. What? I guess you may never hear. Have a wizard duel? He certainly heard of it, Ron said, suddenly turning around. I am his assistant. Who is your assistant? Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle and looked around. Crabbe, he said. It's at midnight. How about we meet you in the prize display room, where we never lock the door? After Malfoy left, Harry and Ron couldn't help but look at each other. What happened to the wizard duel? Harry asked. What do you mean by being your assistant? Oh, if you die, the assistant will go on, Ron casually said, finally starting to eat his already cooled pie. He caught the look on Harry's face and hurriedly added, but you know, people only die when they have a formal duel with the real wizard. You and Malfoy can only make a few sparks to each other at best. You guys the two know too little magic and won't really hurt each other. However, I dare say he thought you would refuse it. If I waved wand and didn't react at all, what should I do? Then throw away the wand and aim a punch at his nose. Ron shrugged. The thief smiled and gave his advice. Sorry, bother. Opposite the long table, Hermione suddenly started talking. Can you let people stop eating here and stop? Ron said. Hermione ignored him but said to Harry, I can't help but eavesdrop on what you and Malfoy said. I knew you would be like this, Ron muttered. You can't go shopping at school in the night. Think about it, if you are caught, how many points will be given to Gryffindor? And you will definitely be caught. You are really too selfish. This is really nothing to do with you, Harry said. Goodbye, Ron continued. Hermione looked at the silhouette of their departure and groaned angrily. Suddenly, she found Marks sitting not far away. Hey, have you heard that? You should stop them too. Since talking to Marks on herbology that day, Hermione has occasionally met Marks in the library, and she usually sits down and talks to Marks about some of the learning problems. For a long time, the two are also familiar. You also saw it. They looked like that, and it didn't help. Marks walked over and spread his hand and said that he couldn't do anything about it. Don't look at Harry. He is usually very amiable. In fact, he is still very embarrassed. He believes that others are very. It's hard to let him make a change. Hermione grinned and brief remark went to the door. When she left, she suddenly turned back and glanced at Marks with a look of resentment. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 14. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 14. At night, the weather is so cool that even if you stay in Hogwarts Castle, it will be a bit cold, and people will not feel the fall of the fall. The portraits on the walls of the corridor are some of the people who are snoring, some are talking to the next door, and some seem to go out and the picture is left. On the 8th floor, in the Gryffindor common room, the students have all gone back to dormitory to sleep, leaving only the fire in the fireplace flashing a faint red light, illuminating the entire common room. Just as Harry and Ron crept through an armchair, they suddenly heard someone talking. "I can't believe you did it, Harry." A flash of light illuminates. It is Hermione Granger. She wore a pair of pink robe and frowns looked at them. "She doesn't look too good." "You," Ron said angrily. "Go back to sleep." "I almost told you the big brother," Hermione replied rudely. "Percy, he is prefect. He will stop it." Harry couldn't believe that there were people who were so nosy. "Let's go," he said to Ron. He pushed away the portrait of the fat lady and climbed in through the hole. "Hermione won't make it so easy." She followed Ron into the hole and pressed her voice down like an angry goose. "Don't you care about Gryffindor? Do you care only about yourself? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup championship again, and I don't want you to lose all the scores I got from the transfer spells from Professor McGonagall." "Go away," Ron impatiently. "Okay, but I warn you, when you take the train home tomorrow, don't forget what I said." "You are so too," Hermione said as she turned to the portrait of the fat lady and wanted to drill back again. "But I found that the paintings I faced were empty." Mrs. Fat probably also went out late at night to go out. "Oh, what do I do now?" she snarled with a scorpion. "That's your problem," Ron said. "We have to go. It's going to be late." But before they reached the end of the corridor, Hermione had already rushed up. "I am going with you." She looked reluctantly. "You are not allowed to go." Ron immediately refused. "Do you think I am willing to go? If I don't go, can't I stand here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds out, then let's go together." Just as Hermione was still talking about something, there was a sudden sound in the shadow of the corner of the corridor, which scared everyone on the scene. "Marks and Neville?" The three men unanimously raised their eyes, which made it clear who was there. Marks ignored the three of them, but instead grabbed Neville's mouth, which was scared. "You are also frightened and flustered. I am not always by your side," Marks whispered. I thought it was the voice of Filch." After Marks let go, Neville was weak. "How are you here?" Ron looked at them and asked curiously. Neville forgot the common room password. Marks spread his hand. "As for me, I'm going to relax and get active. You know, I have been studying the course, and I should take a break. I always don't exercise well, my body will rust." "Marks, you also have to violate the rules of the school." Hermione, hearing this, stared wide-eyed. She was greatly shocked by Marks's remarks. Marks said to her, laughed, "Hermione, don't you want to go together? That is because it's good. Don't care too much. Harry and Ron are going to be a foregone conclusion. I as a friend of mine will naturally share your hardships with you." Marks patted Hermione's shoulder and wore only a pajama. "It looks quite delicate and cute." "Oh, you have to keep warm. It's already autumn, and it's a bit cold at night." He took off his gown and put it on Hermione. "Oh, thank you." Hermione looked at her robe and couldn't help but swallow the complaint that had already reached her mouth. "Sure enough, child, my face is not red." Marks looked and turned to Hermione, who wanted to preach to Ron, secretly thought interesting. Ron looked at his watch and glanced at Hermione angrily, then turned his head and put on a happy expression and said, "If Marks can come together, it's better. You can always help Fred and George avoided the sight of Mother, and maybe helped us avoid Filch. Oh, and his damn cat." Marks couldn't help shrugged after hearing it. "It's not difficult to fool Filch, but Mrs. Norris can't hide. Animals are always very sensitive, especially cats." Having said that, he suddenly pulled out a small glass bottle from his arms and revealed a smile. "Of course, there are always ways." "I know, you always have a way like this." Ron looked at Hermione smugly, as if to show off that he had a useful friend. Hermione opened her mouth and did not speak after seeing Marks. They walked briskly along the corridor, the moonlight sprinkled in from the high window, a path of land across the ground, looking like a unique magic carpet. Every turn, Harry thought he was going to hit Filch or Mrs. Norris. But okay, I don't know if they are lucky, or because Marks has any means. In short, when they hurried down the stairs, came to the third floor, and walked into the prize display room with ease. Everything went smoothly. There is no silhouette of Malfoy and Crabbe here. The crystal glass case displaying the prize shines under the moonlight projected from the window. In the dark, trophies, shields, medals and statues shine with the brilliance of silver and golden, and the silk-woven belts are windless and automatic in the air. Marks curiously looked at the winning nameplates on the bottom, with their respective awards. He was wondering if he should get a prize or something, which would definitely provide some research for his own study. Convenient. The other four were not as relaxed as they were. They moved forward against the wall, their eyes fixed on the door at both ends of the room. Harry took out his wand in case Malfoy suddenly rushed in and fought with him. The time 1 point passed, and no one appeared. He is late. Maybe he is afraid because he is afraid? Ron whispered, but did not want a voice in the next room. Scared them to jump. Harry just lifted wand and heard someone talking. It wasn't Malfoy. Smell everywhere, dear, where they might be hiding. Filch was talking to Mrs. Norris. Harry was terrified. He frantically waved wand to the crowd and told them to follow him as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Marks smirked and walked closer to Filch, almost separated by a single door. In the horrified eyes of others, Marks pulled out his little bottle again. After making a suffocating action, he carefully unscrewed the cork and did not make a slight noise. "Oh, baby, where are you going?" Just outside the door, Filch screamed in surprise, then anxiously chasing Mrs. Norris, who was ignorant of why he ran, and quickly moved away. "Awesome. What potion is this?" Ron smacked and admired, and immediately sneezed. "Oh, this is what it tastes." Marks was busy putting the oak cork back, and it took 2 steps to put out a long breath. "This is not a potion. It's just a little volatility of the medicinal liquid. It's a very irritating smell, and it's quite useful for animals that are sensitive to smell." "Is it the secretion of the gulag ringworm?" Hermione also smelled the residual smell in the air. "Not to lick his nose." "Not just that, you have to adjust the formula for decomposing the neutralization, otherwise it will not be able to dissolve for a few days." Marks smiled. "It tastes too rushing and will leave evidence." "So, have you already planned to violate the rules of the school?" Hermione finally couldn't help it. She whispered, "You can't do this. Your Hufflepuff score is already small enough." "I don't care what house cup. Honor doesn't mean everything." Marks still laughs at he. "And there is always a house to bottom out." "I think this is a good match for Hufflepuff's look purpose." "You can't do this." Hermione seems to be dissatisfied with Marks's ideas. Suddenly, Marks waved to stop Hermione from continuing to speak. "Someone, Filch is back." Marks listened carefully to the side and whispered, "Hey, would you like to try that bottle again?" Ron said subconsciously, "I think let's run first." Marks shook his head and took the lead and ran up in the black corridor. They walked around the doorpost and ran across the corridors, and Marks felt that his direction was getting worse in this dim environment. He couldn't figure out where he was. "Oh, we ran to the charms classroom." Hermione looked at the classroom door not far away, filtering for breath. "I think we've got rid of him," Harry gasped. He leaned against the cold wall and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Neville bent over, mad, snoring and panting. "I think you are also much more athletic." This sprint, but only makes Marks's breathing a little thicker. A teenager who lives alone at the bottom of the society can't do it because he ran a few steps. "I told you," Hermione gasped, grabbed the seam in her chest with her hand, and said intermittently, "I told you." "We have to go back to the Gryffindor Tower," Ron said. "The sooner the better." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 15. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 15. "Malfoy lied to you," Hermione said to Harry. "Do you understand? He didn't plan to meet you there at all. Filch knew someone was going to the prize display room, and Malfoy had told him the news." Harry thought that Hermione might be right, but he obviously didn't want to open up to agree with Hermione. "Let's go." Harry turned to his body. However, things are not that simple. When they had just walked 10 steps, they heard the knob of a door slamming and something smashed out of a classroom in front of them. That is Peeves. As soon as he saw them, he screamed happily. "Shut up, Peeves. I beg you, you will be dismissed from us," Ron bitterly said. Peeves giggled, and it didn't care what Ron was saying. Nasty new student, wandering around in the middle of the night. Hey, 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 mischief, mischief, you will be caught. It mimics Sorting Hat, with a strange tone. Peeves, you want to know how the blood of the silver on Bloody Baron came from? Marks looked for a moment and suddenly started talking. Hey? Peeves was shocked to hear the name, and it was a bit timid. How come? How come? Hee hee, I tell you, Baron has always liked to eat geniuses until his death, and it's the same after his death. Marks's face suddenly became very gloomy, and the tone of the conversation dragged on for a long time, looking a bit gloomy. I just saw him passing by. Have you seen him? Oh no, Peeves screamed and ran across the wall. Oh, Marks, you are so cool, Ron said, and Harry and Neville agreed with nodded. Ghost? Hermione is a bit strange. What does this have to do with Peeves? Is it not a ghost? I asked Bloody Baron. Peeves is a noisy ghost. It's not a ghost. Marks shook his head. It touches the body, and generally ghost can't do this. You talk to Bloody Baron. He looks terrifying, isn't it? Ron was surprised. Marks shook his head again and greeted everyone to walk up and explained with a mouthful, Bloody Baron is a good guy, don't be scared by his appearance. He is always loyal to Hogwarts, no matter what he is before. Alahomora. Others were taken away by his sudden takeout of the wand's act of obscuring the curse. They looked back and saw that they had come to the end of the corridor unconsciously. Advanced to find a place to hide, at least have to avoid fare. Marks said and stopped. What's wrong? Why not go in? Ron asked, lowering his voice. I think. Marks retired. He turned his head and smiled. It might be a better choice to meet Filch. Marks Peng slammed the door back and there was a deafening roar. It's a big dog. Harry seemed to glance before the door closed. Yes, a dog with 3 heads. Marks spread his hand and immediately said, run. As if it were with Marks, the door slammed violently, and the big dog must have slammed it in it. They went back to the hallway and ran away, just flying. Filch must be busy looking elsewhere for them. They didn't see him, and they didn't even care about it, they just thought about fleeing the monster as far as possible. Harry's entire group stopped until he reached the portrait of Mrs. Fat on the 8th floor, only to find that Marks had disappeared. I saw him running downstairs. It should be back to Hufflepuff's dormitory. Hermione gasped. In fact, Marks didn't go back to dormitory directly. Instead, he went to Hogwarts Kitchen to get some food. He didn't eat much at dinner. He ran back and forth, feeling really hungry. For the current Marks, rest is a very extravagant behavior, because he always feels that time is not enough. After the night with Harry and their night tour of Hogwarts, Marks re-entered the study in research. Not only potion, but the progress of other subjects can't be too slow, at least until you reach the level of not being afraid of actual combat. After all, there is another Voldemort in the dark like a tiger watching his prey. He didn't want to have the ability to escape from self-protection when the Death Eater came in. After the stealth potion is configured, he will have to go to the restricted section. If possible, he would like to look at the so-called dark magic to see how it is essentially different from other magic. Time always sneaks inadvertently, and when you look back, you discover that there have been many changes around you. On Halloween, Marks once again met the mysterious Slytherin young girl in the library. Unconsciously, he has spent 2 months in Hogwarts. Excuse me. Do you know where the book on how to cultivate crumpled figs is placed? It is a plain tome with no ups and downs, another problem that is almost the same as last time, and it is standing behind Marks. This made Marks look at the young girl speechlessly, and after a while he pulled out a large number of books piled up in front of him and placed it in front of the seat next to it. I have it here, you can sit down and read. Marks whispered. To Marks's surprise, the young girl obediently pulled out the chair, then lowered the notebook in his hand and sat quietly next to Marx. He thought that this young girl never listened to what others said. After a while, Marx looked at the young girl and flipped the thick book back and forth, holding a pale green quill in the right hand, but not even writing a word on the notebook. "Is there any difficulty?" Marx couldn't help but ask. "There are too many steps, too many words. I don't know where to start." Young girl looked up and said seriously, "Marx, this is the first time I can see the face of this mysterious young girl. The big round eyes, the petite nose, and the delicate skin with almost a kind of transparency, all of which declare that this is quite refined, cute female child. Well, and a few tips from the underarms. Her hair seems to be white, a white that looks extremely unhealthy. She probably didn't like others to see her hair, so she was all stuffed in the pointed hat. Remember it, wrinkled figs, deciduous plants, roots are powerful, winter can survive. Water demand is low, watering interval is 12-week, fertilizer demand is medium, fertilization interval is 35-week. Dragon manure is best." Marx looked over the book and recalled it, then gradually sorted out the content and sorted it out. Young girl doesn't seem to worry about Marx remembering it, using quiet to record it. Marx looked at the young girl and wrote the last letter. "Just want to say something," but see, the young girl suddenly closed the notebook, and then put the book back to the pile of books in front of Marx. Immediately, Marx got up in a strange look, and brief remark left the library. "Come again?" Marx touched his nose and whispered to himself, "Is it too irritating for me, or does she dislike the help of others? Or, it's just too introverted?" Woke up the next morning, Marx smelled the smell of a sweet, roasted pumpkin in the hallway. To be honest, Marx doesn't like pumpkins. He doesn't like all the food made from pumpkins. The slippery taste of pumpkins makes him feel tired. After the first class in the morning, Marx walked through the crowded hallway with everyone. The next section was Professor Flitwick Charms, who had to go upstairs. No wonder everyone can't stand her. Marx suddenly heard Ron's voice in the crowd. To be honest, she is like a nightmare. Then he found a female child slamming into his arms. "Oh, Merlin is on." "I think it's a bit too sudden, I'm not sure." "Hermione?" Marx took a closer look. "This messy long hair, not Miss Granger." "I think she heard you." Marx heard Harry again, but he didn't see where they were. "Oh, yes, sorry." Hermione didn't seem to realize who she had hit. "Oh, nothing, I mean, what happened, Hermione?" Marx looked down at her and found her eyes red. "Who bullied you?" "Ah, Marx, no, nothing." Hermione looked up at him and couldn't wait to run away. Marx looked at Hermione, who soon disappeared into the crowd, feeling a bit confusing. What happened? As the so-called authority fans, when you are in an environment, you will always ignore what is because of the richness of things around you. Until Marx came to the door of the dining hall for dinner today, he inadvertently heard the conversation between the two Gryffindor girls. "Did you see Hermione today?" "I just found Hermione. She has been crying in the women's bathroom and still not letting others comfort her." Marx suddenly came back to his senses, and when he looked at the colorful Halloween decorations in the dining hall, he reacted. Quirrell should have put Troll in here. The third floor. Is it the bathroom of Myrtle? Marx thought quickly and ran back, and it didn't feel right until the second floor. What is the purpose of Quirrell? Oh, Philosopher's Stone. For the past 2 months, Marx has been fully committed to the ocean of magic knowledge, and has almost forgotten the story of Philosopher's Stone. So, where is it convenient to introduce Troll, and it is convenient for him to avoid the crowd to escape. Marx calmed down and thought about it, and soon he came forward with a conclusion. Hermione is in the basement. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 16. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 16. When he hurried down the stairs, he saw Quirrell, who was stumbling and ran to the dining hall. He ran up the stairs leading to the basement and then disappeared at the corner at a very fast speed. It didn't seem to see Marx on the second floor stairs. To pay tribute to the spirit of the Emperor, Marks ran up and stood upright, and kept his feet, and quickly ran to the basement corridor. As soon as he got there, he smelled a complex smell of stinky socks and old toilets that had not been washed for 2 months. This taste is mixed with the pumpkin flavor of the castle. It is really terrible. Marks looked up and saw Troll in the hallway, but the other party didn't seem to notice him. Stupefied, Marks pulled out the wand and gave it a moment. Peng! Troll fell, but Marks stunned. He remembered the books saying that Troll's anti-magicity is good. How can it not be so dizzy? As Marks thought about it, Troll struggled again and climbed up. It seems that Marks remembers that this anti-magic skin is a major feature of the giant. Then, Marks saw the second major feature of Troll. The brain is not good. I saw it looking left and right. Probably the corridor in the basement was too dark, and I have not found any enemies attacking him. Instead, it was like hearing something, using it to force the crowd from the doorway next to it. Immediately, Marks heard a screaming, frightening scream. The IQ is even lower than I thought. It seems that the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them has to be revised. The statement inside is too vague. Marks rushed to the place with full complaints. Hermione. Coming to the door, Marks immediately saw Hermione, who was huddled under the sink, and she was watching the angry Troll shivering. Troll apparently didn't pay attention to the fact that he was more personal. It was striding close to Hermione, and the big wooden stick in his hand was about to reach Hermione. The situation on the scene is obviously in jeopardy, and the levitation charm is obviously too late. Expulso. In a hurry, Marks barely aimed at the stick in his hand and put a blown spell. The big wooden stick came out of Troll's hand and almost flew over Hermione's hair. After playing in the corner, it fell into the toilet cubicle and knocked the partition down. Reducto. As Troll was still stunned by the release of the stick, Marks pointed to Troll's back neck and tried all his strength. I only heard the sound of peng, and there was a big gap in the back of Troll's neck. There was a bloody piece inside, and I could see the broken cervical vertebra. Troll's huge body swayed, then crashed to the ground, and his body twitched a few times. Dash. Marks couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If you're playing elsewhere, it's estimated to be a piece of meat. It's no wonder that this big guy is known for its thick skin. Oh, Marks. Hermione looked frightened and threw herself into Marks's arms. He felt the beauty of the fragrant jade, but he was screaming in his mind, "This little girl, what is the beginning of the years?" Cough cough. It's okay, it's okay. Feeling that the girl in her arms was shaking, he had to temporarily suppress the cranky thoughts in his heart and open his mouth. Speaking of it, Marks doesn't have any special feelings about this Miss Know-It-All. Even if she grows up, who can refuse a heroine who is actively giving her arms? Although it is a cause for the moment, it also makes Marks a bit fluttering. In order to calm down the turmoil, Marks began to whisper something, and vaguely heard inexplicable words such as 3 years and death penalty. Suddenly there was a loud footstep, and both of them held their heads up. Hermione snorted and quickly pushed Marks's chest to make himself as far apart as possible. Apparently the movement was too loud, and the violent crash and Troll's screams attracted people. Hermione. Marks? It was Ron and Harry who looked at everything in surprise and didn't notice Hermione's red face. But they haven't had time to say anything else. Professor McGonagall has already rushed into the bathroom, followed by Snape. And Quirrell is at the end. Quirrell only glanced at Troll and gave a burst of weakness, sitting on a toilet and clutching his chest. Snape walked over and looked at Troll. Professor McGonagall looked at a few people present. Her lips were graceful white, and her eyes were round and clear, and she was obviously in a state of anger. "What the hell are you playing?" Professor McGonagall said, with a cold anger in his voice. Harry and Ron glanced at Marks and saw that he was still holding his wand in his hand. "You are lucky, you haven't been killed by it. Why don't you stay in the dormitory?" Professor McGonagall loudly rebuked. Marks secretly thought is the head of Gryffindor, and the anger is exactly the same as the lion on the emblem. "Oh. Please don't do this, Professor McGonagall. He is looking for me." Marks just wanted to speak and was interrupted by Hermione. "Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall said with a little surprise that in her impression, Hermione Granger was a good student who was extremely compliant with the rules. Hermione finally stood on her soft knees and struggled to stand up. I came to Troll because I thought I could deal with it alone, you know, because I read them in the book and I know them very well. Oh, Hermione, no need to. Marks shook his head and he had just got up. Professor, I was on the way to the dining hall and heard that Miss Granger was in the bathroom. Marks explained, she was not very good because she had encountered some things, so she has not been to the dining hall here. I just wanted to come and comfort her. You know, she is my friend. Marks spread his hand and his face was innocent. Who knows, there will be a troll in Hogwarts. I think this should be checked. Marks glanced at Lodge with a deep impression, but Rocky was screaming and crying, continuing his movie-level performance. Oh, if that is the case. Professor McGonagall looked at them, pondered, then said, Mr. Lorne, you broke Troll's cervical spine with Reductor Curse, didn't you? Snape swept Harry coldly and looked at Marks. Marks's heart was immediately screaming, but the face was nodded. I think so. HMPH. Good for formidable power, but can you explain, where did you learn? Snape gloomily stared at Marks. I don't think there is a curse in the textbook of first year. What? Professor McGonagall looked back at Troll's wound, and it continued to spurt blood until now. I am self-taught. Marks had to tell the truth. The scene just was too urgent, and he didn't have time to think about that many, but only subconsciously picked a useful mantra. At this point, he can only be thankful that he is still far from mastering Unforgivable Curse. Otherwise, just now, if you don't pay attention to the green light, it is estimated that you have to deal with Azkaban Go with Dementor. Scorpio, you have to know, you are first year. Professor McGonagall seems to be here back to his senses. She is busy rushing over and turning Marks around. It seems that she is more concerned about the physical condition of her students than the mantra. Marks. Hermione looked at Marks with a worried look, and her classification of the mantra was clear. The curses of the curse class are all dark magic, but this requires strong negative emotions to be successfully released. Even the 3 unforgivable curse are in this category. It's just different from other curses. The reason why Unforgivable Curse is unforgivable is because Killing Curse and Cruciatus Curse have no corresponding curse. Imperious Curse is because of its very disturbing curse feature. It can be completely control a person's mind and body. Fortunately, it's just a little bit off. I mean, Mr. McLawn, you have to make a reasonable explanation for your actions. Professor McGonagall seems to be sighed in relief, and immediately realizes that it is not right. Face. Oh, I think my progress may be a bit faster. I mean, I like learning, and... Marks deliberately looked at Hermione. I hope I can protect the people I want to protect. Hermione, hearing this, the face cannot help but red. And Professor Harry and Ron round Professor McGonagall did not react. It seems that girls have always been more mature than boys, and this argument makes sense. Professor McGonagall looked at Marks and couldn't help but curl up. In her opinion, the appearance of Marks, a small adult, looks awkward and can't help. Snape looked back and forth between Marks and Hermione, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Professor McGonagall, if there is no Marks to save me, I am afraid I have already been eaten by Troll. Hermione pleaded. I think, about Reductor Curse, you need to talk to Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall said. But I don't think I have ever beaten Troll alone in first year. You have won a lot for Hufflepuff. Now, you go to the headmaster room with me. As for you, Professor McGonagall glanced at others and said, you can go. Marks looked at the 3 people and seemed to calmly follow Professor McGonagall, who turned and left, and walked out of the door of the bathroom. In fact, it now has only one broken door frame. Oh, I am here, dealing with this big guy. Quirrell rubbed his face and stammered. Snape glanced at Harry coldly, then followed up without looking back. Hermione looked at Marks's back with a worried look. As for whether Marks would be expelled, she didn't have anything at all. Harry and Ron didn't have such concerns. or they didn't even think about that many. What is the curse? It looks so cool. Ron looked at the troll, who was squatting on the floor, and the big wound looked a little scary. Yeah, even the big bat that only hurts people says good. I can't believe it. Harry also nodded. He is just sarcastic, Marks. Hermione loudly said. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 17. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 17. Kiwi Pudding. Before Gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster room, Professor McGonagall spoke out today's password. Gargoyle slammed open, and the slate wall behind it split in half, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster office. The stairs rotated automatically and sent several people to the entrance to the headmaster office. Please come in. Dumbledore was like knowing that they were coming. He hadn't waited for someone to knock on the door, and there was his old voice coming from inside. Professor McGonagall stepped in and followed Marks and Snape in the back. How is the situation? Dumbledore looked at Marks, laughed, and then looked to Professor McGonagall. The students are back. Troll has already been solved by Mr. McLawn. Professor McGonagall glanced at Marks and told Dumbledore the details. Dumbledore listened and nodded, and when Professor McGonagall finished speaking, it started talking. Oh, yes, I understand. Dumbledore said, Minerva, go ahead and continue searching to see if there are any students running outside. Severus, you go to help Professor Quirrell get Troll away. I don't think it's necessary. Quirrell can do it alone. Snape is still expressionless. I think I still want it. Dumbledore looked at Snape. If you insist. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a moment, then turned and left. Marks found that there was only him and Dumbledore left here, which made him feel a little uneasy, but did not show it. Would you like some kiwi pudding? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Hey, why not? Marks adjusted his mind and tried to keep himself from thinking about what was there. I have to say that this time the headmaster's taste is not bad. In a short while, a pudding entered Marks's belly. During this time, Dumbledore just looked at him with a smile, without saying a word. Well, it tastes good. After waiting for a while, Marks was a bit awkward. I think so too. Dumbledore finally started talking. How do you feel about Hogwarts learning life? It's fun, very fulfilling, and has made a lot of friends. Marks tried to pick up some optimistic answers, but I don't know if it's working. To tell the truth, you are the smartest child I have ever seen. No one. Dumbledore shook his head and didn't seem to care about Marks's answer. No one can learn so much at the age of 11, during my teaching. No one. But in the teaching history of Hogwarts, I have never heard of it. Hey, thank you for your compliments, but is this a bit exaggerated? For example, my transfiguration is very general. Marks tried to think about his situation. I don't think so, Dumbledore said. I started paying attention to you when you triggered the first magic power run. For your behavior and experience, I think we can do it in a relatively equal adult form. Communicate with. This time, Marks was a bit unstoppable. He was surprised. Magic power is going away? Actually, I have been asking this since I received the admission notice. How can I not remember when I had magic power? Oh, yes, because your magic power run away is not the time. Dumbledore sighed, although I don't know if I should say it. Marks, hearing this, then stood up suddenly. I am my mother. At that time? Yes, in the event of a car accident, your magic power suddenly violently protects yourself. Dumbledore looked at Marks with a sly look, with a trace of pity in his eyes. That is, even if she didn't come up. Marks muttered in a trembling voice, as if he had lost all his strength and fell back on the chair. Dumbledore looked at Marks in silence, seemingly regretting it, and seemed to be watching his reaction. Suddenly, Marks came back to his senses, heavily sighed. The deceased has gone. Because of this, I am more eager to gain the power to guard others. Marks suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Dumbledore for the first time, firmly said, This is your heart, I can feel it. Dumbledore satisfactorily nodded, once again revealing a gentle and wise smile. Death is usually the end of life, but it will always be the starting point for others. Remember, death actually not terrifying? Marx knows that Dumbledore saw the silhouette of Voldemort in his own body. Fortunately, he did not have any bad thoughts and passed the test. Dumbledore and Snape are actually the same kind of people. They never lack strength and ambition, but they will give up everything because of love, including their own lives. The difference between the two is that Dumbledore's love is fraternity, and Snape's love is only open to Lily. And Marx doesn't know. How about himself? That night, Marx was lying in bed, and he couldn't help but think. I encountered a lot of things today, and I learned an amazing fact from Dumbledore, which made him think about it and finally fell asleep until late at night. After entering November, the weather became very cold. The mountains around the school are grey and covered with ice and snow. The lake is cold and hard like hardened steel. Every morning, there are frost on the ground, and students must pay attention to their feet at all times to prevent a big heel from being left unattended. Marx sat on the dining table, eating today's breakfast, and his surroundings were full of people. I don't know who said it. It's estimated to be Ron. In short, almost half of the students have heard about the glorious deeds of Marx. He killed a 12-foot troll in a single fight. This is simply incredible. Now Marx has become a celebrity. Many students have come up to talk to him, and even a few first-year girls to sign him. Marx feels like enjoying this surrounded feeling, not only because of vanity, but also because he feels really warm. This is no excuse, believe me. What I'm saying is true. Do not believe that you find a bunch of people to surround you and dry. Recently, Hagrid was wrapped in a long mole coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves, wearing huge beaver fur boots, and defrosting the broomstick on the Quidditch stadium. This is a clear expression of one thing: the Quidditch season has begun. To be honest, Marx actually wants to participate in Hufflepuff's Quidditch team, but unfortunately, he has been too busy. Moreover, the Quidditch team generally does not allow a first-year student to participate. I believe that Harry is just a special case. Marx looked at the Gryffindor long table. Harry and Ron were whispering, and Marx guessed they were talking about it. However, Marx is more concerned about the fact that he has not heard of Harry joining the Gryffindor team as Seeker. Hard to beat. Gryffindor's captain would intend to use Harry as a secret weapon or something. The secrets are doing well. Marx muttered with a fuzzy voice, chewing on the food in his mouth. However, when the game day came, Marx looked at Harry from him, and he was a little dumb when he was walking to the table. What's the matter? Marx stared at Harry as he disappeared onto the stairs leading to the Gryffindor's viewing seat, his face full of unadorned and disgusting expressions. What's wrong? What are you looking at, Mr. Knight? Charlotte Senior's sister hooked Marx's shoulder and laughed at he. Look at your Granger princess. Oh, no. Marx shook his head and glanced again at the Gryffindor's viewing seat, then turned back and climbed up the stairs on his side with Charlotte. Quidditch match is wonderful, but Marx doesn't have much thought to watch. He looked at the teacher's side from time to time. Without Harry's Quidditch match, I don't know what changes in Quirrell's actions. It was not until the game decided to win or lose that there was no accident in this event. At the moment, without Harry, it seems that the possibility of Quirrell Hansen has been cut off from the roots, but Marx can't guarantee that he will look for another chance against Harry. At least, excluding an inevitable crisis. Is it a good thing? Marx is not sure that this is not the case, but he has no clue about this matter. Gryffindor's game against Slytherin is over, and Marx glances at the scoreboard when he leaves, 60 to 210. When the scores were tied, Slytherin's Seeker caught the golden snitch and ended the game. Marx had no time to do this, but after a glance, he went to the crowd of Gryffindor. Hey, Harry. Marx tried to make himself look normal. Don't worry, the game isn't over yet, it's just getting started. Oh, yes. But losing to Slytherin is still not very happy. Harry sighed. It seems that even if he did not participate in the Quidditch team, he still liked the sport. Well, Marx sorted out the speculation he had just thought about in the game, and then asked, I heard that Neville almost fell down when you were in the first broom flight class. Is that true? Harry nodded, said, yes. If it wasn't for Madame Hooch's reaction, Neville would have to enter the school hospital, I'm sure. Yes. He is so high. Ron smiled and gestured. What then? Malfoy didn't bother him? Oh, yes, that bastard always laughs at others. I can't wait to give him a monster curse. The thing that was dueled that night was because we had a fight in class. Harry followed the anger. Well, that guy is really not a good thing. Marks succumbed to the side, and gradually smoothed out the cause and effect of this. It turned out to be the case. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 18. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 18. Marks absolutely didn't expect that an inadvertent sentence could change the trajectory of history. This is something he should have thought of but could not predict. Neville was not injured because of him. Malfoy didn't pick up the Remembrall. Harry also found his Quidditch Seeker innate talent by Professor McGonagall because he didn't ride the broom and Malfoy to compete for it. In the eyes of others, everything is normal, and even the party Harry will not have any sense of violation. But Marks is not. He doesn't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. This can only be said that the world he is in is a real world that can be seen and touched. This is what he understood when he lived in Plymouth. But until now, he really realized what it meant. Should he maintain the world in memory? Should he still throw away the past and use his body to touch and feel? Thinking of this, Marks couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps, from the moment he was here, he should not consider these irritating things. The wings of the butterfly are always instinctively waved, and it can never predict the change in the airflow, what the consequences will be. Instead of worrying about these uncontrollable things, it is better to calmly face the unknown future. Marks never thought that he was a great person, maybe a little achievement, but that's it. It's just right to enjoy life. Marks sighed. It sounds like a master's argument. Hagrid also came over. He was watching the game on the Gryffindor side. Yes, Marks always likes to say something about old fogey. Ron also laughed. This is wisdom. You don't understand. Hermione has been admiring Marks after being rescued by Marks from Troll. This is wisdom. You don't understand. Ron mimicked Hermione's tone and said to Harry. Harry was teased and laughed. HMPH. Hermione was ashamed and angry. Don't go over and not see Ron. Marks walked beside her, and Hermione turned her head and just turned to Marks's line of sight. Hermione snorted, and slightly lightly turned his face and turned his head elsewhere. After the troll incident, Hermione and the relationship between them were not so stiff. It seems that Harry and Ron were the first to arrive at the bathroom. The details of Marks are not clear, but the Lions trio can continue to be friendly. But it is a good result. After a while, they and Hagrid returned to the hunting lodge on the edge of Forbidden Forest, where the owner was making a cup of tea. Marks is coming back this time, obviously wanting to continue his practice of preparing potion at Hagrid for a while. He has been there several times. It's Snape, Ron explained to everyone. Harry ran into Snape at Filch, and one of his legs was badly injured. Snape is hurt? Hagrid curiously. What did he do? Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Marks exchanged their eyes and didn't know how to tell him. Eventually Harry decided to tell the truth. I found some of his things, he said to Hagrid. On Halloween, he wants to pass the big dog with 3 heads. It bites him. We think he wants to steal the big dog guard. Hagrid, hearing this, put the teapot down. How do you know the 3 heads of Fluffy? He asked seriously. 3 heads of Fluffy? Harry said. That is the Cerberus we saw. Yes, it's mine. I bought it from a Greek nephew I met at the hotel last year. I lent it to Dumbledore to guard it. What? Harry asked eagerly. Oh, don't ask again, Hagrid said rudely. That's the secret number 1. Understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense, Hagrid added. Snape is the teacher of Hogwarts. He will never do that. But why is he being? Well, Fluffy, will it be bitten by it? Harry loudly said. I heard him say that. I tell you, you are wrong, Hagrid said violently. You listen to me. All three of you listen to me. You are interfering with things that are not related to you. It is very dangerous. Forget the big dog. Forget what it is guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha. Harry said. It's also involved a person named Nicholas Flamel, isn't it? Marx helpless looked at Hagrid, and he only participated in one of the things, but he almost understood the whole situation. Hagrid was standing there in anger. He was angry with himself. The original plan is to cancel first. Now Hagrid is getting angry. He doesn't think it is a good choice to stay now to make potion. Time passed, the years flew. Hogwarts, although it was not snowing, the weather was very cold. One thing I have to mention is that under the unremitting efforts of Marx, the new stealth potion has been successfully developed by him. Not to mention the long-term practical exercises, even the potion formula has been changed, and it is difficult to say the hardships. But fortunately, in any case, it is finally done. That night, Marx drank potion and then plunged into the restricted section of the library. He can't wait for those dangerous and mysterious dark magic. Previously, he had learned through the magic book ordered by Flourish and Blot, and even had learned some of the mantras related to dark magic, but those that were screened by professors of Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. If you want to really understand the essential difference between dark magic and white magic, you still have to go to the restricted section. Marx's first book opened with unusual dark magic features. As the reader flips it open, a frightening face will appear on the pages of the book, giving a scream of shouting soul. He quickly used wand to point out the smoothing of the magic fluctuations, and the face was calmed down, restoring the original appearance of the book. This shout seems to be a cry from the soul, not the actual physical sound. Marx frowned and thought about it, then turned to the title page of the book. The weight of the soul comes from the sin that cannot be tolerated. Ragnar Bastos. He saw that under the word weight, he also wrote several small numbers and letters, 0.675 occam. Ancient ounce unit? Marx had some guesses. This is the weight of the soul? How is it measured? He quickly browsed the catalogue and found that this is a book that deeply studies the soul magic. Although it is all theoretical research, there is no practical application record, but it is undoubtedly a very typical black magic book. After watching it for a while, Marx found something wrong. The book still had a hidden magic wave that made him a little uncomfortable. Until he closed the book, this uncomfortable volatility disappeared. After that, he continually flipped through several books, all of which explored the dangerous and mysterious magic knowledge. Some of them are quite resistant to being turned over and struggling to reclose themselves. The more the dark magic knowledge that tries to touch the essence of magic, the more relevant it is to humanity. What does this mean? Marx left the restricted section and sat down at the library window, relaxing because of the dangers of dark magic, and the nerves that continue to tighten. Filch seems to have come over and inspected because of the recent movement, but Marx didn't even look at him, but he took a step closer to him when he passed, lest he would be hit directly by him. Instead, Mrs. Norris looked puzzled at Marx, who was invisibility, but found nothing. In Marx's view, the contents of those restricted books are all in the name of the reader's personality and heart. There are some books that even directly apply the magic of such a role, so that the reader always feels the question from the depth of one's soul. No, there are a few books in it, I can't just look at it at the moment. Marx wiped the fine sweat from the forehead, dragging some tired body back to dormitory, and he needed to empty his head. Have a good rest. A few days later, Marx, a half-cut stealth potion, was prepared, and a small waterproof label was attached to the bottles of the potion bottles. The label clearly stated the new name Marx gave them, Xianian Potion. It seems to be very good. In fact, he just reorganized the words fairy and stealth. The lazy nature is undoubted. Then he sneaked into the site of the Homping Willow outside Forbidden Forest. Since the time of the request, at the request of Marx, Professor Sprout of Herbology often takes him to take care of the strange plants that like this. Professor Sprout is the head of Hufflepuff. She is a very kind and optimistic person, and she always shows an undisguised preference for her own house students. The outstanding Marks has definitely become her favorite student in her heart. Regarding Marks's request, Professor Sprout has not yet had a record of refusing to help. This even includes permission for the second greenhouse partial area borrowing of the Marks application, and with her to take care of the Whopping Willow, which prohibits other students from approaching. Of course, the reason for this, although some are curious about this plant, but Marks mainly focuses on the secret passage to Hogsmeade under the root of the tree. At this point, standing in the place where the Whopping Willow of the bearing fangs and brandishing claws could not reach, Marks did not try to rush in to find the so-called crust that would make it quiet. The tree on the trunk is so many, he doesn't know which one, and he is not interested in going to each and every one. I saw him take out a small metal whistle, put it on his mouth and blow it gently. The silent sound went straight to Whopping Willow, and it immediately trembled. It looks pretty green. Marks looked at it. If it doesn't move around. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 19. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 19. This is a magic whistle that mimics the vibrational frequency of the wings of the scorpion bee. This creature is not only the natural enemy of the Whopping Willow, but also the social insects that most magic plants fear. They only eat moving plants. Marks walked over and reached for a shot on the thick rhizome that was exposed to the surface. The roots immediately trembled to one side, revealing a deep black hole. This is a cave that slopes down and is only the size of the next person to lie down and slide down. Marks frowned, holding the suitcase in his hand in his arms, and then slipped in. Not long after the slope, Marks soon came to a tunnel that needed to bend forward to move forward. Everything is isolated from the tunnel, and it is dark. Marks slammed into the head of the top wall and fumbled out of the wand, but he couldn't help but paused when he was halfway through, and eventually let go. The Ministry of Magic left traces on every finished wand. Under the age of 17, the minor wizard will be monitored as soon as it uses magic outside the school. Especially in such a small place, it is more eye-catching, can be used or not, even if he should still be within the scope of Hogwarts. He took a small glass bottle from the inside pocket of the robe and shook it hard, giving a rustling of sand and gravel. A soft gleam of light appeared in the darkness and gradually became brighter. If you carefully look into the bottle, you will find that there is a strange mist in the inside, and there is a growing trend. When you make enough money, I have to buy a portable pocket that is easy to carry. Marks slicked his robe, stuffed with a variety of bottles and cans, which seemed heavy. There are potions in it, some are 5%, some are just a kind of material, but without exception, they are some very practical gadgets. Or do-it-yourself. He really couldn't bear his own money bag. While walking down and looking forward, while pondering something that was not there, he soon felt that the tunnel was gradually tilting upwards. Not long after, there was a blur of light in front. Marks pulled out the cork of the bottle that was constantly fluorescent, and as the light sounded, the light mist in the tunnel spread out in the tunnel and soon disappeared. There was no light in the bottle, only a small half of the bottle of fine black sand remained at the bottom, and Marks stuffed the stopper back. Many potions, even simple ones, can be used to perform the same effect as the spell. Some are even more powerful than the spell, but the threshold is extremely low. Of course, you have to be prepared in advance and then take them with you at any time. But this is one of the reasons why potion is so expensive. Over time, many potion recipes have been shattered by historical wheels, leaving them in an era of glory. But there is a new generation of potion era in this effort, whether it is to restore the formula, or to try to innovate, so that potion has maintained its position in the magic circle cannot be ignored. So, without 200 galleon I would never agree. In the corner of Hogshead in the village of Hogsmeade, a small wizard wrapped in a hooded cloak woven from a grey cloth, felt in a fuzzy western country accent. The hoarse voice, like his vocal cords being worn by a sickle, makes people want to frown. Opposite him, A wizard who wrapped his bare skin with a large bandage was bargaining with him with the same uncomfortable ambiguous voice. The sound sounded, it just made people wonder if there was an old man in his throat. No. Cough cough, your potion is a new product, before you see the effect of it. Cough cough. I can't put it in my store for sale. I can't bet with the credibility of my store. But just try, cough cough. The test. The price is too expensive. The little wizard tone is still calm. He faintly said, in this case, the transaction failed. After that, he stood up on the table and walked straight outside the door. Oh, cough cough. Wait, damn it. The bandage wizard was powerless. I pay. But, cough cough. You have to be cheaper than me, if you still want to work together for a long time. 150 galleon, effective payment. The small wizard who had already reached the door turned back and was impatient. Cheng, cough cough. Deal. The bandage wizard waved his hand weakly, and he really longed for the practical new product, if the effect really is so good. The little wizard, naturally, is a camouflaged Marx. He smacked himself, circumventing the biggest shortcomings he might encounter in the negotiations, his age, and then steadily prevailed in the peer-to-peer confrontation. This is a commercial negotiation that both parties are relatively satisfied with. No matter how unwilling the bandage wizard is, he is determined to be a must for this new product, a new stealth potion. This is a tempting business opportunity. After the bandage wizard tried, the two signed a two-fold magic contract to finalize the long-term deal. The purchase price is 200, the 3/7 is divided into. A good deal. Back to the Shrieking Shack's Marks, the broken cloak was hung directly in the old closet in the room, and then a small piece of stone was spit out of his mouth, and his voice finally returned to normal. He used his finger to play the magic contract reel made with the refined parchment, revealing a little excited smile. Of course, for the moment, he just credited their 1,200 gold galleon, just filling in the material cost of the previous exercise. And then he will continue to practice the preparation of other potions. Far from being a rich man. No wonder there is always a page on the potion book that says, "This is an endless road paved with gold galleon." Marx sighed. The excitement has just disappeared with the change of mood. Traced. Since Marx got the sales channel for potion, everything seems to be getting better. The study and research of various disciplines have progressed slowly and steadily with daily input. What makes Marx particularly happy is that he has a real breakthrough on patroness charm. On a quiet night, Marx is standing in the spacious room provided by Beg House. Yes, after a lot of searching and recollections, he finally found the place where it is located, on the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry of Troll Barnabas the Barmy. Heaven knows, in order to find the exact position, he swayed back and forth like a fool in front of countless oil paintings, tapestry and stone statues. Expecto Patronum. Marx stood straight in the middle of the room, aligning the wand in front of himself like a sword, focusing all his spirit and attention on the tip of the wand. As the pure silver-white rays of light became brighter and brighter, I got rid of it myself from Marx's wand. For a time, the rays of light flowed around Marx's body, forming a faint silver-white haze. Since Marx started practicing patroness charm, he has only been able to reach this step. It can even be said that when he first tried to practice, he was able to release this hopeful, life-filled silver-white fog. But as he practiced again and again, the haze became more intense again and again, but he could never give his patroness to someone. This made Marx start to re-examine the basic theory of this spell. He reviewed a large number of classics again, but there was no special discovery. Most of the theories of this spell are very vague, just that the user needs to concentrate on thinking and remembering the happy and beautiful things. All in all, it is positive emotions. Under helpless, Marx had to focus on the examples of successful patroness charm. Finally, the hard work pays off, and the number uses patroness charm to save the case of a dear one, so that he can find a new breakthrough point. He found that when the user is forced by the situation and wants to protect a particular object, It is the time when the magic spell exerts its true power. Guard. Marx remembered the picture when he first saw Luna in the cemetery. In the setting sun, the young girl's light golden long hair exudes a faint glow. Before she stood on the cold tombstone, brief remark looked at the mother who had passed away. Among the scenes of the Grey Tone, only her back was so vivid, under the stars. When Marx subconsciously evades her mother's topic, she told him calmly that it was indeed a sad story, but she had to know how to face it. Before leaving, Marx even remembered her pair of silver-grey eyes, and in that sly look, there was a desire to look forward to seeing him for his upcoming friend. As Marx recalls, the rich silver-white haze that wraps around his body suddenly rises, turning into a translucent silver eagle that wraps around him. Marx looked at the huge eagle in front of him, and his face showed a sly expression. How should I face Sprouthead in the future? In the 4 big houses of Hogwarts, the eagle is the hallmark of Ravenclaw, which stands for justice, sensitivity, rigor, vision, and aloof and remote. When Sorting Hat allocated Marx, the first thing to consider was Ravenclaw House. Although he was finally put into Hufflepuff for unknown reasons, it definitely showed the fate of Marx and Ravenclaw. At this moment, this eagle patroness, in addition to the "I hope to guard Luna" emotions, I am afraid it is also related to this point. In short, go to bed. Marx waved wand, dispelled patroness charm, and then left the responsive room with a full of complexity. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 20. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 20. The recent weather has gradually changed, and the clouds in the sky have gradually increased, appearing slightly gloomy. The temperature dropped again and again, and Hogwarts students wore warm sweaters and vests in their robes. In such a weather, the library has become a little cold. Many students gather in the common room with a fireplace to write homework, and they can also talk out with the companions about the recent anecdotes. Here, everyone does not have to worry about the librarian, Madam Pince, coming out from somewhere and yelling no swearing in anger. The students in the library have therefore become less. Marx is happy to be quiet, learning in a small number of places, obviously more conducive to efficiency. As for the cold weather, he easily thought of a convenient and simple countermeasure against the cold. After a little blending of the salamander's blood, he made a continuous medicinal liquid that kept the body warm. This stuff is very simple, just need to let the fire attribute energy in the salamander blood spread at the very slow speed in the body. It can't even be called potion. But because of this, it has a downside. You drink more water, or you're with the body's water branch, so it's gradually reduced, leaving your skin dry. Of course, if you don't say that, you will understand it yourself. Because you drink this medicinal liquid, you will often feel thirsty until the drug has evaporated. At this point, Hermione was sitting next to Marx and listening to him about some advanced principles about the levitation charm. From time to time, the two men picked up the cup on the table and poured a bite into their mouths. Even a large teapot was placed on the table in front of Marx. Obviously, Hermione also tried Marx's gizmo, and it didn't feel good enough to be warm. Just as Marx talked about the practical use of the levitation charm, both of them heard a clear footstep behind them. "McLawn, I heard about your rumors, maybe we can be friends." The person is paused, and then goes on, "My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Marx turned his head and looked at a blonde, pale-faced Malfoy slightly laughed. "Oh, of course. I don't seem to have any reason to reject this proposal, Malfoy." Hermione looked at Marx but didn't speak, although she didn't like Malfoy. "Yes, I think, unlike the stupid Potter, you have a clever mind." Malfoy seemed happy, smashing Harry's words and coming. "No, I feel that people who insult others are really stupid. Harry is a smart person, he knows how to defend his friends." Hermione couldn't help but shouted, "Forbidden what?" In the distance, Madame Pince looked over here. Marx apologized to the other side for nodded, but before he could talk, Malfoy spoke. "Nobody talks to you, you stinky mudblood." Hermione didn't understand the meaning of the word, but it didn't prevent her from knowing that it was an insulting vocabulary. I saw her staring at Malfoy, like an angry hen. Malfoy, I have to remind you that it is not an act that nobles should have to insult others at will. Mark's frowns said, and, I am also the so-called smelly mudblood in your mouth. You are not pure blood Petrificus Totalus. Malfoy's astonished expression solidified on his face, allowing a few students who were not far away to stand up in horror. Oh Marks, you shouldn't. Hermione's appearance also became uneasy, but half of it was taken back. After the troll incident, her idea of violating the school rules has changed at the root. But restlessness still exists, and she is worried about the penalties Marks will face next. I didn't do anything wrong, and the whole body-bound spell is no worse than Reductor Curse, and it doesn't hurt the cast object. Marks raised the wand and swung swiftly, petrified lifted. Malfoy suddenly fell to the ground, gasping for a big breath, and couldn't even say a word. I can see that he was scared. This is just a punishment that is not good for you. Marks is still a gentle look. He laughed. You can tell teacher, but I don't think it's a good idea. Marks inserted the wand back into the cuff and then sat back in the chair. As a result, Malfoy didn't say it, but the news quickly spread to the ears of Professor Sprout, which was reported by Madame Pince. On the evening of the same day, Marks was called to the herbology professor's office next to the greenhouse. He found that Professor McGonagall was waiting for him there. Mr. McLawn, I have to say, why are you always in trouble? Professor McGonagall was very fluent. Oh, I think that you have a curse on Malfoy. Is there any reason for it? Can you tell us what to listen to? Professor Sprout is obviously still a short-sighted look. Oh, yes. Marks nodded. Malfoy speaks insulting Hermione and says she is mudblood, which I can't stand, you know. I said it before, she is my friend. Oh. Mudblood. What a terrifying vocabulary. Professor Sprout was surprised. This is discrimination. It should not appear in Hogwarts Hufflepuff House. Since the founder of Helga Hufflepuff, I have been supporting the child of the Mole to become a wizard. Up to now, the excellent Mole Wizard and Half-Blood Wizard have emerged in an endless stream, which proves that the original Helga's initial insistence is correct. About your feelings for your friends, I understand that Malfoy will be punished for his outrage, Professor McGonagall said gravely. But, your behavior of casting spells on students violates the rules. Do you understand? After all, she looked at Professor Sprout, apparently reminding the other party to make the appropriate punishment. Professor Sprout looked at Professor McGonagall in a dilemma and didn't know what to do at the moment. She didn't want to punish Marks at all. Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall is right, I should accept the punishment. At this point, Marks instead agreed to Professor McGonagall's words. Only penalties can be imposed on students who violate the rules to establish the correct concept for other students. Let them take less detours in the future and form excellent personality qualities. Marks said that even if he didn't take it for himself, Professor McGonagall showed a smile of satisfaction. In this case, you will stay in the third greenhouse until the bedtime tonight. Take care of the plants. Professor Sprout also welcomed the nodded road. After that, the two professors went to the third greenhouse door and went to Malfoy. Marks looked at the back of their departure, and after a while they got into the greenhouse. Okay. The effect of a big talk is quite remarkable, and Professor McGonagall actually left without even deduction, which is a windfall. Originally, Marks just wanted to make Professor McGonagall feel better about him, and he took the initiative to ask for punishment. As soon as Marks entered the third greenhouse, he immediately found out that there was actually someone inside. To be exact, it is the mysterious Slytherin young girl. I saw that she had a small hand shovel in her hand and was skilled in replacing the new soil with the plants. From her quick and smooth movements, she couldn't see that she was the clumsy female child who had been in the library for half a day. Although she is still the expressionless indifference. Oh, hello. Marks stunned and felt that tentatively asked first. Although he estimates that the other party will not pay attention to him, Marks apparently guessed wrong. Hello. Young girl hearing this immediately nodded to this side, said in a toneless change. Well, Marks walked over to her and began to help her change the soil. If you don't mind, can you tell me what you are? Winnie Blois. She kept on hand, only looking down at the things in her hands, but the answer was very fast. Marks never sees this young girl, but this young girl called Winnie is different from Snape and Dumbledore. Her feeling for Marks is that this young girl doesn't have any complicated thoughts, not even emotions. It's like a doll. Marks thought so without reason. Do you like plants very much? To further understand this mysterious young girl, he continued this conversation. Yes. The answer is still simple and still so dull. What plants do you like? All. Is it always annoying? For example, what about Bachuba? No. Do you often come to the greenhouse to take care of them? Yes. Is it going to be myself? In this slightly pale question and answer, everything was done, but Winnie once again came out of Marks's expectations. When he wanted to come, this time Winnie must have to leave without saying anything, but she did not move. After putting the gloves back on the side of the glove rack, Winnie folded her hands in front of her and continued to have a hollow answer to Marks. Oh. I mean, don't you leave? Marks asked curiously. Like the previous two. When you're done, leave. Winnie faintly. That. If you can't finish it, you have been standing with me here to talk about it? Marks felt that his IQ was a little inadequate, and he couldn't understand Winnie's logic loop. Yes. Actually still affirmed. So, do you think it is interesting to talk to me? Marks tried to ask the conclusions he could think of as a question. I don't think so. It really doesn't feel interesting. Why should I continue to talk about it? Marks couldn't help but tell the truth in his heart. Winnie listened to this sentence, but instead paused, watching Marks think for a while before he replied. Mother said that you can't leave before others finish. This is polite. Winnie used the last 4 words to completely sink a dull Marks. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 21. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 21. The 3 encounters with Winnie Blois ended with Marks eating, which made him confident in his communication skills for the first time. He had a serious frustration for the first time. After the brief remark sent Winnie to Slytherin's common room entrance, Marks returned to his dormitory and fell to the bed. What's the matter? A dejected look. This is rare in you. Roommate Ernie was curious. Nothing. Marks waved his hand weakly. It's a little tired. Heart tired. He added in his heart. Early the next morning, Marks just stepped into the dining hall and immediately saw Hermione walk towards him with a worried look. Is nothing yesterday? She looked at Marks up and down. Seeing that he didn't seem to change, it started her whispering again. I said, you are too impulsive. I heard from Ron last night the meaning of the word, but I don't think we need to care about this. Malfoy has a bad brain. There is no need to lower oneself to somebody's level with him. Yes, thank you. At the end, Hermione was a little embarrassed. You're welcome. Remember, we are friends. Marks spread his hand and smiled. And, you have to change your bad habits. After all, Marks laughed and walked toward Hufflepuff's long table, and said good morning to Harry and Ron. What's wrong with him? Looks refrigerated. Is it a good thing? Ron responded to Marks and then glanced at Harry. How do I know that? I heard that he likes to take care of the flowers and plants in the greenhouse. Maybe it was yesterday's punishment just happened to him. Harry shook his head and replied jokingly. You too, not a Marks friend? Don't you worry about him. Hermione came over and sat in the opposite of them. It's not enough if you care about him. Ron whispered as he fried the bacon in his mouth. Marks, he's very capable. He can handle the troubles well, Harry thought, adding, at least it's better than us. Yeah, he can kill a troll alone. Scorpio, it's incredible to think about it now. Ron looked eagerly. If I can do it, then I will do it. Then you should do your homework. Hermione said. Don't always deal with them casually. Oh, it's starting again. Ron couldn't help but groan. Marks looked far away at the trio on the Gryffindor side, thinking that life would have been so flat and steady, it would be great for him. Is this leisure life that is completely different from the past? Is it exactly what he wants? McLawn, come to my office first after the morning class. He was thinking, but he heard a voice calling him. Oh, Professor Sprout. Marks saw her face full of smiles. This time is mostly a good thing. Okay, Professor. The first class in the morning was the History of Magic class. As always, Professor Binns used his hypnotizing tone to explain the evolutionary history of Cauldron automatically in the classroom for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. In the eyes of other students, this is a particularly boring content, and Marks has got a little inspiration in several of them. He wants to try to improve this cauldron, which may make his potion into a semi-automated era. Of course, this is obviously not that easy. The second lesson is Marks's most troublesome Transfiguration. To be honest, he has always liked this course, but the progress of his studies has a difference between heaven and earth, not to mention the potion he is good at. Especially before, when he saw a few interesting records in the restricted section, he felt even more difficult. He discovered that the ancient demon summon technique was actually associated with Transfiguration. And don't mention the obvious taboo of summon demon. Marks guesses that the single is summon, which is inextricably linked to Transfiguration. And that is the white magic that has been known for its destructive power since ancient times. It was one of the main magic classifications of many powerful white wizards. Nowadays, the relevant theory has almost been completely lost, but this is a wonderful topic worthy of exploration. Such a seductive and esoteric magic, for Marks, is simply a luxurious feast that can't be seen. How can he make him feel anxious? On Transfiguration, Marks easily turned the match into a needle and then changed back. At the same time as Professor McGonagall praised him, he was even more distressed. Apparently the slow progress is not his personal innate talent problem, which is the end of the disease. Do you want him to ask Dumbledore and say that he saw the record of the demon summon in the restricted section, and want to study it as soon as possible? Do not make jokes. After class, Marks walked quickly to the greenhouse, and he used the unknown good news that Professor Sprout brought to him to fill his sadness. Please come in. Pushing open the door to the office, Marks immediately discovered another person in the office. Broom flight class first year, Madam Hooch. Hello, Madam Hooch. Hello, Professor Sprout. Marks politely shouted. Oh yes, you are coming, come over the child. Professor Sprout kindly greeted Marks. Yes, there is good news today, said Professor Sprout. Madame Hooch recommended you to me, saying that you should attend the Quidditch team at Hufflepuff House. Oh, I was shocked to hear this news. You have to know that if you really passed the selection test, you will be the youngest team player in a century. I am so proud of you! Exclamation mark. As said, Professor Sprout couldn't help but held Marks. She was really happy. Yeah, I think Mr. McLawn will undoubtedly be able to make a temporary selection. This child has never seen an innate talent on Quidditch. I think that after a series of professional training, he might even be a professional ball in his school days. The team chose to go. Hey, is this true? Marks really likes to fly freely in the air, but the Quidditch sport can only be said to be intriguing. Oh. Of course, I have already asked Dumbledore about whether the first-year students can participate in the Quidditch team. He thinks this is a good proof of the students. Professor Sprout said with great interest. Dumbledore also likes the sport. I often take the time to see the International League. Oh, no, I mean, I am so excited. Marks said excitedly. Since the parties have agreed, everything will be easier. After lunch, Professor Sprout took a lunch break and couldn't wait to pin Marks to captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Darren Criss. Speaking of this, the gentle and helpful 6th-year boys, or the Hufflepuff House Boys Prefect. Marks, I've heard it from Madam Hooch before. Darren smiled and patted Marks's shoulder. Awesome. I have never heard of first year before I can join the team. Yeah, I was also surprised. I don't even know if I can do it well. In fact, I only did some simple flying exercises on the Broom flight class. Of course, sometimes it can't be controlled, and it's just a matter of flying. No problem, no problem. We all believe in Madam Hooch's vision, know that she has been a Quidditch Cup referee for many years. Moreover, in fact, our house doesn't care much about the Quidditch Cup. At least I think Quidditch is a relaxing class exercise. Darren said easily. So I hate the Slytherin team. They always do whatever they can to win. Oh, yes, I think so too. Marks smiled and said, freedom to fly, I especially like that feeling. Well, the lunch break is over. You will come to Quidditch Stadium after class in the afternoon. We will give you a temporary enrollment test. Look forward to it. Ha ha ha. Darren left with a wave and he was going to class. Ha ha ha. Marks smiled a few times. He found that the time to go to the library was estimated to have shrunk in large proportions, which is not good news. The afternoon class soon passed, and when Marks was in the hallway with a large number of students, crowded into the common room, he was pulled out by a delicate white hand. Hey? Marks was shocked. After seeing who it was, he relaxed. Oh, Charlotte's senior sister, is there anything? What can be done? I am coming to take you to Quidditch Stadium. Charlotte slammed Marks's back vest, carefree said. Take him to the stadium. Could it be that senior sister is the player of the team? Marks was surprised. Of course, I haven't told you about it. We may be teamed mates in the future. If you want to see me this big beauty every day, then you have to work harder today. While dragging Marks's hand, Charlotte casually said, walking downstairs in the curious eyes of many students. Although they didn't understand what the two were saying, they saw that Marks was pulled away by such a big beauty. Which boy wouldn't be curious? Oh, senior sister. I said, don't pull, I will go by myself. Marks helpless. I was dragged by one of Hogwarts' 3 beautiful women and showed off in the crowd. Is there anything wrong with this? You must enjoy my little junior. Charlotte he smiled and looked like a kid who was cheating. Ain't I? The wretched aunt. Get it? I haven't found any enjoyment. The only feeling is that I am showing up on the downstream street of a group of hungry wolves. Marks smiled. Get it cheap and sell it. Charlotte smiled and took a look at Marks's head, but still let go of his hand. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 22. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 22. The sun gradually sinks and faintly discernible in the hazy clouds. The afterglow of golden is turned into a light beam, which has been falling through the gap between the clouds to the distant mountain range. In the majestic, it brings a feeling of lateness of the old man. The weather is still very cold, the cold wind whistling on the Quidditch Stadium, and the sound of wah-wah seems to be faintly heard from the far side of Forbidden Forest. Marks and Charlotte rushed to the stadium. He found that the lawn of the Quidditch Stadium was obviously cast with magic, and it was still a green one in the cold winter. Come on, fast activity, the test will begin soon. Darren saw Marks approaching and immediately smiled and welcomed. When Marks stretched his arms and kicked his muscles, Darren introduced him to the Hufflepuff team's official one after another. It turned out that an old team member is about to graduate. After learning about Marks's innate talent, he will retire early and prepare for work after graduation. Marks and the team members all greeted each other, and he immediately discovered that in addition to him, another fourth-year student would join him in this temporary selection. I don't know if Marks borrowed the light of the old team member, or the fourth-year student borrowed the light of Marks. Maybe neither of them knows it. Okay, let's get started. Darren laughed, then put on a more serious face and began explaining the test to the two. The goal of this interim test is to recruit a suitable chaser. In a Quidditch team, there are 3 chasers, who are responsible for passing each other quaffle and trying to get into the opponent's 3 goal rings. Quaffle gets a very good for his team every time he gets it. The chasing player needs to have a strong tacit understanding and be able to escape the bludger that was hit by the opponent's beater, which obviously has a higher requirement for the player's flight level. Before Seeker grabbed the golden snitch, they tried to put the quaffle into the door knocker as much as possible, and rushed to grab the base score. The old team member who has retired at the moment is playing this position. Therefore, This temporary test was divided into 3 stages according to the selection practice. In the first stage, the candidate needs to carry out the catch and pass test of the quaffle with the other 2 chasers in active service. The test is the respondent's ability to respond and the accuracy of the pass. Quaffle is one of the 3 balls, only one after another will not move, it will be completely in the hands of both players. Marks sat on the broom and looked at the 4th-year student who was not far away. He was doing all kinds of flying moves in a rigid motion, and suddenly felt, maybe he could do it. All right, but the reaction speed is too slow. Always pay attention to the surrounding situation. Seeing the other side to Axio, Charlotte next to Marks smiled. She is seeker of the Hufflepuff Academy and I heard that the level is quite good. Go, my little junior, I see you. Charlotte slammed his back on Marks and almost slaked him off the broom. Hey, I said senior sister, don't worry. Go. Marks felt that she was like a rare treasure in the Charlotte elf ball. When she threw it forward, she had to work hard to get to work on the field. Begin, said the female chasing player of 5th year, Christine, and passed the quaffle to Marks. Marks immediately speeded up and caught it just in the position where quaffle arrived. On the edge of the stadium, Captain Darren kept shouting, moving up, urging him to start moving irregularly. Through me. Another chasing player, Charles, loudly shouted, has already flown behind Marks. Marks, who is making a small dive motion obliquely downward, is not going back to throw the quaffle back from the shoulder. He has long predicted the specific position of Charles. Oh, beautiful pass. Darren yelled excitedly. I have to say that Marks's observations are really strong. He can keep a close eye on every move of the quaffle while keeping the exact position of the other 2. Give me. Christine swept from Marks at high speed, and the closest they were, even 10. Marks still grasped the opportunity and handed the quaffle to her hand at the moment that Christine passed. The standby players on the sidelines couldn't help but scream, and the 2 old chasers on the field exchanged their eyes with excitement. The technical action of the high-speed switching just now, even Christine himself did not intend to complete. But Marks did it. 2 old team members look at each other and plan to work with an action that they didn't want to test at all. I saw 2 people riding on the broom quickly and close, and only gave Marks a follow-up action and flew forward 2 to 2 feet apart, interspersed, high-frequency pass. Charles said. Marks immediately understood that this is a medium touch action in the Quidditch Classic Action Collection, the Trident offensive formation. He quickly reached the left position and then spiraled through the other 2. In the high-speed forward, the quaffle was passed back and forth by the 3 people at a very high frequency, allowing the other team members on the side of the field to hold their breath almost. The 3 men stopped after the 3 men each dispersed with the action of leaning over the ball and drew 3 arcs in the air to the different goal rings. Charles slammed towards Marks. At the last moment of the high-speed pass, he didn't catch it, he took it off. Charles, just because you are out of setback, we are always afraid to use the technically difficult action in the official game. Today, how do you face Marks? You know, he is the first-year new student. Justin was smirked, and she pointed her finger at Charles with a slender finger. Marks looked at this heroic short-haired girl and recalled the feeling that she had just cooperated with each other. I know. Next, I must practice and give Marks a good example. Charles scratched his head and laughed. It seems that Marks is already in the first stage and has been given by 2 active chasers. Captain, I think so. It's him, it's right. Christine moved towards Captain Darren, loudly said. Marks saw Darren, followed and nodded, and looked at another frustrated candidate. He felt that accepting this status is not in line with his image. He thought about it, or said to Darren, I think it is better to complete the test, otherwise it would be unfair to the senior who participated in the selection. Darren looked back at the 4th-year student next to Charlotte and nodded. Well, you are right. Darren said, then continue the toe-stitch test and throw the ball into the ring. Of course, this is not a simple pitching of the goal ring. Keeper cannot be trifled with. The keeper of the Hufflepuff Academy is Captain Darren Chris. Hey, little junior. Our Darren captain is at the level of the goalkeeper. You are a little more leisurely. Don't hurt his self-esteem for a while. Charlotte glared at Marx's shoulder and laughed at hee. No sound at all. The intention. I can hear it all. Darren was at the goal not far away, and now he was looking back and deliberately rounded his eyes and looked at it evilly. The test of fourth-year senior soon ended, with a total of 10 goals and 3, which is actually not bad for the candidates. Of course, this also shows that Darren is indeed very general. It was Marx's turn. He took the quaffle and looked at Darren. He was a little hesitant. Reassured. The stronger you are, the happier I am. After all, you are a Hufflepuff. Darren smiled and said to Marx. Marx, hearing this, nodded. Let go of my doubts and rushed to the right door knocker. Darren reacted immediately and moved to the right, wondering if Marx was ready to shoot or just wanted to shake him away. He can see the flight of Marx just now, and the smooth and swift small arc movement undoubtedly shows that the flexibility of Marx is unquestionable. Closer, closer. Marx really started to spin up. Darren flew to the center door, but Marx just pulled up, but did not make any lateral displacement. This is a fake action. Use the illusion of a small range to deceive the keeper and return to the middle door. Instead, you can use the power of the rotation to pull back to the height of the side door ring to cast the ball. Quaffle was undoubtedly put into the right ring that has become an empty door. A beautiful goal. 10 times in the pitching exercise. It was not long before Marx scored 90 points under Darren's defense. If the last ball is rubbed to the side by Darren's fingers, Marx is estimated to pass the perfect score. Great. Darren screamed at Marx and flew to the side. He said as he flew, this year's Quidditch Cup, you will be the secret weapon of our Hufflepuff team. No, it is a super secret weapon. I have never seen a new player like innate talent so powerful. It's just like the rookie monsters in the professional trials. Darren Sr., don't say that Quidditch is a team sport, not just one person can get the whole game. Marx smiled. The fact is also true. For example, the World Cup. There is no shortage of some elite players, but what about it? In the Quidditch competition of the total score system, it is not that you win more games to win the championship. Individual heroism is always just a joke. Even the Golden Snitch, worth 150 points, will be overshadowed by the high-level team's ability to match the basic scores captured. Not to mention the personal level of the chasing player. The tacit cooperation is the king. The next step is the final stage. The test is very simple. Avoid as much as possible from Beta's attack on you. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 23. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 23. The temporary selection test ended with an unsurprising ending, and Marx successfully became one of the youngest players in Hufflepuff and even Hogwarts history. According to the strength of his performance, this title has to be added with the words the strongest to be more accurate. As Marx expected, his learning time really shrank dramatically. But the training program is very fulfilling, and as Marx becomes more familiar with the various formations, Darren has designed new combat tactics. This is the strongest Hufflepuff ever, so they also have the idea of competing for the Quidditch Cup. And this new tactic is the latest winning strategy around the basic score. It can be said that the addition of Marx gives everyone a desire for the Quidditch Cup, which is rare in the local little guys. For this reason, regarding the Marx enrollment news, the team members unanimously stated that they would never go out. In the next match against Slytherin House, Marx will appear as a squad, so you have to take the little snakes who like to do some small moves. As a result, Marx was particularly busy in the days to come. Not in the library, or in the Quidditch Stadium. Whenever Marx starts practicing, there will always be several Hufflepuff seniors around the stadium. It seems that this squad plan is really carried out quite thoroughly by these hardworking and low sluts. Unconsciously, Christmas is coming. On a particularly cold morning, everyone found that Hogwarts had been covered by a thick layer of snow. The beautiful scenery outside the window is telling everyone that the first snow of Hogwarts this year has been sent to the ground unconsciously in everyone's sleep. The lake on the back of the castle is covered with a layer of hard ice, which makes the students happy. The sleds piled up in the sundries are finally ready for use, so you don't have to sit on the swaying boat during the Christmas holiday. Weasley twin brother was recently punished because they gave magic to a few snowballs, letting them chase Squirrel around, and squatting on the back of his headband. At that time, Marks just passed by a window upstairs, and the scene saw his heart bliss. Voldemort's bad luck reminder. Several owls delivered mail in the snowy night, and they experienced a lot of hardships, and even the feathers fell a lot. They must be recuperated under the care of Hagrid for a while before they can continue their work. Marks's owl moth seems to be very novel to Snow, perhaps because in its hometown of Sumatra, you can never see the world of ice and snow. Marks watched as it hovered at high altitude, sometimes flapping its wings and crawling to the heights, and sometimes another subduction. Far from it, it is estimated that no one would think that it was just an owl. In the recent night, Marks has been swaying in the restricted section, and the understanding of dark magic has gradually deepened. But he still hasn't studied the plans of the most dangerous restricted books. He thinks that the time has not yet arrived. There is no need to ask for trouble. So, while accumulating the experience of preparing potion a little bit, he began to work harder with Transfiguration. Rather, it is a long and never-ending road to death with a variety of biological and non-biological materials. Since there are no shortcuts, then you have to learn about Hermione. At least, the research and memory of various materials can also help the progress of potion to some extent. Speaking of it, Christmas has a holiday. Last week, Professor Sprout came over to register for the list of students who stayed in the school. Marks hesitated and signed on it. He plans to take a vacation to see Luna. He has been busy during the school year and it is a good choice to go out for Christmas. Moreover, he found that Luna had a deep miss since his Patronus charm practice. He felt that he should have a younger sister-like emotion against Luna. It is impossible to say that he is actually Elalican. No, it's absolutely impossible. Marks shook his head and laughed at his thoughts. At this point, Marks is on the way to the potion classroom. He has a few questions to ask Snape, but as he quickly turned around the corner of the corridor, he found the huge Hagrid. He was snoring and holding a fir tree bigger than him. The corridor, which was originally quite spacious, was blocked by him and could not pass. "Hey, Hagrid, need help?" In the gap between the branches, a head was drilled from the opposite side, which seemed to be Ron. "No, I can do it, thank you, Ron." "It really is Ron. Can you get out of the way? Don't stop." Marks suddenly heard the sound of Malfoy coming from behind the cedar tree, dragging the long cavity. "Do you want to earn a few pocket money, Weasley?" "I was thinking, you probably want to go to the hunting ground after graduating from Hogwarts. Hagrid's cabin must look like a palace compared to your original home!" Ron's head immediately shrank back from the branches, and Malfoy's ironic remarks apparently angered him. "Weasley." Marks heard Snape's voice. It was someone who provoked him first, Professor Snape. Hagrid extended his unkempt head from behind the tree and said, "Malfoy just insulted his family. In any case, it's against the Hogwarts school rules, Hagrid." Snape said in a sleek tone. "It's a wise choice to take the initiative to take a penalty like McLawn. Gryffindor is deducts 5 points. Weasley, you should be thankful I didn't punish you for wiping the trophy." "Okay, let's go, everyone." On the side of Malfoy, when he heard the name McLawn, he immediately showed a look of gnashing teeth, and he seemed to hate Marks. When he took Crabbe and Goyle deliberately rudely squeezing from the side of the tree, knocking the needles off the ground, and walking forward with an angry face, he saw Marks. Malfoy immediately dissipated the anger from his face and pretended to walk away from the other side of the corridor without seeing it. But his deliberately far from Marks's behavior, but exposed the timidity of his heart. It seems that the effect of punishment is still there. Marks looked back, but it just happened to meet Malfoy's hateful eyes. He saw Marks look over and immediately turned his head back. But maybe not enough. Marks laughed. "Then I went forward." "Professor Snape, excuse me," Marks yelled at Snape, who was heading for the dining hall. "I don't know if you have time to help me answer a few questions about potion." Snape turned and looked at Marks coldly, and then lifted his chin and asked him to ask. "Oh, that's it." Right at Marks's inquiry, Ron couldn't help but whisper to Harry, "I really admire Marks, and I can still ask questions properly under the eyes of Snape's frozen dead man." Let me see. When Snape had the best attitude, it was when Marks went to him to ask questions. Harry took a quick glance at Snape's expression and then continued, "It seems that it is not much better. Marks's progress in the potion class is not even clear to me," Hermione said with regret. "Although I often go to him to discuss some topics, I can't understand anything in his notebook recently." In fact, as far as the recent situation is concerned, Marks said that it was to ask Snape to ask questions, but in the end it would basically become a discussion of a potion theory by two people. At the same time that Marks was harvested, Snape got some more inspiration from the topic. Of course, the amount of knowledge of potions Grandmaster is not a joke. In most cases, the discussion will end with Snape's correction of Marks. It may be worth mentioning that in the deep heart of Snape, it seems that there is a shadow of the student Marks. Because in many discussions, he was keenly aware that Marks had a magical research philosophy that was almost identical to him, ignoring all the standards of good and evil for the purpose. In their minds, dark magic and white magic are not substantially distinguishable and can be utilized. The only difference is the user's ethical guidelines, and that's it. Perhaps, even Marks himself did not realize this, but Snape, who had once been trapped in the more terrifying darkness, noticed. After unraveling the doubts in the study, Marks and Snape talked a little bit and went to Harry Trio, who was waiting for him. Behind him, Snape stared at his back without any expression for a moment, then turned around and walked to the dining hall. I am afraid that only Dumbledore will really understand what Snape is thinking. When Marks walked over to Hermione, they were talking to Hagrid. "Oh, you finally asked. Go see me to the dining hall." "It's wonderful." Hagrid happily laughed. The fir trees in his arms were shaking with his laughter. "More needles have fallen. I'll help you, Hagrid." "You're going to shake the needles above." Marks pulled out wand and applied a levitation charm, letting the fir trees float on the top of the crowd and follow him. "Oh, actually not. I mean, thank you," Hagrid said embarrassedly. So, Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid and his fir trees and came to the auditorium with Marks. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick are there, busy with Christmas decorations. "Aha! It's a good levitation charm, Mr. McLawn." Professor Flitwick was pleased. "Let it be there, in that corner, okay?" "This is the last one." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 24. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 24. The Hogwarts Auditorium at the moment is exceptionally beautiful because of the large number of Christmas decorations. The wall is covered with garland ribbons of holly and mistletoe. There are 12 tall Christmas trees standing in the room, some with small sparkling icicles on the trees, and hundreds of branches on the trees. Candle. Watching Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick use magic to subtly decorate the place so beautifully that Marks couldn't help but make some small attempts here. He found a small bottle of white snow from the inside of the robe, carefully dripping a few drops of liquid with a chill on the support under a Christmas tree. "What did you fall below?" Professor McGonagall quickly came over, but he was not immediately angry. It seems that Marks's strategy of giving her a good impression last time is really useful. "Oh, Professor, you will know after a while," Marks laughed said. Marks's barely fell. The effect of those drops of liquid has already appeared. "I saw a white cold fog rising from the Christmas tree. It didn't sink like other colds. Instead, it lingered around the Christmas tree and went up to the magical ceiling. In the fog of white, there is a faintly discernible, giving this Christmas tree a unique aesthetic. This is the 5% product that I tossed when I studied potion. It looks beautiful and it is a bit cold." Marks looked at his masterpiece and felt satisfied. "Yes, it looks so good." Professor McGonagall smiled hard. Give a few more drops to the other trees. I think Albus would like this. I mean, Professor Dumbledore. Not far away, Hermione looked at the white misty Christmas tree, his eyes flashing with sparkling brilliance. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hermione said to Harry. Yeah, that's great. Harry looked like it too. I prefer the golden bubbles of Professor Flitwick. They look golden light. Ron saw Professor Flitwick using his wand to squirt a bunch of golden bubbles and hang them in the new move. The tree of the tree is on the tree. Next to Hagrid was watching a variety of decorations, just suddenly thought of what it was like, turned to the head and asked, "A few days off?" "It's only one day." Hermione said, "Hey, this reminds me, Harry, Ron, and half an hour to eat. We should go to the library." "Oh, yeah, you are right," Ron said, reluctantly looking away from Professor Flitwick. "Library?" Hagrid said, as they followed them out of the auditorium. "Would you like to take a holiday and read a book?" "Is it too hard to work?" "Oh, we are not reviewing homework," Harry said happily to him. "Since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we have been trying to figure out who he is." "What?" Hagrid's expression looked terrified. "Listen to me, I told you, let's stop. The big dog guard's nothing to do with you. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing else," Hermione said. "Are you willing to tell us, lest we should be so troublesome?" Harry said again. "We have turned over at least 100 books in these days, but even his shadow has not been found. You give us a hint." "I know where I used to see his name." "I won't say anything," Hagrid said dryly. "Well, do you still have to ask Marks, Hermione?" Ron said to Hermione. "I can't say it, Marks is very busy recently, I don't want to bother him." It seems that this is not the first time Ron has asked to ask Marks, but Hermione seems to have never agreed. "He's not idle at the moment. You see, he is still there to help the professors set up the auditorium." Ron looked at Marks, not far from them, and said with a grudge. Hagrid stood next to his anger and watched the three children discuss the matter in front of him. He didn't know what to say. "I can't say it." Hermione couldn't help but shouted at Ron. Her voice was obviously a bit loud, and Marks looked back and looked at it in confusion, and after talking to Professor McGonagall, came over here. "What happened, Hermione? How is it like a hoo-hoo?" he asked curiously. "No, nothing, Marks. Who is Nicholas Flamel?" "Don't ask." After 3 quick answers, Marks looked at Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid back and forth, and smiled and said, "Hey, 2 to 1, then I won't say it." "Hey, do you really know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Hearing Marks seemed to know, Hermione asked subconsciously, "Do you want to know?" "You want to know? I will tell you." Marks thought, "You will know sooner or later." "No, no." Hermione groaned and hesitated, or shook his head. Unlike Harry's fears, Hermione really just wants to know who Nicholas Flamel is. After seeing that Marks's progress has far exceeded her, she only wants to catch up with him by her own efforts, even if it is just such a small matter. Although she is so curious about what is important behind Cerberus Fluffy, for Hermione, how to gain knowledge by her own efforts is the only thing she has to pay attention to. Then we had to find it ourselves. Ron saw Marks not answering, and could not help but feel a little depressed. He thinks Marks has always been his good friend, like Harry, even earlier than knowing Harry. But now, he refuses to tell himself a little answer. He knows who Nicholas Flamel is. Of course, Ron is just a little unhappy. Friends are friends after all. And Marks always gives homework to him when he needs it. That I went to the library. Hermione saw Ron pulling Harry up to the door, and watching her now. "Nothing, go." Marks laughed. He didn't have time to pay attention to Ron's little child. Anyway, after 2 days, he would definitely come and ask him to borrow a history of magic paper. He waved his hand at Hermione, but his mind had already flown somewhere else. Yes, Nicholas Flamel. Marks had already checked the information about the great alchemist since he had seen Cerberus Fluffy that night. What made him hesitant was that he was not sure whether he would ask Dumbledore to introduce himself to the legendary character. You know, in the near future, Philosopher's Stone, which has one after another and that gives people eternal life, is about to be destroyed. However, let's not mention whether Dumbledore will agree to his request. The key is that even if he successfully met Nicholas Flamel, what should he do next? Do you want to talk to Flamel? Oh, I want to borrow your alchemy notes, you know, about Philosopher's Stone. You won't be able to use it anymore. In fact, Marx felt that even if he was in front of him, he couldn't understand it at all. What is alchemy? He is not a knotted thread. After pondering it, he finally gave up. Dumbledore did not intend to use Philosopher's Stone to renew his life. Obviously there must be something in it. He and Flamel are good friends who have been together for a long time. After denying this tempting plan again, Marx simply left here to go to the responsive house, and he was going to make some preparations for this Christmas. The much-anticipated Christmas holiday is finally here. Many students have chosen to go home for Christmas. Some people have even planned a Christmas short-term family trip party. For the wizard, travel is as simple and convenient as going to work every day, and nearly 3 weeks of Christmas holidays are almost in use. On the way to the Hogwarts Express train, everyone laughed and discussed, and it seems that everyone is full of expectations for this Christmas. Marx still took his light suitcase and let Owlmuff stand on his shoulder and sneak off the platform of the Hogwarts Express train. He had to go to Hogsmeade and send the recently prepared potion himself. By the way, we will calculate the earnings so far together. The popularity of Xianian potion is very good, and every batch of potion will be sold out in a short time. Although this is very happy, the phenomenon of severely insufficient production has gradually emerged. In fact, this is no way to do things. The preparation of simple potion profits are usually very transparent. In the magic circle of weak human resources, earning more is always a boutique. Those chain stores that make money by small profits but quick turnover are supported by house elf. When Marx talked to partner Tyrande about this, the other party clearly told him the news. Behind those chain stores, there is usually one, even a few pure-blooded wizard families, which are the industries of the elites. Well, my dear Mr. Tyrande, once again wish us business is booming. Marx smiled. I should go. Don't you mind if I use your fireplace? Oh, of course not, cough cough. Don't mind, please feel free to use it. Tyrande's bandaged face seemed to have a smile. Heaven knows he laughs and laughs. This can only be a guest, and he can't see it anyway. Lovely good home bang. Oh, cough cough cough, Plum, Merlin is on. Tyrande was shaken by the high flames of the fire in the fireplace. How did he do this? Cough cough cough. He is not the first person to be scared by the vision created by Marx using the flu powder, and certainly not the last one. This poor guy, he has a greater sense of awe in the mysterious Marx. Cough cough. Should it be, cough cough cough? Should I have a chance to give the original 50, cough cough, 50 gold galleon back to him better? Tyrande looked at the fireplace. The cough is even worse. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 25. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 25. When Marx came to Lovegood's home, Xenophilius was preparing for the lunch of the day on the kitchen side. While Luna placed 3 cutlery on the little dining table, Marx had informed them that they would come over. Good afternoon, Marx. Luna heard the movement on the other side of the fireplace, but did not rush to set the plate, and then turned to calmly. Well, good afternoon, Luna. Marx looked at the look of this young girl, and there was a feeling of incomprehensibility. She didn't change at all. I haven't seen it for a while. Are you okay? Luna said in a fluttering tone, as if it were not an etiquette greeting, but just casually. Marx was politely sitting on the sofa next to him, laughing and nodded. Not bad. What about you? I don't know. Maybe it's okay. She looked at her head and seemed to be really thinking about the recent situation. At this moment, Xenophilius also rubbed his hand and came over here. Welcome here for Christmas, my little reader. He was pleased. Is it in recent issues? I wrote a lot about Crumple-Horned Snorkack, and the readers responded well. Oh, yes. That's great. You can talk to me later. Marks certainly didn't look at it. He had the spare time. Although Xenophilius will let Owl bring him a copy in each issue, he has not missed it once. Okay, of course. But let's have lunch first, it's ready. Xenophilius said, I will be busy after Christmas, you know, the Quibbler special issue at the end of the year. I prepared a lot of interesting content. He took Marks to the dining table and sat down, giving Marks a bowl full of soup. So after Christmas, you will accompany me to Luna to go to the big city of Mull. He said, I remember you said that you are familiar with Mull. I think it is better than me. Oh, of course. Marks nodded. That's great. Luna always wanted to see the Mull lifestyle. She always liked the Mull decorations I bought for her. Xenophilius looked at her daughter with her favorite rays of light. Luna turned his head and exposed the sweet cherry earrings hanging on his ears to Marks. At this time, with a sly smile, her big eyes flickered and it looked really happy. The lunch continued, and Marks was laughing and talking with the father and the daughter in front of him, thinking intermittently about the dividing line between the Mull and the wizard. In the magic circle, which is still dominated by pure-blood wizard, the boundaries between wizard and Mull are still distinct. Even with the efforts of many sages, Magic Circle has appeared many excellent Mull wizards, but the deep-rooted concept of distinction has always been firmly rooted in the hearts of most wizards. In this regard, Marks does not have much thought, just want to enjoy his quiet life. He has the conscience of being an ordinary person. Even if he becomes a wizard, it is just an ordinary wizard. Those complicated and troublesome things are all left to the great wizard like Dumbledore to solve. Luna, where are we going to go first? I think. Marks threw a lot of fun in the fun, and easily talked to Luna about the post-departure journey. The time at Lovegood's home always goes very fast, which is mostly related to Luna's character. The longer she spends with her, the easier it is to be influenced by her day-to-day thinking, and the whole world becomes empty. When I was with Luna, Marks no longer restrained her sensibility, because it was hard to find sadness in Luna. The two often laugh at the waist because of some interesting little things. They always enjoyed the silence silently in a unique and cozy environment. Between the stupid, Christmas Eve has quietly arrived. Xenophilius is busy in the second-floor workroom. Marks and Luna are the same as last night, leaning against the wall of the house looking up at the endless night sky. There are very few stars in recent nights, most of which are covered by a thin layer of clouds. Under the rim of Xian, it was hidden in the sky, and the silver glow was spilled over the entire hillside. Mother gave her the favorite thing to me, as my name. Luna looked up at the moon and smiled quietly, as if she was just talking to something other than Marks sitting next to her. Marks nodded, and Luna didn't see it. What about you? Luna asked. How did your name come? Marks smiled and laughed. So unclear, but Luna didn't care at all. I started it myself. I used to call this name, Marks said. It's always been. That's not bad, Luna said. Mother often said that the name of the wizard represents the trajectory of a person's life, where it comes from and where it will go. Marks, hearing this, stopped laughing. He wiped the tears in his eyes. He can't even figure it out. Is that happy? Still sad? Yes. It represents where it comes from, and perhaps tells us where to go. Early the next morning, Lovegood was besieged by owl. A large number of owls of various coats, varieties, and sizes stopped on the lawn slopes in front of the house. Because the roofs and windowsills were already filled with other owls, they all came to give Marks a Christmas present. Marks knew for the first time that he was so popular. According to the statement, few people would come to talk to him. When the sleeping Marks was awakened by a series of slams, Marks hurried out and brought in the large and small gifts, stacked in the little living room of Luna's house. At this time, Luna, who slept half and was more confused than usual, walked out of the room wearing her red and green checkered pajamas. Marks, is this a gift you gave me? She squinted, holding a small envelope in her hand, and asked vaguely. Yeah, let's take a look. This is the Christmas gift I sent this year, the longest time. Marks Leahy authentic. Merry Christmas, Luna. What about my gift? My gift? Xenophilius on the side is like a child, and asks Marx happily, "I will be there soon?" The smile on Marx's face was clearer. "Oh. Well, what is this?" Luna gently tore the envelope and pulled out a thin card packed with tiny letters and symbols. "This is a mantra," Marx said. "It's the spell that went wrong during the test. I passed it." Needless to say, the father and the daughter present immediately understood. This is the mantra that caused Luna to lose the mother and let Xenophilius lose his wife. The father and the daughter looked at each other and found that the other's eyes were a little wet. Marx is right. They don't hate this spell at all. They don't hate anyone or something. They only regret the feelings they have in this mantra. Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood, is a person who loves to test spells. Because of the suddenness of the test, she didn't leave a word before she died. And this mantra has almost become her only wish. When Xenophilius buried her dead wife, he buried her test notes with her in the grave, hoping that she would continue to do what she likes best in that unknown place. I never thought that Luna, who had witnessed the whole process at the scene, would keep it in his mind. Even more unexpectedly, Marx even silently found the mantra by Luna's casual description of the scene. And the analysis is complete. For Luna's father and daughter, Marx's Christmas gift is even more precious than anything else. Thank you, thank you. Xenophilius's voice was clearly shaking. Luna is more sleepy. Her brief remark came to Marx and hugged him hard, and she didn't let go for a long time. At the moment of the line of sight, Marx was keenly aware that Luna at the moment was completely devoid of the usual embarrassment, and that big eyes were full of firmness. For a long time, when the two separated, Luna held the thin cardboard and his face became stunned again. The scene seemed to tell Marx that what he had just seen was just an illusion. "Well, Luna, come and help me with the gift. Let us know who sent it. I don't remember that I made that many friends." Marx smiled. That night, Xenophilius prepared a lot of food: barbecue, roast turkey, meat chops, and so on. It was like using all the savings in normally tonight. Of course, the various specialties of Lovegood's family are all varied, and everything looks like a Marx or AI. They let go of their belly and shouted, and sometimes they happily cheered, sometimes whispering. When the atmosphere reached its apex, Luna, who didn't like dance very much in normal, even danced with Marx. This Christmas dinner with only 3 people is intertwined in their laughter until late at night. At dawn, the next day, the sky was slightly translucent, and Xenophilius showed his entourage, bringing the two to the cemetery on the outskirts of Plymouth. Marx stood quietly, watching Luna ignite the card full of analytical formulas, burning a little bit in front of her mother's tombstone. It was not until this time that Marx learned from Xenophilius that Luna's mother, Pandora's hometown, was in a small village of Mull not far from here. Marx looked at the lonely little back in front of the tombstone. The waterfall-icon waist-length light golden soft long hair, once again in the rising sun, once again showed a beautiful and pure halo. Expecto Patronum. Marx's heart touched, and he silently stared at the young girl in front of him, whispering in his mouth, filled with a faint silver-white glow. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 26. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 26. Unlike the warm Christmas party at Lovegood's home, Hogwarts Christmas party has only one word to describe it, that is, magnificent. Just 100 shiny roast turkeys, hill-like char-grilled beef and salt-boiled potatoes, a large plate of delicious small sausages, a bowl of buttered green peas, a dish of thick scent with meat marinade and cranberry sauce. The sumptuous dishes are mouth-watering. A few steps along the dining table, there are huge piles of Wizard Pack's firecracker waiting for you. These wonderful color pack firecrackers are not like the shabby ordinary firecracker that the Mull family usually buys. There are only a few small plastic toys and a very unsound paper hat. Harry and Fred had smoked a colorful package firecracker. It wasn't a squeaky noise, but a popping like a cannon bombing, swallowing them all in a blue smog and blowing a blast from it. The top navy's hat, and a few lively white mice. Dumbledore on the main table was replaced by a lace hat that I didn't know where I came from. decorated with a cluster of bright flowers. He is now immersed in Professor Flitwick's little water joke, and he laughs happily. After the main meal, it is a red Christian pudding like a flame, and occasionally someone will eat some crescent-shaped silver tablets. Percy won the prize. He almost smashed his neat incisors. Albus, you lick those Christmas trees. This is a small gift that Mr. McLawn left us before leaving. Professor McGonagall patted Dumbledore's elbow gently, and she giggled, no longer the usual stern look. Oh, yes, it's a good child. Dumbledore looked at the festive Christmas tree and nodded happily. Professor Flitwick also echoed Professor McGonagall's words and showed them to Dumbledore as the little ornaments. Marks did, apparently quite satisfied with Marks, a great student. Snape, sitting next to him, is still indifferent in this happy day. He looked at the white misty Christmas trees and didn't know what to think about. Just as everyone was elated, an owl flew in from the auditorium with various parcels and dispersed in all directions. What happened? Even the professors didn't figure out why Owl would fly in at this time. Only Dumbledore smiled and looked at the scene in front of him, with a gratifying expression on his face. It didn't take long for the person who received the package to understand. This is a Christmas gift from Marks McLawn. When did he learn the tricks of the Weasley brother? Snape said coldly, but didn't want a small parcel to fall right in front of him. Snape frowned, tearing the layers of the package away, but looking at the things inside, it was a bottle of fulling. Every successful preparation of fulling agent usually only produces as little as a small thumb. The preparation process is extremely complicated, and its average preparation is often more than half a year. Marks got a lot of inspiration from Snape's discussion, shortening the preparation time to 2 months. But at the cost of a sharp drop in performance. This Christmas, Marks spent a lot of gold galleon, bought this bottle of full-effect fulling from his partner as a Christmas gift he gave to Snape. This is Marks's sincere gratitude to Snape for his guidance to himself. It takes the longest time for Marks to give Luna the gift. The Snape gift is undoubtedly the most expensive one. Snape pulled out the stopper, smelled it in front of his nose, and then silently stuffed the stopper back. Severus, I said so well? Dumbledore said to Snape with a smile. Snape took a sip of the mouth and expressed it relucided. It just costs money. Not to mention the situation in the main table. The following students also received gifts from Marks. For example, Hermione, she is now holding a cartoon lion puppet in her arms, reading a small note that Marks has left on it. The sleeping flower seeds in this puppet can improve the quality of sleep. Learn hard to rest while studying hard. Ron got the latest set of Wizard Wars. This is Marks's Transfiguration exercise. Unlike ordinary wizard, which is a combination of powerful creatures and various wizards, chessboard games look pretty cool. Harry found that the gift he had received seemed to be the most peculiar of the three of them. What is this? Brain, closed, surgery? Harry looked at a note taken from the parcel and read the words on the cover one word at a time. A Clumency? Hermione curiously said, what is that? Harry flipped through the contents, but found that it was a Marks handwritten note. The theory recorded in it was quite complicated, and he was a little confused. Show me. Hermione grabbed the past and looked at it carefully. As Hermione looked down at the note, Ron and Harry came to me and guessed. Marks wants you to learn this. Brain secretion, right? Ron said. What is it for? Harry shook his head. How did he know what it was? It seems that I have never heard of it. Then you can't learn? Ron said again. Marks lets you learn. That should be true. It seems that Marks's previous guess was correct, and Ron wouldn't have been angry with him for more than 3 days. Well, first figure out what it is, Harry said, looking at Hermione with Ron. After a while, Hermione looked up and was a little confused. According to what Marks said on the previous pages, this magic called a Clumency is a defensive magic that resists external spiritual penetration and prevents others from reading the user's thoughts. Hermione said that it has a strong resistance to a spell called Legilimens. But what's the use of this? Who wants to read my thoughts? Harry confused. Who knows? I'm afraid this is only to ask Marks himself. Hermione is also very confused. Only Ron didn't take this too seriously. He smiled and said, Marks said that letting you learn and learning, he can't be wrong. Just as Gryffindor trio was talking about it, a student at the Slytherin table not far away received a Marks gift. The little buddy Blois actually has a share. What is the situation? The snakes are talking about it, but no one wants to take care of her. It was the mysterious young girl who had a very low level of feeling at school, Winnie Blois. Winnie unpacked the parcel with no expression, took the gift inside and laid it flat on the table. She also got a note, and it looked thicker, bigger, and stronger. She turned her notes into a neat and concise style, documenting the botanical history, ecological distribution, cultivation methods and application value of a plant. Apparently, Marks also spent a lot of time thinking about this gift. He re-extracted his hand to give Winnie a copy. Behind this note, there are still more than half of the vacancies. Obviously, Winnie, who is not good at summing up, can continue to record in this format. Winnie carefully stroked the cover of this note, although there was still no emotion on her face. But it was enough to make people understand that she really liked this intimate gift. Thank you. Winnie's voice was so low that she could not hear it, but it was still the first time she said her gratitude, but Marks didn't know it. There is so much doubt in this fascinating young girl. Feelings are scarce enough to be fearful, speech is scarce enough to be confusing, and the appearance is refined to create an inhuman illusion. There are indications that there are too many secrets hidden in her body, but no one knows the truth. And this, I'm afraid, is why Marks is interested in her. Today, this mysterious young girl shows a gap in emotional expression for the first time, but Marks is still in the distant lovey-good home. This has to be said to be a pity. When everyone regained their attention on the dining table, everything just faded away and melted into the once hot Christmas atmosphere, until everyone went crazy after a meal for an afternoon. The seemingly calm but undercurrent night will come. This is the most exciting Christmas in Harry's life. I could always haunt him in his mind, and the thing that was slowly dissipated was only writhed after he was lying on the bed. He was thinking about the mysterious Christmas gift that was in the early morning of this day, invisibility cloak, and the unknown person who gave invisibility cloak to him. Sending Christmas presents at a party like Marks is a special case. Generally speaking, when you wake up on Christmas Day, you will find them from the fireplace or the bedside. Harry didn't expect to receive a gift this morning, but when he woke up, he found that the Christmas gift he received was quite rich. The most surprising of these was an invisibility cloak that was given to him by an unsigned person. There is a note in it. It is written like this: "Your father left this thing for me before he died, and it should be returned to you now. Good use. I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas." The beautiful swashes look pleasing to the eye, but the content makes Harry almost tangled all day. At this point, Ron's stomach was stuffed with turkey and cake, and nothing strangely bothered him, so he almost fell asleep as soon as he got out of bed. The speed at which I fell asleep made Harry a little embarrassed. Harry turned over and over in bed, and after all, he came out from the bed and pulled out the invisibility cloak under the bed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 27. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 27. This is what Father left. It used to be something of Father. Harry felt that the invisibility slid like a running water between his fingers. It was even more delicate and lighter than silk, and he could hardly feel any weight. Good use. Remember to say this on the note. He couldn't help but slip out of bed and put this light and invisible invisibility cloak on his body. When he looked down, he could only see the moonlight falling on the ground in the dark. Use it? Harry couldn't help but think again. Yes, it is. Suddenly, Harry's brain was so bewailing that the entire Hogwarts was completely open to him. He stood in the darkness, surrounded by silence, and his heart suddenly felt a burst of excitement. Wearing this invisibility cloak, he can go anywhere, anywhere. Filch can never find him. Ron next to the bed muttered something in his sleep, and Harry turned to look at him. Do you want to wake him up? No, this is the invisibility that Father has left for himself. He feels that at least this first time, He should use it alone. He wants to realize that in the past, did Father have also wrapped this invisibility cloak and explored it in the huge Hogwarts Castle? Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but put on the hood on the invisibility cloak. He crept out of the dormitory, walked down the stairs, crossed the common room, and climbed through the portrait hole. "Who is it?" the fat woman in the painting asked in a confused way. Harry didn't say anything. He walked fast in the hallway, trying not to make any noise. The late-night Hogwarts are quite different from the daytime, with a unique mystery in the depths, which makes Harry, who grew up in the mole world, feel like walking into a castle in a magical story. Thinking about him, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Isn't this a magic castle? Although it was not the first time to walk in the Hogwarts corridor at night, when he was wearing a stealth suit, he found that it was a different feeling from the past. He can easily observe all the details of the line of sight, not to be discovered by the Knight of Filch. Where should I go? He stopped and thought, until he jumped to his heart. Suddenly, he remembered it, the restricted section of the library. He can read it there until he knows exactly where Framel is sacred. Harry wrapped the invisibility cloak back tightly on his body before he walked forward. The library was dark and it was almost unclear to look inside. It was more gloomy than the daytime. Harry had to quit to confirm that Filch was not outside, which lit a light and carried it across a row of bookshelves. The lamp looked like it was suspended in midair, and Harry felt that he was holding it with his hand. But the scene still made the starter feel creepy. Restricted section is at the deepest part of the library. Harry carefully crossed the isolation rope that was halfway down at the waist and raised the light to look at the title. However, he did not see any clues from the title. Those flaking, faded gilding letters spelled out words that Harry couldn't understand. And some books don't even have a title at all. There is a dark stain on the book. It looked like blood, which made Harry feel very terrifying. Harry stood between the bookshelves and felt the hair on his neck stand up. He felt that there were bursts of faintly discernible whispers in those books. It seems that those books know that there is a person who should not stand here and are watching them sneaking. This may be his hallucination, and it seems that it is not. Harry felt that he had to start somewhere. He couldn't do it. So he carefully placed the lights on the floor and looked down the bottom of the bookshelf, looking for a book that looked a bit interesting. Suddenly he saw a striking silver-grey book next to a large book on the ridge of the ink-green book. The book was not very heavy, and Harry held it to open the cover. Suddenly, a burst of blue and green rays of light flashed through the pages of the book, and they flipped themselves. Harry quickly pressed them down so they didn't make any more noise. The next moment, he saw that several lines of words were written on the edge of the page. He is familiar with the fonts. They are almost identical to the writing style of the Occlumency handbook that Marks gave him. This is the handwriting of Marks. He also came here, and he also wrote down notes on it. Here is restricted section. How did Marks come in? Does he also have a stealth approach? With his own personality, Harry almost accidentally guessed the correct answer in an instant. He tried to understand what Marks is here to do with the comments left by Marks. It is a pity that Harry found that these lines of words separated each word and he knew it. But if he synthesized the sentence, he became completely ignorant. He flipped back and forth a few more pages and eventually had to put it back on the shelf with a disappointed expression. Suddenly, the big, thick ink book next to him was accidentally smashed by him. The book looked too big, and it was forced to be clamped on the shelf by the book next to it. Seeing that the book was about to fall, Harry was shocked. If it falls to the ground, I am afraid it will completely break the silence around. He rushed to get together and tried to put this heavy book in his hand. Oh! Harry couldn't help but whisper. Fortunately, although the back of the hand was filled with dull pain because it was lying on the hard floor, at least there was no noticeable sound. After a little peace of mind, Harry looked at the big book in his hand. It had a rough cover of dark green, and it was surprisingly heavy. This made Harry feel a lot of curiosity about it. He carefully opened the cover and found that the book was made with a firm and delicate bark on every page. The edges of the pages are slightly yellowish, but it can be seen that they should have been white. Some of the parts on the experimental record were quite plain and straightforward, and even Harry could see what it was talking about. Remodeling human bloodline of various magical creatures. Harry was scared by the deformed body illustrations inside, and he took a few steps back and hurriedly closed the big book about the magic. On the cover of Namo Green, faintly portrayed its name, the Book of Druids. In the lower right corner of the cover, the word Merlin was written. To say Nicholas Flamel, Harry may not remember for a moment, but the name Merlin is a famous wizard that even ordinary Mole knows. He appeared in the Mole world and helped the King of Art, the eternal King of Celtic, to guide him to the world-famous Sword in the Lake and unify the turbulent England. Now the Magic Circle's Order of Merlin was founded by Merlin. Every wizard is excited about the medals it receives. Dumbledore has an Order of Merlin medal. What is such a great wizard, but for what? Wrote such a frightening magic book. Pressing the uneasiness in his heart, Harry opened the page again and he wanted to continue to squat. Just then, he heard a regular footstep from outside the library. Is it Filch? He hurriedly extinguished the lantern on the ground and carefully stuffed the book into its original position to make sure it no longer fell. There is no gain at the moment, but he knows he has to go. As a Filch dragged his heavy steps past him, he even felt his heart jump out. Harry found that he might still see the light or something else. Looking frowns around. When Filch walked slowly inside, Harry sneaked out of the library. When he left, he glanced at the restricted section. He will come again. You should wake me up, Ron said angrily. You can come tonight, I want to see the book, Harry said. This is a big secret about Merlin, and I haven't found out who Nick Flamel is. About that big secret, Ron said. It sounds like it's fun. Bloodline transformation? Maybe we can be as powerful as a giant. You eat some bacon or something else. Why don't you eat anything? Harry felt that he was a little bit devoid of appetite. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets hidden in the restricted section. What did Marx write on that book? Is Merlin so respectable as rumors? Who is Nick Flamel? What is the big dog guarding? Why is Snape stealing it? There are more and more things that puzzle him, which makes him feel a little anxious. The second time I used the invisibility cloak, because Ron was also covered inside, it was very inconvenient to move, and they walked much slower. The winter night is really cold. Ron whispered softly. If we don't find it, go back first. No. Harry said solemnly. We must find out as soon as possible. Who is Nicholas Flamel? Snape definitely didn't make a good idea. Not long after, they came to the restricted section of the library again. The two, regardless of the work of Merlin, began to search for the trace of Nick Flamel. After a while, in the strangely dangerous restricted book, they found a lot of horrible content. For example, demons and temptations, such as soul and death. A lot of magic that sounds evil is everywhere here, but it doesn't find even one word related to Nick Flamel. It seems that there isn't even a restricted section, Ron said as he shuddered, and he felt his feet frozen. Helpless, Harry opened the big book of the ink green again. He wanted to at least make this question clear. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 28. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 28. In the following, Harry saw a different place. He found that Merlin seems to be looking for ways to make damage to the wizard and the magical creature as much as possible. If the bloodline is successfully transformed, the practice time of animagus can be greatly shortened. However, this experiment has not been successful in the end. Harry didn't know what animagus was. The Transfiguration of this semester hasn't talked about this yet, but he already understands that this is just a more dangerous study of Merlin, and he always holds the original bottom line. At the end of the book, Harry saw a narrative about Hogwarts, where Merlin had studied, and was a student of Slytherin House. This part of the matter made Harry decide, at least once again tomorrow night. The next morning, the snow has not melted. Would you like to play chess? Ron asked. The chess that Marx gave me is awesome. It's much more powerful than a normal wizard. The dragon above is really amazing. Do not want to. Why don't we go see Hagrid? Don't go. You go, Harry, Ron said suddenly. watching him. "Don't you want to go tonight?" "Listen to me, don't go anymore." "Why?" Harry looked up. "The books in the restricted section give me a bad feeling," Ron said earnestly. "And the last time you met Filch, we saw him again last night when we came back. Check out the library." "What if I let him see you? What if he hits you?" "You can speak like Hermione now." Harry barely laughed. "I'm not kidding, Harry, really don't go." Ron didn't seem to feel really good. "Okay." Seeing Ron was serious, Harry hesitated and nodded. But that night, when he was lying in bed, he remembered the contents of the book. "Those stories are like the legend of his legend, which attracts his attention. He is still a child after all. And since I was young, I didn't like his petunia aunt, and I wouldn't waste money on what fairy tale books to buy." "Go again, just the last time," Harry secretly decided. Then he wrapped up in the invisibility cloak again, and Ron slept quickly and left dormitory, and quickly went to the library. Oh, he still went? Harry ran too fast and hit the coat rack at the door when he left. After he left, a coat hanging from it slipped down and woke Ron. Ron turned his head and Harry was not in bed. And let's not mention Ron's side. Harry is already going to the library at this time. Just as he took out the big book again and was ready to continue reading it, he inadvertently found that the bookshelf next to it was leaning against the individual. "Ah!" Harry scared almost to throw the book out. "Oh, dang, Professor Dumbledore. Sorry, I didn't see you." "It's weird, you've become nearsighted after invisibility," Dumbledore said. Harry saw a smile on his face and could not help being relaxed. "So," Dumbledore said, walking slowly and sitting on the floor with Harry, "you have seen the little autobiography written by Merlin in the Book of Chelsea?" "Oh, I think so." Harry was a little nervous. After all, the night tour of Hogwarts was a violation of the rules. "How? Is it interesting?" Dumbledore said slowly. "I also saw that paragraph. Arthur King pulled out the stone in the stone but was smashed while fighting the King of Berlin. Broken, Merlin took him to a lakeside. Goddess in the lake gave him a sword, which is the world-famous steel sword, also known as the Lake Sword. Merlin likes Mole, isn't it? Even the Order of Merlin created by him was originally intended to promote the legal protection of the Mole and the rights of the Mole. But later, it became used for some reason to recognize the organization of great magic achievements. "Well," Dumbledore sighed, "this is said resolutely. Okay, the story you have already listened to. Don't come here again. You, and Ron, don't just rush into the restricted section. The books here are dangerous." "How do you know?" "I don't want invisibility cloak to be invisible," Dumbledore said softly. "Remember, you haven't been able to flip through the black magic book at any time." Harry licked his mouth and eventually went down to nodded. But when he was about to stand up, he remembered something again. He turned his head and looked at the silver grey magic book. Harry didn't ask Dumbledore why Marks would come here, and he wrote down notes in the book. But with Dumbledore's keenness, he has already noticed Harry's gaze. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, and he didn't know if he was doing it right this time. Will the child who is so smart and lovable will become like Tom? His instinct tells him not to, but this is not something that can be judged by intuition. He has missed an opportunity to save his own student, and the child has therefore embarked on a road of no return. He does not want Marks to be lost in his life because of his inaction. So this time, Dumbledore is always watching Marks carefully, and he will be able to guide him in time when Marks has problems. Harry had already returned under Dumbledore's eyes, but Dumbledore himself was mired. Only when Harry returned to the dormitory, saw Ron sitting on the edge of the bed with enthusiasm. When he was surprised, Ron pulled him over. "Harry, I told you." "Oh, sorry, I shouldn't take your own." Harry immediately apologized. Ron immediately shook his head. "No, don't mention this first," he said. "I originally wanted to sneak out to find you. You know, even if there is no invisibility cloak, we also went out. I mean, I was going to the library halfway when you guess what I saw." "What?" Harry wondered. "I saw Snape." He put Quirrell on the wall and said evilly. Do you know how to subdue Hagrid's rare beast? It looks scary. You didn't find him? Harry asked, busy. No, I didn't dare to stay too long. I will be back soon. After that, Harry was lying in bed for a long time, but he couldn't sleep. The next day, Harry decided to follow Dumbledore. He folded the invisibility cloak and placed it at the bottom of the box. He didn't touch it again during the rest of the Christmas holiday. Harry's turmoil during the Christmas holiday is basically over at this point, but for Marks, it is only just beginning. What is that? In the past few days, Luna has asked this question many times, but Marks has tirelessly introduced her various things of Mole World to her. Although Luna is still a look of God, she can see that she is curious about everything around her. Marks didn't run too far with Luna because he still had to go home every night. Although Xenophilius is very reassured to them, he has not been assured that Luna will spend the night outside. Even so, walking around London has made Luna a bit overwhelmed. Christmas has just passed, but the festive atmosphere is more intense. Outside the Covent Garden, a huge reindeer stands in the middle of the street. It has a Christmas hat on its head and a red and white plush scarf around its neck. It is full of flashing lights and looks very festive. The interior of the garden is lined with a small list of stalls, and you can buy a variety of warm drinks and small desserts at very low prices. Marks is fortunate to have reserved some spare pounds when redeeming the gold galleon. This time can be useful. He bought a lot of delicious and fun, and all kinds of small gifts have a strong Christmas atmosphere. It seems that because of the fact that there are so many people inside, Luna took the initiative to hold Marks's hand. Marks looked at her laughing, and he knew that Luna was simply not wanting to go away. For this pure girl who is full of spiritual chi, everything is so pure. Marks took a lot of things and took Luna to the rest area outside the street for the tourists to settle down. Try this. Marks smiled and handed a creamy dessert to Luna. This is a Christmas dessert. It looks great. Luna took the dessert and cautiously looked at it. At her hand, there are many different kinds of Christmas decorations, and she especially likes these gadgets. Marks. Luna carefully placed the two desserts on the table, sticking out her tongue and rubbing her upper lip, her eyes falling on the Christmas tree not far away. What? Marks answered. Don't you go home? Luna looked at her big eyes and asked as she observed the decorations on the Christmas tree. Marks thinks she is asking the Christmas tree, can't just watch people talk. Well, don't go back. In front of Luna, Marks always subconsciously avoids the topic of his family, although he doesn't know why. Luna turned his head and glanced at him like a nightmare. Family is the only one afterworld and another place to hide people's shortcomings and failures. It is also the only one after another to reveal people's shortcomings and failures. After that, she put the focus on the small jewelry in front of her, and seemed to forget what she said. Marks looked at her for a moment, and then she flew her eyes to the distant streets. Britain's Christmas is always so laid back. Everyone goes to the streets, left to look at the right, enjoyed the good times of Christmas holiday. It is obvious in the crowd that it is a couple and which are parents and children. No matter what combination, the face is filled with a happy smile. For a long time, Marks returned to sobered up. He secretly smiled, and he would have envied others. Just when he re-looked towards the table in front of him and planned to pick a dessert for himself, he found that the crowd around him suddenly had an unusual commotion. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 29. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 29. Marks was keenly aware of what had happened. He immediately looked up and frowns looked around all around. He found that everyone seemed to suddenly think of something that must be left, and quickly walked away, moving away from the street in different directions. Mole repelling charm? Marks muttered. Sitting opposite Luna, who also looked around curiously, she found that the scene that was just alive and well was like a dream that has disappeared. Even the shops and stalls on the street should be closed, and the pack soon became deserted. Let's go there and avoid it. Marks took Luna, and no matter what the things on the table were still he quickly walked to the open-air coffee shop not far away. There was an iron fence with a short hole in it, hiding inside, will not be discovered. With such a large mole-repelling charm, it is definitely a major event. He let Luna hide in the innermost, and he opened the bushes and sneaked out. Not long after, a few people dressed as wizards came out from an inconspicuous alley diagonally opposite. They looked around and then immediately took out the wand, scattered them in an orderly manner, seemingly searching for something. Is it of Ministry of Magic? Marx saw the well-trained look of those people, and could not help but speculated. They searched very quickly, and the movements were clean, and soon one person came to the vicinity of the two hiding places. Marx wasn't sure if he would give himself and Luna a bottle of cyanine potion. After all, he subconsciously hid, and now it seems a bit unsuitable to run out suddenly. Today, I am wearing a mole costume, although it is not convenient to bring more belts because of his well-prepared principle of doing things. Now he only has a few bottles of potion in his hand, and he really doesn't want to use it. The main thing is that it is all money. Just as he reached into his trouser pocket, when he first touched the pill bottle, he found something hard on his back. In the next moment, the wizard that was searching outside had come in from the door. Just as Marx frowned and thought about the countermeasures, he did not accidentally find a strong force behind him. He was pushed out. However, the hard object is still on his head, so that he does not dare to shake. He knows, it must be a wand tip. Hands up. Hands. Marx did it right away. The wizard who just came in immediately pointed the wand to Marx, revealing a puzzled expression. After all, Marx seems to be just a little child in his teens. The other person took out a magical item with the same eyepiece and looked at Marx in front of him. It seemed that nothing was abnormal. Just as Marx thought that the other person would ask for something, the other party was very decisive in reading the mantra. Obliviate. Damn, he forgot that he was still dressed as a mole kid. As a last resort, Marx immediately rolled to the side and took his own wand from his sleeve. Expelliarmus. Marx is not aiming at the wizard who used him to show Obliviate, but the one who knows who is hiding in the holly bush at the moment. Bang! A red light shot. The leaves splattered, and a silhouette burst out at the same time. Obviously the other side's reaction was very fast. He avoided Marx's disarming charm, but the purpose of Marx was reached, and he forced the man out. Just he held me. I think he is the one you are looking for, Marx said calmly and quickly, and then waved his hand. Impedimenta. Stupefy. The wizard just understood the current situation and cast a spell with Marx. After being attacked by two people, the other party had no time to deal with it, and completely unprepared was stunned. Good on-spot response. Are you a student of Hogwarts? The wizard glanced at Marx and then looked around again. Don't relax your vigilance, the other person should be more than one person. Yes. There is one with me. The latter companion had not yet had time to say it, and Marx saw Luna coming out. Behind her, she still followed a woman. The other side pointed to Luna's neck with wand, looking nervously at this side. Don't just move around, otherwise I'll. The woman poked Luna's white neck with wand and threatened with trepidation. Awful scene. Behind Marx, the former wizard frowned. Throw the wand on the ground. The woman screamed. Throw away. Luna in her hand is still the look of the gods. It doesn't seem to be a hostage consciousness. She just looks at Marx quietly. The woman was talking, and three servants came in and out. The companion of the man behind Marx, not allowed to move. The woman looked even more nervous. Her sharp scorpion gave a feeling of tearing. Throw it. Throw the wand and throw it far away. After a stalemate, Marx was the first to throw it. He couldn't help. He couldn't make a bet on Luna's life. With the first one, there will naturally be a second one. Soon, the five people on this side threw the wand far away. After seeing everyone's wand thrown away, the woman suddenly shrank behind Luna. Everyone except Luna reacted immediately. She wanted separation. Marx's eyes glanced and the dangerous eyes came out from the inside. Behind him, the four wizards quickly ran to their wand, but the distortion of separation was apparently behind Luna, and it was too late. Avada Kedavra. Peng. Marx suddenly pulled out a bottle of potion from his pocket and made every effort to throw it at his feet. shouting in his mouth. Oh no, there was a tiny scream in the back of Luna. What? What's wrong? Sorry. Marks heard a burst of suspicion behind him, but he didn't have time to pay attention, but ran to Luna for the first time. He glanced behind Luna and found a foot on the ground that also included the ankle. He knew that the little action that he had just made was a good result. It's okay, Luna. Marks looked up and down Luna and looked back and forth to see if she had any damage. Luna shook her head slightly and smiled calmly. I'm fine. Until now, when the wizards gathered to see the specific situation, they finally understood. It turned out that Marks's sudden screaming was a bluff. He used the others' nervousness and the fear of the fate, and forced the other party to distract when disapparition, which led to the final disintegration. To be honest, even other wizards are scared, and the curse is the most terrifying curse of the three. Unforgivable curse. Anyone who has thoroughly understood this spell will have a fear of it. After all, even those who can't even mention their names have been immersed in this fearful curse. I just scared her. Marks carefully checked Luna and said casually, search as soon as possible. It seems that the other party will definitely be inconvenienced because of blood loss. This is a good opportunity. One of the wizards looked at the feet on the ground and immediately said to others, let's go to contact other people first. You left to deal with the scene. Yes, by the way, send these two children, they can make a great contribution today. Another wizard laughed. After all, there were 3 people with the man who was still in syncope, and disapparition left. Only the one that Marks first encountered was still here. Hello, children. He looked at Marks with great interest. Are you a Hogwarts student? Oh, yes, sir. Marks saw Luna innocent, and this time he turned back to nodded. Maybe you and your partner, is the aura of Ministry of Magic? Ha ha, yes. My name is Kevin. The other replied with a smile. The situation today is really unexpected. I can't think of a small genius. He paused, suddenly thought of what he asked. Don't you say that you are the boy who is in danger? If this is the case, then it is not surprising that today, even that person lost to you in the hands. Compared with that, today is only a small scene. Marks quickly waved his hand. No, I am not. But I am his friend, he said. My name is Marks McLawn. I am very happy to meet you, sir. Oh, that's rude. Kevin apologized. You know, the boy is so famous, I thought of him at once. What about this pretty little girl? He turned and looked towards Luna, but Luna kept looking at other places, not listening to what he said. Marks looked at Luna and smiled and replied on her behalf. She is Luna Lovegood. If there is nothing unexpected, she should go to Hogwarts next year. Oh, that's great, Kevin said. I used to go to Hogwarts and I was a Ravenclaw. As he spoke, he walked over to the broken foot and pulled out a black envelope in his hand. When I pack it, I will send you back. He said, it's a bit late. It's not safe for a small child to be outside. Oh, I forgot. You are a little genius. Under normal circumstances, there should be no problem. Kevin suddenly made a joke. Perhaps, after graduation, you can come to the Ministry of Magic to sign up for a training. I believe that you will become an unprecedented or. But be sure to pay attention to the traps in the NEWT exam. I know, I almost got that year. I haven't passed, it's always my luck. Soon after collecting the live information, Kevin waved wand to lift mole-repelling charm and left with Marks and Luna. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 30. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 30. Regarding the cause of the unexpected situation, Marks tentatively asked a few words when Kevin left. Although the other party said that it was temporarily inconvenient to disclose, it was revealed under Marks's questioning. It was 2 dark wizards who fled to Britain from the magic circle of the United States. The relevant part of the search has been taken over by the Britain Ministry of Magic. According to Kevin, in fact, it is a couple who are fleeing. The husband is a dark wizard, but his wife is just an ordinary wizard. No wonder the woman has been nervous. It seems that she was only forced to helpless. Marks shook his head. Even if it is forced to helpless, then it can't be condoned. The harm of the dark wizard is very large. Kevin said seriously. And no one can guarantee that she will not become a new dark wizard in the future. Marks thinks that Kevin really does make sense. Treating those real dark wizard groups, indulging will only make them more arrogant. But what about it? Marks doesn't want to be against anyone, as long as they don't come to provoke themselves. He doesn't want to take the initiative to provoke guys whose brains have completely broken. Learning a variety of esoteric and complex magic knowledge is enough to consume energy. He cannot toss that many leisurely. Moreover, this time using the curse outside the school and Aura to help him eliminate the record. After that, in the event of any mistakes or misunderstandings, it will certainly be a big problem. In the days that followed, Marks went around again with Luna, Hyde Park, Tower Bridge, Trafalgar Square, Thames, Buckingham Palace, all the places where London can go. Looking at the road view on the street during the day and going to the theatre to listen to the opera at night, this kind of life is simply a pleasure. Time is never enough. Marks sighed and took Luna back to Lovegood's house. That said, there was no such thing as the exception when you used flu powder. Xenophilius couldn't help but ask when Marks appeared in the Lovegood's fireplace. Oh, yes, Mr. Weasley also asked me, but I don't know. Marks was also very puzzled. He also specifically looked for the Flu Network's maintenance staff to redeploy his home's fireplace, and even himself. It's been refurbished, but it's useless. He has read many books in Hogwarts, but the structure of the Flu Network and the preparation of the flu powder have always been a mystery, and he has no idea. But this is not something that people can know at random. In the end, this matter is still shelved. In short, maybe it's related to the soul, but at the moment it's just a guess. Marks thought secretly. To be honest, his understanding of himself is actually no more than others understand. Since ancient times, the deep exploration of human mystery has always been the bottleneck of many researchers. Whether it is a wizard or a mole. The holidays will be over in a few days, Marks said suddenly. I plan to sort out my study notes in the last few days and I will not go out recently. Sorry, Luna. No, I should thank you. Luna smiled slightly. I have a great time, a very happy Christmas holiday. Marks went back in the evening before the start of school. He took a lot of messy things, most of which were the Christmas gifts that everyone gave him. Although it is not a great thing, even a part of it is a snack, but it is everyone's heart. For example, there is a large bag of rock cakes that Hagrid gave him. Marks feels that he will not eat them in his life, but he can be used as a special souvenir collection. Their shelf life is very long. In fact, Marks has received some late gifts after Christmas Day. And there are a lot of useful things in this batch of gifts. Dumbledore sent him a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Marks joined the Quidditch team and obviously couldn't hold him. Most of the other teachers send books, various books, and even their own summary notes. For Marks, the gifts of these teachers are really in line with his mind. And I have to mention that Snape actually gave him a gift. Well, although what Snape sent is not like a Christmas present, Marks understands that the blessings he sent are obviously rewarding. The Snape School Owl sent a small note, Sectum Sempra '. And it's cracking spell speed healing. Marks looked at the note, and there was a mantra on the front and the back. The small spell was also parsed with a simple and concise spell. This is a big gift. Marks was a little emotional. This is the aggressive spell invented by Snape. It is concealed, swift and powerful. If there is no curse, Unforgivable Curse will probably have another piece of content. Oh, welcome back, Marks. At the beginning of Hogwarts dinner, Hermione waved at him happily, and she just arrived today. In addition to Hermione, many people are welcoming Marks. I think about it at Marks, and it is estimated that I also have the credit for my own gifts. They usually haven't seen such enthusiasm. At the main guest table, the professors also nodded to him. Marks looked at Dumbledore and smiled a bit. Thieves. I couldn't help but think it would be better. He greeted the professors far away and made Hufflepuff's long table. It's time to start again. Charlotte smashed Emmy, who was sitting next to Marks, and shot Peng Peng on Marks's back as usual. Marks helpless let her go to shoot, because the rejection will only make her shoot more. The start that Charlotte said is naturally the training of Quidditch. Although he received Nimbus 2000 from Dumbledore this time, he felt that it was too late to come out before the game. There is no need to show off everywhere. After all, not to mention the effect of confidentiality, tentatively still have to be like some better, isn't it? In the days that followed, although it had been raining, the Quidditch team's little guys were still full of energy. They are known for their hard work, but they will not stand still because of a little trouble. Marks, the lazy little cockroach, was squeezed in the middle, and he couldn't help but also give some enthusiasm. To make himself look more serious, Marks also proposed several creative tactics. His ideas were fully supported in the practice with the unanimous affirmation of the team members. Marks regrets for a while, because of this, the amount of training has increased a lot. Of course, in addition to Quidditch training, Marks has a lot to do. Recently, he has always used his various potions to give his own nourishment and strong exertion rate. The effect is amazing. Too many potions can be used. After all, there are still side effects of various medicine precipitates, and they cannot be used for long-term support. Fortunately, a series of related research is coming to an end. Without a surprise, a new potion is about to be born. The inspiration and cause of this research began with the unexpected accident of the Christmas holiday. For each wizard, the wand he owns is part of his life. Although the wizards can replace the wand after accidental damage, a wizard can't carry the common sense of two wands but a magic circle. Once wand is attached to his own master, it will be exclusive to other wands. When the two wands are held by the same person, the dear friend will get no more results than a pair of thick, long, hard, and not too neat chopsticks. But what if your own wand is taken away? Marks doesn't want to have that situation anymore. After comparing the possibilities, he decided to work on the potion that he is best at. In general, the vast majority of potions are swallowed as a method of use. Because most potions are exposed to excessive amounts of unknown substances in the air, their properties undergo a fairly complex chain of drastic changes, and the consequences are quite unpredictable. As a result, Marks abandoned the idea of initially trying to study volatile hypnotic potions and moved toward simple and rudimentary research and development. Some singular materials will not have a series of drastic changes, and the byproducts produced in the past experiments are a good example. On this basis, Marks tested a highly volatile flammable medicinal liquid and used it to create a bottle of dangerous liquid potion. This stuff really exploded. As long as there is a little bit of fire attribute material as a primer, you can explode a very strong adhesive flame in a flash. According to Marks, the toughness of this magic flame is almost a weakened version of Fiendfire Chaos. But it may not be as weak as Fiendfire for the burning effect of those objects with magic power. It is a pity that the safety of this stuff is not guaranteed, and it is a shortcoming that cannot be ignored. Marks gave the trial a simple and rude name, Fiendfire Bottle 1. At noon the next day, when Marks was sitting in the library after a lunch break, and writing a long potion formula on the notebook, Hermione hurriedly stepped in. "Marks, I found it," she said. "I found Nick Flamel." "That's not easy. It is said that he is currently back to France." Marks smiled. "Hey, I found the information of Nick Flamel." Hermione whispered. "I found his name on a guide to medieval sorcery." "Oh, yes, that's it." Marks nodded. "So, you already know what's behind the Herberus's Cerberus?" "I think so, Philosopher's Stone." Hermione lowered her voice. After getting Marks's affirmation, Hermione left happily. Marks looked at her back, but her heart was secretly thought. In fact, he also considered whether he should go to make a fun, but after some thoughts, he decided to let it develop. For the time being, he will not have much effect, and it may not be known that it will disrupt Dumbledore's plan. After all, this is always the case of Harry and Voldemort. Why bother to do more mistakes? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 31. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 31. Quidditch's game is getting closer, and although the Hufflepuff team's young players are still working hard, There is still a nervous phenomenon before the game. This is a huge change from Hufflepuff's previous mentality. This time they are really thinking about how to win. One afternoon, the weather was not bad. The bright sunshine shines on the earth, making everyone feel the warmth of the atmosphere. The lawn that has been applied to the magic is like being tidy by a single root, and picks up layers of ripple when the breeze blows. On each of the tops of the watchtower, there is a colorful flag. Red and gold are Gryffindor, silver and green are Slytherin, Ravenclaw is blue and bronze, and only Hufflepuff is black and yellow. To be honest, it seems a bit unfamiliar. When Marks flew out of the team's entrance aisle with Nimbus 2000 and waved around for a week, the audience was boiling. Probably the Hufflepuff team's confidentiality measures are really good. Most of the students didn't think that they had a new member in their team, and they were still a first-year new student. In Hogwarts, Marks's reputation is still good. His outstanding performance and low attitude have earned him a lot of goodwill. Therefore, the cheers at this time are particularly enthusiastic. We got this exciting news before the game. With the approval of Headmaster Professor Dumbledore, Marks McLaughlin officially joined the Hufflepuff House team through selection. He became the youngest Quidditch player of our Hogwarts for a century. Everybody cheers for Marks McLaughlin. The two commentators announced loudly in an excited tone that the atmosphere in the venue became more heated. Okay, they are in place. Captain Darren waved his hand. David, Mark, the bat is steady. Follow the tactics. Let everyone relax. The three chasers including Marks stopped at the center of the stadium. The opposite Slytherin also flew 3 players. Everyone hovered around the ground with Madam Hooch in the air, waiting for the first time after the start of the game. Grab the quaffle. Madam Hooch stretched his foot and slammed the ball. As the lid opened, all 3 balls except the quaffle were lifted off. The bludger is lifted up, followed by Golden Snitch. Remember, Golden Snitch is worth 150. Seeker catches it, the game is over. The commentator enthusiastically started the official commentary for the game. Prepare. Quaffle is in heaven. The game begins. Marks stared at Madam Hooch and threw the quaffle to the highest point. Then he moved. The Nimbus series is a broomstick that is known for its excellent performance. Under the control of Marks, the speed is abnormally fast, almost a straight speed. He took the lead in taking the quaffle. However, Marks didn't hold the ball for a long time. At the same time as he leaned forward, the quaffle was gently hidden by him. The short-haired girl Christine received it. When the 2 Slytherin chasers had just caught up with Marks, whose speed had slowed down, they found that Marks had no ball in his arms. We cheated. Slytherin's team member was furious. They just wanted to turn around, but Marks first took them one step at a high altitude. A bludger was beaten by Slytherin's beater and flashed beautifully by Marks. Here, the only Charles who can compete with the tall players of Slytherin has broken through the defense of the other beater and came to Slytherin's left goal ring. Christine, who is still rushing in the low air, makes it a big throw. Oh, she didn't give the ball in place. The commentator shouted. Yes, Christine threw the quaffle to a place where no one was. No, it's McLaughlin. McLaughlin dived from the sky. McLaughlin has avoided 2 bludgers in a row. McLaughlin caught the quaffle. McLaughlin pitched. Slytherin's keeper is still at the left door. Is he too late? He is too late. The ball is in. Hufflepuff 10 points. Quaffle flew into the middle dooring while rubbing the other side of keeper's fingers. This series of matches made the scene boil again. Scorpio. Everyone is coming. Everyone is coming. McLaughlin is the youngest team member in a century. Next up is Slytherin taking the ball, and their chasers look quite strong. I saw that they cooperated with each other and forcibly squeezed Charles, who was trying to interfere. Trying to score straight. Marks quickly flew to the front of their 2 positions, and moved towards beater David. David immediately took the opportunity to fly to the sky and hit a bludger towards Marks. Marks shunned, and the bludger that was hit was just on the face of Slytherin's team member. Peng. Marks reached out and grabbed the quaffle that had floated from the other hand and fell exactly in his hand. I saw him lean over and rush forward again, almost exactly the same as last time. Slytherin's chasers are a bit embarrassed, but they still follow the basic tactics to send individuals to chase him. But other people's attention has to be distracted because of Hufflepuff's first tactic. Slytherin's reaction was expected by Marks. He made 2 consecutive spins, bringing the flexibility of Nimbus 2000 to the extreme. Slytherin's chasers were kicked out of his 5 positions by his fake action. Oh, McLawn is in front of the door again. This is the left door knocker. Is he going to pitch the ball? Marks naturally won't throw the ball so easily, so the probability of being saved by the opponent's keeper is too great. He suddenly rolled over while Slytherin keeper was on his alert, and keeper immediately followed the move to the center door. But Marks suddenly hovered and made a throwing shot, but he was planning to throw the ball to the left again. Is it really the left door? Is it the left door? Oh, not. Keeper leaned over to the left door, but Marks threw the quaffle back to Christine, who had just arrived in the middle door. The ball goes in again. Hufflepuff 20 points. In the next game, Marks dominated the entire game. He tempted the opponent's beater to attack him and created another chance for Christine. He evaded the interference of the 2 chasers and made the match between Charles and Christine perfect. He used dazzling flight technology. The action caused the opponent's keeper to hit the goal post. He even used the cover of Charles's body to make the opponent's player almost unable to find him. The score has risen all the way, and the audience's enthusiasm has reached the peak of the Quidditch Cup as of this field. Golden Snitch. Hufflepuff's seeker Charlotte first discovered it. Marks moved quickly while watching the movement of the audience. He found that the other side's seeker was flying to Charlotte, which is Seeker's tactics. When Seeker hadn't found the Golden Snitch yet, and the other party had already discovered it, it was much better to keep up with the opponent than he was looking for. This is one of Seeker's basic tactics, the simplest but also the best. The current score is 100-30. Although the Quidditch Cup is the same as the World Cup, the single win or loss does not determine everything, but the 150 score also has value that cannot be ignored. Moreover, Hufflepuff has lost a game so far, and Marks still wants to use this 150 score to recover the score. Charlotte's flight skills are good, even in Marks. Slytherin's seeker is a despicable guy who behaves quite awkwardly. I saw that the other side interfered with Charlotte back and forth, and even forced the tail of her broom to try to let her fall. Other players are chasing each other as much as possible to prevent each other from affecting seeker on their own side. HMPH. Marks coldly snorted, rushing straight over there. Except for Seeker, other players who touch Golden Snitch are fouls. But even if you don't touch Golden Snitch, is he really incapable? Marks once again easily opened the chasing player who followed him, spotted the position of the Golden Snitch, and then directly slammed Charlotte's back with his shoulders. Oh! Charlotte was hit by him, and he almost went back. It turns out that the precision of Marks's top is such that Charlotte's right hand grabs the Golden Snitch flying in front. She caught the Golden Snitch. Charlotte Werther caught the Golden Snitch. She succeeded. At the end of the game, 250 scored more than 30 and the game was over. Hufflepuff won. With a whistle, in the excitement of the narrator, Madam Hooch waved and the game was over. Marks flew around the stadium and thanked everyone for their support. He saw Dumbledore laughing and the big white beard was shaking, and it seemed that he really liked the Quidditch sport. Good job, Marks. Captain Darren slammed Marks's shoulder in excitement. He missed 3 goals, and Slytherin's pitching opportunity was only 4 times. To put it bluntly, this is really a soy sauce roll in the game. But everyone doesn't care about this. He saw Darren's efforts during training. There are always 1 or 2 people who are not good at it. As a captain, Darren is very effective in motivating team members and summarizing tactics, and this is captain's most important ability. After summing up the gains and losses in the game, Marks left the locker room. Outside, many Hufflepuff students are crowded at the door. and the crowd is occasionally mixed with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. If Hogwarts' 4 big houses are not waiting for Slytherin, several other houses are friendly to each other. Marks looked at the lively scene in front of him and suddenly felt that it was time to explore Ravenclaw. It is said that there are some unique collections in the Ravenclaw Tower, which are distributed on every shelf in the tower. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 32. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 32. Ravenclaw House, a house that focuses on erudition and intelligence. When Marks just entered school and had a separate house ceremony, Sorting Hat first thought of this house for him. This shows that he does match some of Ravenclaw in some respects. At this moment, after careful consideration, he felt that he had to find someone to pull the relationship at least. If someone asks at least in the future, there is also an excuse. Well, by the way, Luna can also pave the way before entering school. To say who Marks is most interested in Ravenclaw House. This person is not a member of the Head of the Charms Professor Flitwick, nor other students, but the ghost of the Ravenclaw Tower, Miss Grey. This is not only because she has been in Hogwarts for a long time, but also because she can certainly put out a lot of old secrets about Ravenclaw House. Miss Grey is the ghost of Ravenclaw, and her life is Helena Ravenclaw, which is the pro-daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She stole Mother's diadem, but she died in the hands of her Baron. Although she committed a mistake of filial piety, she was always a simple and vain person. If you want to get some secrets about Ravenclaw House, it is obviously more appropriate to start here. Regarding Ravenclaw, Marks read some of the books about the founders of Hogwarts from books some time ago. To be honest, among the 4 founders of Hogwarts, I am afraid that Ravenclaw and Slytherin have the highest magic achievements. Unlike Salazar Slytherin's application bias, Rowena Ravenclaw is a true theory. As a magic scholar, Ravenclaw has done a lot of theoretical research in his life, and that's what Marks has been pursuing. Miss Grey, please wait a moment. Marks asked Hufflepuff's fat cultivator ghost about her location and found it all the way. Helena inherited her mother's appearance, once a beautiful woman with a long curly hair. Although she has now become a ghost, she has also maintained her appearance when she was young. Well, just this beauty is a bit transparent, but it doesn't matter. Miss Grey, wait a minute. Marks found that people seem to be less willing to take care of people. Helena was called by him and finally stopped. She turned and hung a few inches above the ground, looking at Marks with a cold face. Beautiful Miss Grey. Marks quickly stood up and gracefully performed an old ceremony. I don't know if I can delay you for a little time. There is one thing I want to tell you. She stared at Marks for a moment, with no arrogant expression nodded. Marks leaned over again, expressing his gratitude, and even he himself felt that it would be funny for a small child to do these moves. But he knows that Helena is a woman who likes others to respect her, and her behavior may win some good feelings for him. It's like this, Marks said in a ready speech. When I looked at books in the library, I found some accounts about Ravenclaw House. Yes, I already know your identity, Marks said while watching the expression of Helena. When she saw her slightly frowning but did not reject the topic, he understood that this was a good start. And about you, I inadvertently heard some past events at Bloody Baron. I don't think there is anything wrong with your choice, Marks said cautiously. Chasing the truth and chasing glory is the nature that everyone should have. It represents extraordinary wisdom and supreme pursuit. Oh, yes, Helena suddenly chuckled. Do you think I would say that? Marks hearing this is what he did not expect. Yes, you said it is good, she continued. I always think so, but it's a pity. I have heard it again, and I don't want to listen to the second time. Helena put away her smile and looked at Marks coldly. Have you heard it again? Who said it? Marks thought about it and suddenly realized that he was afraid of missing something. I don't know where you heard about it, but I'm sure there isn't in the library. Is Tom Riddle? Marks said suddenly. If Voldemort found diadem in the past, Marks didn't think much about it before. But now it seems that Voldemort is afraid to choose Helena as a breakthrough mouth like him. Helena looked at Marks. She didn't know how Marks guessed it, and that thing should only be known to her alone. Miss Grey, I think, The meaning I want to express is very different from that person. Marks changed the gentle tone just now, a little bit intense. Tom Riddle just scams you for getting diadem, but I am different. Marks said, I really believe that your behavior is worthy of every wizard. And I have no need for diadem, I just want to meet with a beautiful and intelligent woman like you. Marks can see that Helena's expression has changed slightly, and that is her recognition of her accompaniment. I hope you know that one of my friends will be enrolled next year. I think she will be assigned to Ravenclaw because of his similar beauty and intelligence. Marks decided to fight the iron and continue to praise her. You are the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Your traits clearly represent the qualities you need to enroll in Ravenclaw House. This kind of half-realistic praise obviously touched Helena, but Marks himself has already had a goosebump. She was slightly laughed and said proudly, you said it makes sense. But the past experience has made me unable to believe in you. Unless she looked good and prolonged her tone and sold it. Unless. Marks echoed with a curious expression. Unless you can go through the Ravenclaw's bronze eagle door tonight to enter the common room. She smiled. My mother once said, wit beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure. I will be in common waiting for you in the room. After all. Helena smiled and got up and floated away. I don't think you have enough to eat enough. Marks looked at her back and couldn't help but shake her head. Ravenclaw's common room entrance, located at the top of a spiral staircase to the west of the castle. There is a bare old wooden door with an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. At the end of the day, there was a double knock on the door. Along with the sound, a silhouette appeared at the door. The eagle mouth on the bronze door knocker opened, and it spoke in a gentle, rhythmic voice. Where did the dead thing go? Degenerate into nothingness. Marks answered it quickly after thinking about it, but the door didn't mean to open. After a while, the eagle mouth opened again. What is born in nothingness? Isn't it a problem? Is it what Helena did? Marks thought secretly, and he continued to think for a moment. Being out of nothing. Deducing everything. All things in the world, what is the truth? After a short while, the third question followed. Marks thought about it and gradually frowned. These problems are obviously a series of advancement and exploration, not at all to ask students questions. For the first time, Marks felt that his brain was not enough. After pondering for a long time, he only said his answer. He is still not sure if it is right. Materials promote the appearance, the spirit of deductive rules. But the hateful eagle mouth obviously didn't want to let him go, and it raised the fourth question. Which material and spirit, which will be destroyed first? Got it. Who can answer this question? Guess in the direction of the reliable complementary cycle, the same life and death. Marks estimates that he must be a constipated expression now. Suddenly, the eagle's eyes on the bronze door knocked and sighed and flew up and fell on Marks's shoulder. It's hard to make a good judgment on the broken hat. Your kid is a bad candidate. Still the voice just now, but the tone is no longer slow, it sounds a lot more fragile. Hey, please. Are you? Marks was a bit aggressive. What is the situation? I am a key left by Rowena and a guide for the candidate. It treated the feathers with a bronze eagle and immediately said, you passed the initial test and got into the Rowena chamber. Qualification of secrets. Are you ready now? Prepare? Marks stunned. No, I'm afraid I haven't. The bronze eagle spread his wings and flew over his head. He smiled and said, I just ask. After all, Marks felt a whirlwind, as if his body had been flipped and compressed. This should be dissipation. But he did not feel the great sense of oppression and suffocation when he was taken with the followers. Just in a flash, suddenly, he found that he had come to a brand new location. The space within the Hogwarts area was reinforced by Rowena. No one is there, no one can enter here. The bronze eagle smiled slyly. Marks nodded. The line of sight has been moving up and down the front of the neatly arranged bookshelves. This is a room that is not too spacious, at least certainly the Chamber of Secrets without Slytherin. Marks probably took a look at it. It is at most half the size of the library. But here, except for the innermost desk and a chair, The other spaces are almost entirely occupied by the giant bookshelves that are up to the ceiling from each and every one. Here, you can smell a rich and unique ink fragrance, so that Marx, who has been alert since the beginning, cannot help but relax. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 33. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 33. After visiting Marx, he found that the Chamber of Secrets, which is not too big, has taken up most of the space by the bookshelf. As you can see below, on the smooth slate floor, there are also 2 metal slides. The bookshelf can slide left and right. For this reason, there is only a gap between the bookshelves for one person to pass through, and the other places are closely tied together. If someone needs to rummage through another shelf, they can push the bookshelf to adjust the gap to the position you want. Why don't you give an extension charm here? Marx wondered. It's really unbelievable, but here is the Chamber of Secrets by Rowena Ravenclaw. But here, there is no magical smell, even without stretching the space to expand the space, but physically use every inch of space here. The entire Chamber of Secrets is quite sturdy. I didn't say it before. In the Hogwarts range, the space has been reinforced. Bronze Kitty loudly said, "Reinforcement, understand? Every space-related magic can't be used unless it's before reinforcement. As long as it is preset at Hogwarts, nothing else will take effect." That is, Marx looked at the road thoughtfully. Here is it later open up. The bronze eagle blinked and flew to the top edge of the bookshelf, staring at Marx, who was reading the book. For a while. There is a taste of the old fellow of Salazar, and I like to talk to others if nothing happens. It whispered softly. After a while, seeing that Marx was standing there reading a book and getting fascinated, it was started talking. "Don't look at those books. You have time to come here later. Now, come to the desk first." The bronze eagle vacated and fluttered his wings to a small scaffold on the desk. Marx, hearing this, reluctantly closed the book, but did not want to put it back in his hand. "Sit and sit. There has been no one sitting for a long time." The eagle stretched out his wings. "Open the middle drawer. There is a box inside. Take it out." There is nothing in the drawer except the old wooden box with a bronze wrap. "What's inside?" Marx asked curiously, but didn't open it easily. "Don't worry. It's just a piece of paper. Rowena calls it the volume of truth." The little eagle said, "But whether it is the name or not, no one knows." Marx carefully opened the scorpion and found that there was only one roll of paper bound by a ribbon, and a fine blue flannel was placed underneath. Just as he was ready to pick it up, the secret was interrupted by the eagle. "Now you have the right to make a choice," it said. "Open it. Do everything in its power to understand it, and then help your school solve a problem left over from the past. Or, close the box and not touch it. Trouble. Let it wait for the next candidate to continue this choice." Marx couldn't help but bow. He frowned and asked, "What good is it? Or, what is the downside? If I choose the latter, can I still read the book here?" It can be seen that those books are very attractive to Marx. Just now, he just looked at one of them roughly and saw how precious these books are. Book, of course you can see. No matter which one you choose, or even make a choice, you can come here anytime. But the chance of choosing is only this time. You have to understand this. The eagle answered in a calm tone. "Road." Marx flipped the cover back as soon as he heard it, but when the wooden box was about to be reclosed, he stopped his movements. He remembered the phrase that the eagle had just said. Rowena called it the roll of truth. This means that for Rowena Ravenclaw, what is recorded on this book is the name that can be called truth. I'm afraid, all the books here add up. There is no such a thin piece of paper in the scorpion. He could not help but think so. "What's the problem with Hogwarts? Can you tell me first?" Marx hesitated. The little eagle shook his head quite humanistically. It said, "I don't know. Maybe the broken hat will know it. Its owner's mouth is fast. Maybe when it will leak." It was paused and put on a serious tone. "But I want to remind you that Rowena has not told me the answer to this question. Are you sure you want to know?" After hearing it, Marx's brow wrinkled even tighter. To be honest, people who are a little bit afraid will not choose to pick it up. But Marx can't restrain his curiosity and desire to know. He knows that since receiving the Hogwarts admission notice, he has been deeply involved in the exploration of magic knowledge and is not self-explanatory. Marx, who was originally a person who likes to explore this mysterious knowledge for the volume of truth at hand, he can hardly refuse, even if he already knows that there may be a big trouble waiting for him. Sure enough, after hesitating for a long time, he opened the lid again and put his hand in. The next morning, the sun was just outcropping, and the first touch of the sun was spilled into Hogwarts Castle. Many students are still lingering in their sleep, but Marx has already got up early. Or, he didn't sleep at all last night. When he was sent back to the door of the Ravenclaw common room, the bronze eagle who fell back on the door knocker opened the door, and then he was staring at Helena for a long time. He said a lot of good words, and he tried to calm down the ghost lady who was not very good-tempered. Then she smirked at her with a pile of some, and then dragged her tired body back to the Hufflepuff students' dormitory. The next test will be a reward for your research on the volume of truth. This is the last sentence of the Bronze Eagle. When he was lying in bed thinking about how long he could sleep, he found that he couldn't sleep at all, and his head was all the strange words he saw on the volume of truth. Marx has seen a lot of books about ancient runes before, but I have never seen anything like that. The circle of strokes is a bit like a squiggly word, but each word is distinct. A rough look seems to be twisted out by children at will, but it can be found under strict contrast. But it is obviously a special text. What makes Marx even more amazing is that every character in it really contains magic power. As he looks, the characters will diverge from the fluctuations of magic power and convey a variety of different information to him. Although he does not understand exactly what the information is expressing, it does not prevent him from being fascinated by it. The most important thing is, when Marx tried to pick up Quillin, he found that he wrote something that looked like it, but it was just a normal character. He couldn't feel any feeling in it. He thought for a long time in bed, until dawn. He did not come up with anything of value. In the next few weeks, the days passed quietly. After the last Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets trip, his life was getting busier. Although Hermione often ran to discuss a few questions about learning with him, other times were filled with various studies. Is it time to apply for a time turner? One day, Marx sat on the reading desk of the library and looked at more and more Shushan in front of him. Could not help but think so. But in a flash, he was immediately denied by himself. I always feel that there will be more things to study, or forget it. Marx opened his mind to the curiosity of Time Turner, and stretched his mind to reinvigorate the spirit. He wanted to continue to invest in the research, but did not want a voice to come from himself. Hagrid, what are you doing in the library? Marx turned around and immediately saw the huge silhouette of Hagrid. Hagrid kicked Harry, who was not far away, and they went and hid something behind them. He wore a mole coat and looked very out of place. Marx saw it at a glance. It was a book about dragons. Dragon? Marx squinted a few times and his expression was a bit stunned. He watched as Hagrid lowered his voice and Harry whispered a few of them and left. Immediately after they said a few words, Hermione went to the place where Hagrid had just turned and took several books back. Hagrid always wanted a dragon. When I first saw him, he said this to me. Marx heard Harry say so. But it's illegal, Ron said. At the Wizard Conference in 1709. The bill prohibiting raising dragons was officially passed. This is something everyone knows. If we raise dragons in the back garden, it's hard not to let Mole notice us. Ron was talking, and suddenly stopped. And, it's hard to tame them. It's very dangerous. You should really look at the burned places on Charlie, all of which were left by Romanian wild dragons. But there is no wild dragon in Britain? Harry asked curiously. Of course, Ron said. There are common Welsh green and Hebridean black dragon. I can tell you that the Ministry of Magic has a job of concealing the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards have to often see the wild dragons. Moles recited the curse and made them forget about it. Hermione leaned forward and seemed to want to say something in the upper body, but she didn't speak yet. and she turned her head back. "Marks, are you coming to get there?" she said. "Hagrid's hut." Marks thought about it and found that he should take a break. "Then go and take a look. Maybe Hagrid really got one, and I have a chance to take a close look at this powerful creature. I think it's not bad." He smiled and nodded. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 34. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 34. An hour later, they rang the door of the hut guarded by the hunting ground. Hagrid first shouted, "Who?" After getting a response, let them enter the hut, then quickly turned back and closed the door. As soon as they entered, they immediately found that all the curtains inside were pulled tightly. Even though it is a very warm sunny day, the fire in the fireplace is still raging, and the hot air in the cabin is a feeling of suffocation. Marks just walked in and glanced at the burning charcoal pile under the fireplace. He already guessed that Hagrid made the temperature so high, obviously in the hatching of the dragon egg. Sure enough, a dark big egg lay on the red charcoal, and there was an empty kettle on top. Hagrid made tea for them, and also brought a white sandwich. Trio's thoughts were not eaten at the moment, and they refused. Marks thanked Hagrid and picked up a piece and tasted it. "So to say, do you have something to ask me?" "Yes," Harry said, and he felt that there was no need to turn around. "We don't know if you can tell us what other mechanism to protect Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy." Hagrid frowned at them. "Of course I can't say it," he said. "First, I don't know it myself. Second, you already know too much, so I won't even tell you even if I know it. That stone is very reasonable here. It was almost stolen at Gringotts. I guess you made it clear. I really don't understand how you know everything about Fluffy." "Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't want to tell us." "You must know. What happened here can escape your eyes," Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. Hearing this awkward tone, Marks couldn't help but recall the sad reminder of Miss Grey. He couldn't help but look up and look at Hagrid, who was held up with a beard, and looked at the well-behaved Hermione. "Actually, we just want to know who designed the mechanics," Hermione continued. "We want to know, besides you, Dumbledore believes who can help him." After listening to the last sentence, Hagrid stood up and Harry and Ron smiled at Hermione. "Well, it's fine to talk to you. Let me think about it." He borrowed Fluffy from me and invited another few teachers to apply magic. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He slammed his index. Professor Quirrell. Of course, Dumbledore himself applied magic. "Wait a minute, I forgot someone." "Oh, yes, Professor Snape." "Snape?" Harry was surprised. Marks swallowed the last bite in his mouth and patted the crumbs on his hand. "Obviously, it's nothing strange, except for Professor Quirrell. The other four are heads, which is normal, isn't it?" "Yeah. Are you still skeptical about him, eh?" "Hey, Snape is also helping a defensive magic stone. He won't steal it." Marks looked at Harry and Ron, who didn't believe it. He knew that this could only blame Harry for his father James's lesson that Snape had overdone the lessons, which directly led to the consequences of Harry being targeted by Snape. "Only you know how to pass Fluffy, is it, Hagrid?" Harry asked eagerly. "You won't tell anyone, are you? Even if you don't tell teacher, are you?" It seems that Harry may have gotten news. "Nobody except me and Dumbledore don't even want to know," Hagrid said proudly. Harry couldn't help but relax, and he couldn't help but say to Hagrid, "Hagrid, can we open a window? I'm hot." "No, Harry, I am sorry," Hagrid replied, glanced at the fireplace subconsciously. This time, everyone obviously saw it. "Where did you get it, Hagrid?" Ron said, slamming to the fire and looking at the big egg more carefully. "It must have cost you a lot of money." "Win it," Hagrid said. "Last night, I was drinking in the village and playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, that person probably just wants to get rid of it." "But, what do you plan to do after it hatches?" Hermione asked. Hagrid is obviously checking the information. "Did you already know it in the library?" Marks smiled. "Hagrid, wait for this little guy to hatch. Remember to tell me the first time." "Oh, you like it too, are you?" "Of course, I will tell you." Hagrid smiled happily and continued. "I just checked it, it is a Norwegian ridgeback, very rare." He looked smug. but Hermione didn't take it for granted. "Hagrid, don't forget that you live in a wooden house." But Hagrid didn't listen at all, and he played with the fire while he was happily licking the little song. "But I have to say, Hagrid, you have to hide it." Marks suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, "You should know that it is illegal to raise a dragon privately." He was paused, seeing Hagrid didn't seem to care very much. He continued, "The growth rate of the baby is very fast, and it will instinctively learn to fly very early. Have you already thought about hiding it?" "I can't hide it in the hut. I don't want to see you being taken away with it. I want to watch it grow up." Hagrid, hearing this, can't help but be a bit frustrated. To be honest, he also knows that he can't keep it all the time. "Ron, I remember that your big brother Charlie is working in the Dragon Reserve in Romania." Marks turned and asked, "Ois, I think this is a good idea." Harry understood Marks's meaning. "Hagrid, Ron's big brother Charlie is working on dragon. There is a dragon farm. He will take care of it for you." Oh no, I can't bear this little guy." Hagrid rubbed his eyes hard. "It hasn't even seen me yet." Harry and the others look at each other in dismay, just wanting to continue to persuade Hagrid, but Marks waved his hand. "Before we contact Charlie, I think you can see it. After all, your method of hatching eggs is correct, and it will soon break out of the shell." Marks smiled. "You can raise it for a while. I mean, when it hasn't broken your cottage yet." Yes, I think this idea is not bad." Hagrid looked at the dragon egg in the fireplace with tenderness, just like watching his child. "Not too long, when I had breakfast on a certain day, Owlmarf brought him a crumpled little note with only a few words written. It was coming out of the shell. During the lunch break, Marks took a bit of food from the dining table and took a large bag and walked to Hagrid's hut. "You are coming, Marks?" Hagrid looked very excited and greeted him with red light. "You came late for a while and missed the scene of its broken shell. But it doesn't matter, now the little guy can be mental. It's a lot more lively than when it's just broken." Marks was happily pulled into the hut by Hagrid, and the oncoming was a thick black smoke with Mars. "This little guy's desire to attack is very strong. Look at it, maybe it's a female dragon." Marks took out wand and waved, taking away the black smoke in front of him. "Oh, but I think it's public. How handsome you are." Hagrid's eyes are like starlight, and he can see that he really likes these magical creatures with power. Marks didn't care about Hagrid's different views, because it was really hard for a newborn baby to judge sex. He randomly nodded, looking at the little dragon standing on the side of the fireplace and supporting his body with his wings. "If you think thoughtfully, dragon is a kind of untamed creature, and it is very intelligent in adulthood, and the main thing is that the attack is very strong." As he spoke, he took a potion bottle with a fire-red viscous liquid from the bag he brought, and shook it in his hand. "This bottle is not small, to be honest, it is really heavy in the robe." "What is this? Dragon blood?" Hagrid couldn't help but ask. "No, it's not." Marks shook his head. "This is made from the blood of the fire-horned whale." "Well, a tempting snack, at least for the Norwegian Ridgeback." Wingardium Leviosa Note 1. Marks put the bottle on the table, pulled out the stopper and read a levitation charm, and controlled a small group of medicinal liquid faintly turning red light to stop at the tip. The little dragon smelled it immediately, and it stumbled and threw in excitement, glaring at Marks's leg and trying to jump up to the tempting food. Marks gave it to the ground. He looked up and looked at Hagrid. "If its mother is a real dragon, she will do it." Hagrid, "Look good." After all, Marks swallowed the thick, hot, bloody liquid. Suddenly, the little dragon screamed and struggled, but Marks pressed it firmly on the floor. "The nutritional value of this stuff is very high, but it is very difficult for humans to eat." Marks's face is a bit green, and, really hot. Hagrid clearly understood the intent of Marks, and he stood up in his head and seemed to want to keep these steps in mind. When the little dragon slowly stopped struggling and looked at Marks eagerly, he would continue to force the little dragon's hand to relax. "Try it, little guy." He made another small group and controlled it to the mouth of the little dragon. "Hagrid, it's the same every day, until it remembers the order of eating." Marks said. If it can be remembered before being taken by Charlie, it will remember you in this life. Of course, this only allows it to remember you. In fact, the vast majority of dragons will live alone in adulthood and will not be too friendly to their own mother. This is nature. These methods of taming the dragon are all seen in the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw. In addition to what he showed to Hagrid, there are actually follow-up methods of domestication, but those are not very human. He believes that Hagrid will not like it. That's great. If Norbert remembers me, I will definitely thank you, Marks. Hagrid gave Marks a big hug and almost suffocated him. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 35. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 35. Charlie informed Ron that he would let several of his friends go to the tallest tower in Hogwarts in the middle of the night to pick up the little dragon. After that, Ron ran to the library to inform Marks and asked him if he would like to act with them at night. It was not long before Marks saw Ron, who was blue, in the room of Hagrid. He stumbled on Hagrid's sofa, his hand almost swollen into a ball, and the wound was still green. Dragon tooth toxin. Marks looked at his hand. Are you bitten by it? Oh, I think Norbert is not intentional, it's just a little scared. Hagrid looked sorry for the expression. I think this is definitely a pain. Harry was also a look of disdain. Not just my hand, Ron whispered. Although it hurts like it's broken. What's worse, Malfoy just laughed at the stop when he was in class. He pretended to ask. I borrowed the book and took the opportunity to touch my wounds. Harry and Hermione tried to calm Ron down. It's all over at midnight on Saturday, Hermione said, but it didn't comfort Ron. On the contrary, he stood up from the sofa and rushed out of a cold sweat. Saturday at midnight, he said hoarsely. Oh, bad. Oh, bad. I just remembered that Charlie's letter was in the book that Malfoy borrowed. He must know that we have to get Norbert away. It's too late to change the plan, Harry said to Hermione. We don't have time to send another owl to find Charlie, and that's probably the only chance we have to get rid of Norbert. We have to take a risk. We have invisibility cloak. This is what Malfoy doesn't know. It's okay. I'll be fine if I go. Ron, you better go to the school hospital, Marks said with a smile. When your hand starts to rot. Or I can give you a little cream to treat dragon tooth toxin. A week soon passed. But that night, when Marks stood in the hallway and saw Harry and they got out of the invisibility cloak, he saw that Harry was looking at him with a sad look. Sorry, Marks, he said. I mean, I'm afraid I can't fit you in the invisibility cloak. Oh, no, Marks said with a smile. You can be invisible without the invisibility cloak. Let's go. But I can't talk when I'm invisible. You don't care about me. I am by your side. After all, he took a sip of cyanine potion. Suddenly Harry found out that he couldn't even figure out how Marks disappeared, as if there were no one there. This is the most prominent advantage of cyanine potion. It can make people disappear into the sight of others in the most inconspicuous way. Well, then let's go. Harry scratched his head and covered the invisibility cloak again, hiding everyone's body. It was a dark, overcast night, and it was a bit late when they arrived at Hagrid's cabin, as Peeves played tennis against the wall in the foyer, and they had to wait until he left. They will suddenly hear movements in front of them as they will carry the little crates of little dragon Norbert and move to the top of the tower. These young lions scared and almost threw away the boxes in their hands. In a panic, they seem to have forgotten that they are invisible, and they all squeezed into the shadow of the stairs. Marks had to go a few steps because he was almost hit. He saw a place 10 miles away from them, and two black-skinned silhouettes were beating each other. A light flashed in the dark. One of them seems to be Professor McGonagall. She was wearing a checkered pajamas and a hairnet, glaring at Malfoy's ear. Closed. She shouted. Slytherin deducted 20 points. Going around in the middle of the night. How dare you? Malfoy was busy arguing. You didn't understand. Professor, Harry Potter is coming. He has a dragon. Completely nonsense. How dare you make such a lie? Go. I will see how this will happen to Professor Snape. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall left Malfoy's ear and walked past Marks, and he looked at Malfoy's slightly red face with great interest. After getting rid of Malfoy, The steep spiral staircase leading to the tower was unimpeded for them. Harry's entire group stayed under the cold night sky before taking off the invisibility cloak. They waited and giggled. Malfoy, Norbert violently moving in the box. "Marks, are you still following?" Harry suddenly remembered Marks, and he looked back, but there was no movement. When Hermione saw it, she couldn't help but worry about it. About 10 minutes later, 4 brooms suddenly landed in the darkness. Charlie's friends are all happy people. They showed Harry and Hermione a few ropes that they had temporarily smashed so they could hang Norbert among them. The 4 men tied Norbert safely to the ropes, and then Harry and Hermione shook hands with them and said a lot of thanks to them. Finally, watching the 4 people take the box away from it and disappear into the night sky, they sneaked down the spiral staircase and finally got rid of the heavy burden of Norbert, and even the pace became a lot easier. The dragon is gone, Malfoy will be confined. Is there anything more exciting than this? Things that are more happy than this are really gone. But there are obviously more things than this. As soon as they entered the corridor, Filch's face suddenly appeared from the darkness. "It's bad, it's bad, it's bad," Harry whispered. "We're in trouble." They were overjoyed for a moment and forgot their invisibility on the top of the tower. Just as they were anxious, a thin thing suddenly covered their heads. "Marks?" Hermione snorted. Marks smiled at them a bit, because it was too late. As soon as the invisibility cloak was just covered, Filch had already seen him. "Hermione, your observations are good." He and Filch looked at each other with their eyes, but they were not busy making a joke. The biggest drawback of Xianian potion is that, as long as you take the initiative to let people see it, the effect of stealth is completely gone. Marks had just hidden in the shadow behind them, but it was still seen by Hermione in the first place. "Oh, yes, Mr. McLawn." Filch looked at him with a sullen look, screaming, "I think I should hand you over to Professor McGonagall. Professor Sprout is too gentle for the students." In the invisible cloak of Harry, their worried gaze, Marks followed Filch's footsteps. He even vacantly waved his hand to the side of them, so that the 3 young lions should not be too impulsive. When Filch took Marks to the study of Professor McGonagall on the 2nd floor, they found that Professor McGonagall was not here. After waiting for a while, Marks discovered that Professor McGonagall was followed by a chunky, timid little boy, Gryffindor's Neville Longbottom. "Marks!" Neville blurted out as soon as he saw him. "How are you here?" "Malfoy says he wants to catch Neville." Marks immediately interrupted him. "I think Malfoy is definitely going to frame me, but it doesn't matter. Also, thank you for your concern." After all, he turned to Professor McGonagall and said with apologetic, "Professor, I am really sorry, but please listen to me." Professor McGonagall is obviously very angry because she is seeing Marks in this situation. Before explaining, "Do you have to tell me first, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger? Where are they now?" Marks thought about it with his ass. It must have been Neville's slamming and unclear situation. He didn't look at Neville, but looked at Professor McGonagall with a calm look. He said with great ease, "It was like this before. Mr. Malfoy had a sneak peek with Harry, so when I talked to Harry about the knowledge of the dragon, at that time, he was heard. I think Mr. Malfoy mistakenly thought that we really have a dragon, but how is this possible? As for this evening, I am sorry to say that, this is indeed my fault," Marks said, putting a bottle of potion on Professor McGonagall's desk. "I accidentally and Harry mentioned what I studied. A new type of potion. I originally wanted to test it tonight. Who knows that they seem to be very interested in it." "New potion?" The anger on Professor McGonagall's face suddenly disappeared, but instead he showed a shocked expression. "You mean, is this the potion you invented?" "Yes, Professor." Marks continued with apologetic. "Harry, they wanted to come out and look for me, but I advised them back early. Maybe they and Neville are walking." Marks saw Neville in a state of arrogance, and couldn't help but sighed. Don't look at Neville. He is not too courageous, but he is brave enough to be reckless at the crucial moment. He is a student of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall apparently did not listen carefully, and she still maintained an incredible look at this time. Mr. Lawn, I want to know, what is the effect of the potion you invented?" Professor McGonagall carefully picked up the potion bottle on the table and asked seriously. When Marks explained the use and advantages and disadvantages of Cyanian potion to her in detail, Professor McGonagall immediately decided to tell Dumbledore and Snape about the good news overnight. Although Marks had expected it, he still felt the spirit of Professor McGonagall's heartfelt students and schools. So, this is what you invented? Snape will smell the Cyanian potion and replug the cork, his face slightly revealing a rare surprise expression. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 36. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 36. Once again in the headmaster room, Marks looked at the smiling Dumbledore and felt a tingling scalp. Occlumency is difficult to practice, and his progress in this stuff can only be said to be normal. When faced with Dumbledore, who is proficient in legilimens, he unconsciously wanted to use it, although Dumbledore didn't even peek into his inner thoughts. Of course, if he said something in front of Dumbledore, he would definitely feel it, which has almost become his instinct. Snape is watching the Cyanian potion not knowing what to think, but Professor McGonagall is excited to speak to Dumbledore. After a while, Professor McGonagall left the headmaster room and Dumbledore's smile. When I passed Marks here, I smiled and nodded him. Mr. Lorne, I think you spend a lot of time learning knowledge, obviously paying off. Dumbledore spoke in a calm tone. His face has never changed. This was achieved during the first year. Hogwarts is unique. I don't think any student can compare with you, whether in the past or in the present. Too much award, Professor Dumbledore. I am afraid it should be expressed when you are proud of this. Depressing it in your heart will only make this glory rot in your heart. Dumbledore looked at Marks with great depth. I think you should understand what I mean. What does Dumbledore seem to know? However, what did he know? Hey, I think you are right. Marks found that it's true that people are really good at it. In front of such people, it's hard to have room for their own cleverness. For example, now, he simply doesn't know what to say, and always feels that nothing is wrong. So, Severus, what about Dr. McLaughlin's botulian? What do you think? Dumbledore turned to Snape again, as if he wanted to hear his comment. Snape stared at the potion bottle in his hand for a moment, and then said his judgment. It's not a good idea about the formulation and preparation of this bottle of potion, Snape said, but it's really worthy of praise for its use of fairy wings to achieve invisible purposes. In the past, this material was only used beauty and entertainment. No one has ever thought that the mystery of the invisible fairy is from their wings. Really, almost all wizards think that the invisible effect of the fairy stems from their innate talent magic. Dumbledore also nodded, agreeing with Snape's statement. Having said that, Dumbledore looked forward to Marks, and his eyes showed a solemnity. Mr. McLaughlin, don't know if you would like to send your research results to the International Wizard Federation for judgment. This will allow you to study in the history of potion. Retaining your name will make your invention enjoy the benefits of the Federation for the rest of your life. Of course, after you die, the formula will be published, but I personally think there is nothing wrong with it. Marks has also considered this issue, and when he listens to Dumbledore, he naturally does not disagree. Of course, thank you for your willingness to recommend my potion recipe. He immediately nodded. Any invention of the wizard needs to be recommended by a Federation committee member to be accepted by the Federation, and Dumbledore, as the current chairman of the International Wizard Federation, is personally recommended by him. And naturally it would be better. Once Cyanian potion can get the affirmation of the Federation, it will definitely rise in popularity, which is equivalent to giving it a big advertisement with authoritative certification. This is a lot of gold galleon. Marks couldn't help thinking so. This time, Dumbledore did not continue to say anything more than Marks. He let Marks go back and prepare 3 bottles of Cyanian potion, then let him go. The next day of breakfast, Marks was surrounded by Harry. Harry and Hermione whispered, and Ron felt embarrassed because the wound on his hand was still not good enough to help, especially Hermione. She has received a lot of help from Marks in some in-depth study. This incident is even more grateful to Marks. Just take the exam. We still don't want to interrupt Marks. After a few chats, Hermione drove Harry and Ron back to Gryffindor's long table. Yes, unconsciously, the days of the exam will come. It wasn't until then that Marks realized that he had been in Hogwarts for almost a year. Although his progress is obvious to all, he feels that he has a little bit of performance in potion, and other aspects are very general. To put it bluntly, he didn't consider himself in the first-year student position, but it really does not mean him. During the last period of time, everyone was nervous about preparing for the upcoming exam, but Marks didn't take it seriously. He didn't think the exam was not important, but because he was too demanding. Marks has always felt that he may not even reach the level of a who just started, and the sense of crisis is always with him. As soon as he thinks about what might happen in the future, he has an urge to apply for Time Turner. And until now, the research progress of the volume of truth has not even been a bit of a sign. It is simply depressed. Marks couldn't push a stack of manuscript paper aside. The wind outside the window blew gently, and the pages flipped with the wind. If someone is next to him, then he will surely startled, because this piece of manuscript paper that has been bound, every page is full of all sorts of strange symbols. After Marks tried a variety of interpretation methods and did not gain anything, he decided to try it with a stupid way. That is linear. It can be brought to him by thousands of times, but there is no other feeling besides being upset. Rowena Ravenclaw calls it the volume of truth, but in this world, what is the truth? Marks, who had nothing to gain, couldn't help but start thinking about it. It can be said, but he has a shock. Wait, I remember the questions that the bronze kitty started with. Marks gradually picked up the memories he ignored, and he whispered, all things in the world, what is the truth? My answer at the time was, material promotes the appearance, the spirit of deductive rules. The cycle complements each other, and the symbiosis does not die. He said that he himself was a bit skeptical. To put it bluntly, it was purely guessing. There is no root cause in Marx's heart, it's just a guess of his deep magical theory in the restricted section. But now, it has become a fuzzy breakthrough point. That is, as long as you find the connection between spirit and matter, you may find something. Although not sure, Marks is obviously excited. In the next few days, the state of Marks showed that he didn't want to get close because he was always in a daze, and he couldn't hear anyone talking to him when he was in a daze. He seems to be immersed in the strange symbols above the scroll of truth, just like being personal. Fortunately, most people have recently had a tendency to be mentally awkward because the date of the exam is getting closer. But at a time when everyone was busy with their preparations, a late penalty notice was sent to Marks. Yeah, although it doesn't seem to be deduct points, I can't avoid punishment if I can't say it anymore. I've done it myself. Marks shook his head and shook his head in the pocket of the jacket. At 11 o'clock that night, Marks came to the foyer and saw that Filch was there waiting for him. Just as he and Filch, big eyes staring at small eyes, Harry and Hermione also came, followed by Neville. Of course, there is Malfoy, who was the leader that night and was caught by Professor McGonagall. Follow me, Filch said, lighting up a light and leading them out. I think that if you want to violate the school rules in the future, you have to think twice, isn't it? Huh? He squinted at them and continued, oh yeah. If you want to ask me, I have to say that working and suffering is the best teacher. I am sorry, they abolished the old-fashioned punishment of the past ways, hanging your wrists, hanging you on the ceiling, hanging for a few days. I still have those chains in my office, often feeling them. Maybe one day will come in handy. Okay, let's go. Don't think about running away. If you run away, you have no good fruit to eat. Marks didn't even care about Filch's complaints and jealousy. He was always busy with time and wanted to find some inspiration from thinking and speculation. They strode through the dark ground. Neville kept snoring and Harry kept wondering what kind of punishment they would be subjected to. It must be very terrifying, otherwise Filch's tone would not be so cheerful. Today's moonlight is very clean, but when it is not usual, clouds will drift over and cover it up, leaving a darkness to the earth. They can see the windows that reflect the lights in the Hagrid cabin, which is not hard to find at night. Then they heard a shout from the distance. "Is it you, Filch?" "Hurry, I am leaving." Harry suddenly felt a bit of joy. If they were to work with Hagrid, it would not be too bad. His face immediately showed such relief, but he listened to Filch and said, "Do you think you will have fun with that idiot?" "Let's think about it, kid. You are going to Forbidden Forest. You can come out safely, even if I guess it is wrong." When he heard this, Malfoy slammed into the footsteps. "Forbidden Forest?" he said. His voice was far less calm than usual. "We can't go in the middle of the night. There is everything there. I heard werewolf. Werewolf wouldn't like to live in Forbidden Forest." Marks suddenly started talking. "There is no room for them to live safely in normal." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 37. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 37. When Marks speaks to deny the existence of werewolf in Forbidden Forest, Filch snorted. "Who said no?" In the past, for a long time, the voice of werewolf has been lingering, but it was the heart of all the students at the school. He sneered. He was saying that Hagrid was coming to them from the darkness, with his teeth behind. Hagrid took his huge crossbow and hung his shoulders on his shoulders. "It's almost time," he said. "I have been waiting for half an hour." "How, Marks, Harry, Hermione?" "You shouldn't be so polite to them, Hagrid," Filch said coldly. "After all, they are punished when they come here." "So you are late, are you?" Hagrid rushed to Filch frowns and said, "I have been teaching them." "Huh? This is not the place where you teach people. Your mission is complete, and I am responsible from now on." "I came back when it was dawn," Filch said. "Come to pack their wreckage," he said wickedly, then turned and walked toward the castle, and the lamp swayed into the darkness. At this moment, Malfoy suddenly turned to Hagrid. "I don't go into the Forbidden Forest." There was a horror in his voice, which made Harry feel very happy. "If you still want to stay at Hogwarts, you have to go," Hagrid said mercilessly. "You have done something wrong, you have to pay the price now." "The clerk here is the messenger of the employer, not the student. I thought we wrote and checked at most." "If my father knew that I was doing this, he would." "He will tell you. Hogwarts is like this," Hagrid said rudely. "Write a check? What good is this for you? You have to do something useful, or you have to get out. If you think that your father is willing to let you after being fired, you will go back to the castle, pack baggage. Let's go." Seeing Malfoy staring at Hagrid with hatred for a moment, he finally lowered his gaze and Hagrid continued to speak. "Well," Hagrid said, "now listen carefully. The things we have to do tonight are very dangerous. I don't want to let anyone be in danger. First come with me here." He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, lifting the lights high, pointing to a path that gradually disappeared into the depths of the black jungle. "You are going over there," Hagrid said. "Do you see the flash on the ground? Silver. That's the blood of unicorn. A unicorn in Forbidden Forest was hurt by something and hurt very much. It was the second time this week. Last Wednesday I found out that I was dead. We have to fight for the poor unicorn and get rid of it as soon as possible." "If you hurt unicorn ''s. The thing, it first discovered us, what should we do?" Malfoy asked, his voice containing uncontrollable fear. "As long as you are with me or your teeth, no creatures in Forbidden Forest will hurt you," Hagrid said. "Don't leave the path." "Well, now we have to split the way and look for the blood." "It's blood, obviously. It's been smashing and smashing at least since last night." "I want teeth." Malfoy seemed to be confused by the mighty appearance of the big hound, and said bluntly, "Well, but I remind you, it's a coward," Hagrid said. "So, Malfoy, Neville, and the teeth go all the way." Marks, how do you go with your teeth?" I think you can help me look at my teeth and save it from being scared and fleeing back." No, that. "Mr. McLawn, you go with them, we are here." "That. No problem." Malfoy's resistance to Marks is clearly no less than Forbidden Forest. "So, okay. Marks, Harry, and Hermione, take a road," Hagrid ordered. Nodded. "If anyone finds unicorn, launch a green spark, understand? Take your wand out and practice." "Right. If anyone is in trouble, launch a red spark," We will come over to you. Okay, everyone is more careful. Let's go. The dense canopy of Forbidden Forest shields most of the moonlight from the outside, making the forest look rather dim. Even if Hagrid had a lantern in his hand, he could only illuminate a small area around him. Lumos. Marks pulled out the wand and improved the visibility around him. Thank you, Hagrid said. This will allow us to look more carefully. They walked in for a while, and they reached the fork in the road. The two groups began to split up. They walked silently, staring at the ground. From time to time, you can see that there is a silver blood on the fallen leaves on the ground, filled with a hint of blue in the light. Marks has stopped thinking about the volume of truth, and if there is no accident, it should be something interesting. Will it be werewolf killing unicorn? Harry asked. I haven't seen werewolf here, Hagrid said. Even if there is really werewolf, it won't be so fast. It's not easy to grab a unicorn. They have a strong magic. I have never heard of unicorn being hurt before. They walked through a thick stump of moss, where you can hear the sound of flowing water. Obviously, there is a stream in the vicinity. On the winding road, there are still scattered blood of unicorn. You're okay, Hermione? Hagrid whispered. Don't worry, since it hurts so badly, it's impossible to go very far. We can do it very quickly. Not good. Just hide behind the tree! Exclamation mark. Before the Hagrid opening reminder, Marks had already stalked Hermione into the bush next to it. Hagrid glanced at him and kept on his hands. He grabbed Harry and took him off the path, hiding behind a towering banyan tree. He pulled out a feather arrow and put it on the crossbow, and he was ready to shoot. Immediately, Harry heard it, and it seemed that something was rubbing and dragging on the nearby leaves, making a rustling sound. Hagrid stared at the dark path, and after a few seconds, the sound faded away. I know, he murmured. There is one thing, it didn't belong here. For the familiarity of Forbidden Forest, I am afraid no one can compare Hagrid. He judges so accurately that Marks is not surprised at all. Werewolf? Harry asked. Werewolf's endurance is average, but the speed and explosiveness are very strong, and it won't go so far. Marks pulled Hermione out of the bushes and looked at the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Marks is right, Hagrid said affirmatively. Well, come with me, now you have to be careful. Just as they walked cautiously at a slower pace, they suddenly saw something moving in the open space ahead. Who is there? Hagrid shouted. Get out soon, I am carrying a weapon. Hagrid, that's Centaur, Marks said. The thing went into the open space. Above the waist is a person, red hair and beard, but below the waist is a brown-red shiny horse, followed by a long red tail. Harry and Hermione were surprised that the mouth opened wide. Oh, it turned out to be you, Ronan. Hagrid sighed in relief and said, How are you? He stepped forward and shook hands with Centaur. Good evening, Hagrid. Ronan said, his voice was low and sad. You want to shoot me with a bow and arrow? I have to be vigilant, Ronan, Hagrid said, patted his quiver. There is a bad guy in the forest that is moving around. Oh, yes, this is Marks McLawn, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger, the student at the school above. Let me introduce you, this is Ronan, a centaur. Hello, Ronan. Marks also shook hands with him. I am very glad to meet you. He has always been interested in Centaur's prediction of innate talent, but it doesn't help much, because in any case, the prophecy is always vague, and it will be distorted in disguise because of the actual choice. So most predictions can only be used as a reference, at least Marks thinks so. Hello, said Ronan. You are students? Are you learning more at school? Knowledge is always inexhaustible, Marks said. The teaching of system can give students an enlightenment. This is very helpful for exploring the unknown. Ronan nodded. Having said that, he will move his sight and stare at the sky above the open space. Mars tonight is very bright. Yeah, Hagrid said, looking up at the sky. Listen to me, Ronan, I am very happy that we met you because there was a unicorn injured. Did you see anything? Ronan's eyes stared up attentively, and after a while he was sighed. Always innocent people are the first to suffer, he said. This has been the case for centuries, and it's still the case. Yeah, Hagrid said. But have you seen anything, Ronan? What unusual things are you seeing? Master Knight is very bright. Very bright. Centaur's words are always so ethereal, and chatting with them is easy to worry. Yes, but I mean, there is no abnormal situation in the place near our home. Hagrid was obviously a little impatient. Did you not notice some strange movements? I think Ronan wants to say that Mars is in the opposite position, and the brightness is very high. There should be something bad happening. Marx could not help but explain, for example, riots, betrayal, oppression, fraud, or simply war. Ronan couldn't help but look at Marx, Hermione and Harry, but Marx shrugged. Don't look at me like this, I think it is also in the book. He said, to tell the truth, I am not good at astronomy and divination. I just recited them. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 38. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 38. Mark's spell barely fell. Suddenly there was movement in the bush behind Ronan. Hagrid raised the crossbow again, and it was only the second centaur, black hair, black body, and looked rougher than Ronan. Hello, Bane, Hagrid said. How are you? Good evening, Hagrid. I hope that everything is fine. All right. You see, I was just asking Ronan. Have you seen anything weird here recently? There is a unicorn injured. Do you know something? Bane walked over to stand next to Ronan and looked up at the sky. Master Knight is very bright. He said this. We have already heard this sentence, Hagrid said violently. Well, if anyone who saw something, just tell me, okay? Then let's go. Oh, okay. Marx said, returning to say hello to two centaurs. Goodbye, too. The four started the search again, and Harry and Hermione chatted with Hagrid about Centaur, and Marx looked all around carefully. Just as they turned a corner on the path, Hermione suddenly grabbed Hagrid's arm. Hagrid, look, red sparks. Others are in trouble. You two are waiting here. Hagrid shouted. Don't move on the trail. I will come. He slammed through the low bushes, and Harry and Hermione stood there looking at them, seemingly scared. Gradually, Hagrid walked away, and they could only hear the sound of the surrounding leaves rustling in the wind. Marx, they won't get hurt, eh? Hermione whispered. I don't care if Malfoy hurts, but if something happens to Neville, we dragged him down and hurt him to come here. Don't worry, there are Hagrid and Teeth, and creatures in Forbidden Forest won't hurt him. Marx laughed at her. In a short while, Hagrid came back with Malfoy and Neville, and the Teeth followed ahead and smelled, and there was no danger. In fact, it was only Malfoy who deliberately scared Neville. As a result, Neville was too timid to directly release the distress signal. You both made such a big noise. Now, we have to seize the thing and it's all by luck. Okay, let's change the team. Neville, you are with me, Harry and Hermione. Marx, you and your Teeth, and this idiot group. I'm sorry, Hagrid said to Marx in a whisper. But it's not so easy for him to scare you. Let's get things done. Malfoy was obviously not willing to be with Marx at all, but Marx looked back at him and he didn't dare to say anything more. So Marx and Malfoy and his Teeth walked toward the center of Forbidden Forest. The Teeth are already familiar with Marx. It always likes to go around Marx, but finally remembers the search, but it doesn't suddenly smash his face as usual. Marx's footsteps were fast, and Malfoy had to trotting to keep up and prevent being left behind. They walked for a maximum of 10 5-point clocks. And as they got deeper and deeper, the surrounding trees gradually became denser, and the trails could hardly get through. The blood on the ground became more and more obvious. A lot of blood was splashed on the roots of a tree that was arched out of the ground. Marx didn't look much, but continued to move forward. In a few steps, they saw an open space in front. Marx reached out and stopped Malfoy's move. A white thing sparkles in the center of the open space, and it looks very eye-catching at night. Stand here, don't come out, Marx whispered, and no matter how Malfoy couldn't listen to him, he took 2 steps forward. The Teeth are obediently standing on the side of a tree, looking down at the open space. This is a unicorn. It is silvery, with a smooth mane and a long spiral silver horn on his head that looks pure and beautiful. although it is dead. Marx stood quietly behind the branches of the trees, and he knew that it should be faster. In the silence of the night, the flow of time is very slow. Malfoy was obviously a little anxious. He looked around, and from time to time he also took a glance at the body of Unicorn on the open space. Perhaps because of the existence of Marx, or perhaps because of the fear of Forbidden Forest, he did not dare to move. Probably after more than 10 minutes, suddenly a squeaking sound came from the opposite edge of the open space. Marx immediately pointed his eyes at it. The bushes nearby were shaking. In a short time, a hooded silhouette flashed in the shadow of the bushes. It crawled slowly on the ground, came to Unicorn, and began to drink its blood against the wound on the body. Aha! Malfoy gave a terrifying scream. He only squatted in place, then ran away immediately. At this moment, the timid character of the tooth is also exposed. It also escaped without a life. The hooded silhouette sighed and looked up, but Marx had already moved to another location, and he was not found. At this point, Marx was leaning against the trunk of another tree, and he looked at the silhouette moving in the direction of Malfoy's departure, thinking in his heart, "Would you like to start here?" He thought, "Although I didn't want to meet him here, but since I met, maybe I can kill him once when he is weak. Let the matter push back 1, push it 2. Just thinking, Marx shook his head again. Still, it's useless to kill him here. It's better to take this opportunity to experience his character. Well, I have to confirm what effect Horcrux and Split Soul have on him. Thinking of this, Marx took it decisively. Wait. Marx put on a look of fright. Who are you? Are you killing Unicorn? What are you going to do? The silhouette had already arrived in the woods, but because of the sudden appearance of Marx, he turned again. The other party did not seem to want to say anything, but quickly rushed over to him. Impedimenta. Marx panicked and suddenly swept away. The wand in his hand waved and quickly released an impediment Jinx. Petrificus Totalus. Taking advantage of the completely unprepared gap, the second spell followed. Marx suddenly heard a hoof when the opponent was restricted by Marx's raid. Marx looked surprised. He didn't remember this. Petrified. Marx smashed a curse, and the disengaged opponent immediately broke into the bushes and disappeared into the depths of the woods. From beginning to end, Marx didn't say anything to him in the first half of the sentence, which obviously whitened his calculations. Almost as soon as the silhouette left, a centaur jumped out from behind Marx. Pata ran a few steps on the open space and looked at the silhouette of the silhouette. "Are you okay?" He turned back and asked Marx. "I'm fine," Marx said, secretly sighed, but his face was grateful. "Thank you." "You'd better go back to Hagrid. It's not safe at this time in the forest," Centaur said, adding, "My name is Firenze. It's nice to meet you, Firenze." Marx laughed. "But I have to call Hagrid first. We came here to find it." He lifted the wand, and the green light began to gather on the tip, emitting dazzling rays of light in the darkness. In a short while, Hagrid got out of the darkness in the opposite side, and he seemed to have a person in his arm. Marx took a closer look. It was Harry, and he seemed to have been hurt. What happened to him? Marx was surprised. "He was hit by a silhouette, I think. That should be the one who killed Unicorn." Hagrid gasped. "I stunned him, but unfortunately didn't catch him." Marx looked at Harry, who was not so good. His eyes were flickering and he didn't know what he was thinking. "That's because killing a unicorn is extremely violent." Firenze looked at the unicorn body on the ground and said, "Only someone who wants nothing but wants everything will commit such a great crime." He was paused and looked at Harry again. "Is this the boy at Potter?" he said. I saw his forehead. Hello, I am." Harry looked at Firenze with a weak look. "Don't talk, let him down and let me see," Marx suddenly said. "Harry, where did you hurt?" Hagrid hearing this makes Harry lean on the trunk of a tree, and he thinks it will at least make him feel better. "Legs. I think the legs hurt. Is it broken?" Harry endured the pain and pointed to the left calf opening. Marx leaned down and touched his wound slightly, hurting Harry. Low snorted, and cold sweat came out. "It's okay, It's not magic damage, the bones should not break. He took out a bottle of fresh green potion, pulled the bottle out and handed it to Harry. Drink it and it will be good soon. While waiting for the effect of the drug to work, the two centaurs that first met also came here. They whispered to each other about the body of unicorn on the ground, and the voice fainted. People who hunt unicorn, he may want to continue life. It should be good, but it is obviously too crazy. Yeah, unicorn's blood can continue life, but it must pay a heavy price for it to save himself and kill a pure, weak and helpless life, so get the curse of eternal life. This is crazy. Hey, Mars tonight is so bright. Yeah, unusually bright. Harry stumbled over the trunk and looked at them. He couldn't help but ask aloud, but who is the desperate? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 39. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 39. But who is that desperate? Harry raised his question aloud. If you have to be cursed all your life, it's better to die, isn't it? Yes, Firenze agreed, unless you just use it to delay your life so that you can drink another thing. It's something that gives you full rejuvenation and spells, a kind that makes you immortality. Something. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in school at the moment? Philosopher's Stone. Of course, immortality medicine. But I don't understand who it is. Don't you think of it? Who has waited so silently for so many years, eager to make a comeback? Who is holding on to life and waiting for the opportunity? Firenze repeatedly laid out the obvious questions. For a time, it was like a claw that suddenly caught Harry's heart. For a moment, he couldn't even feel the pain in his calf, just panting, as if he didn't do it, he would suffocate immediately. Don't you say, Harry said in a low, hoarse voice. It's the ground. Marks didn't care what Harry said. He was with Hermione at the moment. She didn't look too good, her face was slightly white, and she always silently re-rated the hair remark. What's wrong, Hermione? Marks asked as she looked at her. No, nothing. I am just. Hermione tightened her lips. I just thought, I read that many books and learned that many knowledge. But when I want to use it, if I could use a levitation charm at the time, Harry wouldn't be hurt. Marks shook his head and whispered, this step by step. And, you should narrow down the scope of learning. At least you should learn how to pick. Hermione nodded. Marks has already said it several times, but until now she actually listened to it. Well, this time the goal has been found, we should go back. Hagrid tapped the clapping. As Marks said, Harry's leg injury was quick, and he didn't even wait until the next day. In amazement, he and Hermione talked to Ron for a long time. In the common room, Harry said his guess. He thought that Snape's real purpose of stealing Philosopher's Stone was to give it to Voldemort. To this end, Harry excitedly told Hermione and Ron about the discovery. Suddenly, Harry's excitement, Ron's panic and Hermione's worries were all revealed. The three men began their semester life with their minds facing the exam. The circumstances of the exam are naturally different. For example, Harry, who is always worried about where Voldemort will come from, often makes him feel uneasy. But as time went by, it seemed that Fluffy was still behind the locked door, snoring safely. Another example is Hermione, who is also in the midst of an intense review. She always feels that her knowledge is not sufficiently secure, so she still recites or transcribes over and over again. Let's say Marks. Hey, he doesn't seem to have anything to say, because his mind is not on the exam at all. Every day is not studying the material theory of potion, or the hard truth. The volume is not mentioned. As the days passed, the exam finally arrived. Surprisingly, the first exam, Marks almost didn't catch up. This is only because he still succumbs to the time as usual, and he rushed to the classroom that should have been scheduled for the day before class. But he did not remember it at all. He had already reached the test day. The exam time is always very fast, and not long after, the intense exam is over. When Harry and the others were relaxing in the hustle and bustle of the sun, Marks had returned to the library and continued his research career. Not to mention, He has had some eyebrows about the symbols on the volume of truth recently, and it is estimated that something will come out soon. For this reason, he only left the library after a short time. This time, he came directly to the responsive room. He had some interesting ideas to try. While Marx was excited about his research findings, Harry learned some very terrible news in the Hagrid mouth. Hagrid, I have one thing to ask you. Do you remember the night you played Norbit to play? What did the stranger who played with you look like? I don't know, Hagrid said casually. He won't take off his cloak. He saw three children's faces immediately showing a horrified look, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's so strange, Hogshead? That's the bar in the village. There are always some strange guys to patronize. That guy might be a hawker selling dragons. I haven't seen his face all the time. He wears hood. Harry heard this and sat down on the ground. What did you say to him at the time, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts? Maybe mention it. Hagrid frowns recalled. Yes. He asked me what I did. I told him I was the hunting ground guard here. He asked me a little more about which animals I looked after. I told him. And then I said that I always wanted a dragon. Later, I can't remember clearly. He kept buying wine for me. Let me think again. Yes, then he said that he has a dragon egg in his hand. If I want, we can play cards. I bet a bet. But he has to figure out if I have the ability to deal with this dragon. He doesn't want the dragon to run out and make troubles. So I told him that even Fluffy is obedient to obedience. What? Does he appear? What is interested in Fluffy? Philip asked, trying to keep his tone calm. Yes, it's very interesting. Can you meet a few three-headed dogs, even near Hogwarts? So I told him that Fluffy is actually easy to deal with. You just know how to make it quiet. Listen to it and listen to it. It will fall asleep immediately. Having said that, Hagrid's face suddenly showed a look of panic and regret. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately got up and left. They kept silent and went straight to the hall to stop the hurry. We have to go to Dumbledore. Harry walked back and forth a few steps, but couldn't think of how to find him. Just as they hesitated, Professor McGonagall appeared behind them. If you have to look for Professor Dumbledore, he left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent letter from Owl from Ministry of Magic and immediately flew to London. Is he gone? Harry said anxiously. At this time, Professor Dumbledore is a great wizard. It's a great day, and time is precious. But this is very important. When Harry blurted out the word Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall was shocked and the book fell. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I think, I know someone is trying to steal Philosopher's Stone. I have to talk to Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looked at him with a look of horror and suspicion. Obviously, she couldn't believe it, and seemed to have confidence in Philosopher's Stone's defenses. In the end, she left the I recommend you go outdoors to the sun and then hurried away. Just tonight, Harry said, when Professor McGonagall walked away and couldn't hear it. He quickly said, Snape is going through the trapdoor tonight. All he needs is cotton, and now Dumbledore has been cheated from school. The letter was sent by him. I dare say that the Ministry of Magic saw that Dumbledore suddenly appeared and would be startled. But what can we have? Hermione slammed in a cold breath of air, and Harry and Ron turned and found Snape standing behind them. Good afternoon, young lions, he watched them say with a cold laugh. In such a weather, you should not stay in the house. Snape's face was twisted and his face showed a weird smile. We were just. Harry found himself not knowing what to say. You need to be careful, Snape said. When you stroll around like this, others will think that you want to do something bad. Gryffindor can't afford to lose points, is it? Harry blushed for this, and they turned and walked outside. But Snape called them back. Remind you, Potter, if you wander around in the middle of the night, I have to expel you personally. Snape sneered. I wish you happiness. When the three people came to the outside stone steps, Harry couldn't wait to speak. Well, we have to do this now, he whispered eagerly. A person is responsible for monitoring Snape and waiting outside the comrades' common room. If he comes out, follow him. Hermione, It's best for you to do this. Hermione wanted to ask why she was, but she turned to something else. Why don't you talk to Marks first? It can be seen that her trust in Marks is obviously higher than that of Harry and Ron. Harry thought about it and thought it might be like Hermione said, Marks always had some way, and it was always calm for things that violated the school rules. But when they almost searched the whole school, but still did not find where Marks is, it made them wonder. Marks, where is this? Ron grabbed his scalp and wondered. It should be said, where else can he go? We have traveled everywhere. Hermione was also confused. After the three men had been stunned for a while, Harry made a decision. We still follow the plan just now, he said. We will first focus on Snape. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 40. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 40. However, the plan did not go smoothly. First, he and Ron were driven away by Professor McGonagall from the doorway of Fluffy's door, and Snape discovered that Hermione was suspicious. When the three reunited in the common room, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, which was obviously a bit frustrating. Well, it seems that it can only be like this, isn't it? Hermione and Ron both stared at Harry, only to see his face pale and his eyes bright. I sneak out from here tonight. I want to get Philosopher's Stone first. You are crazy, Ron said. You can't do this. You didn't hear what McGonagall and Snape said. You will be fired. Hermione apparently disagreed. But when Harry's expression was painfully saying Voldemort killed my parents, Ron and Hermione were both speechless. Yes, Voldemort killed his parents, an unavoidable fact and the biggest reason Harry chose to stop Voldemort returning and face his enemies. Obviously, neither Ron nor Hermione has the means and the qualification to deny this. He glared at Ron and Hermione as if to say that even if they didn't agree, he would definitely go. You are right, Harry. Hermione was weak and authentic. Fortunately, Marks took the invisibility cloak back that day. I think I will use it, Harry said, remembering Marks again. I don't know, where did Marks go? I really want to ask him. What advice? But can it cover all three of us? Ron wondered. We, three people? Oh, don't be stupid. Do you think we will let you act alone? Obviously, you need help. Of course not. Hermione also crossed her arms and carried her little chin proudly. How come you think about leaving us, looking for Philosopher's Stone alone? I better go over my books. Maybe you can find something useful. Yes, it's best to call Marks. But we can't find him. Ron opened her mouth. But if we are caught, even you will be fired. Harry obviously didn't want his good friends to be implicated. Maybe not. Hermione showed a confident smile. Flitwick secretly told me that he had 112 points in Charms exam. With such a high score, they were reluctant to drive me away. But I can't say it. Ron patted his forehead. I think we should look for Marks again and let him deal with Professor McGonagall is the most appropriate. After dinner, they carefully avoided the crowd and searched everywhere in Hogwarts Castle. But this doesn't seem to have any effect. He didn't even have dinner time, just like it evaporated from school. In the end, they returned to the common room. Hermione looked at the books and notes in a hurry, trying to find a few spells that could be used, or something else. Harry and Ron seldom talk. They are thinking about what they are going to do in a while. Waiting for the students to go back to sleep each and every one, Harry hurried back to dormitory and took out the invisibility cloak. Just then, he inadvertently saw a seemingly rough flute that Hagrid gave him at Christmas. He put the flute in his pocket and prepared to use it to deal with Fluffy. He felt that he had no mood to sing to the big dog. When he ran back to the common room, all three were mentally prepared and they were ready to go. Unexpectedly, Neville got out from behind a sofa. What are you doing? He grabbed his sly Trevor in his hand. It seems that Trevor has just fought for freedom. Nothing, Neville. Nothing. Harry hurriedly hid his invisibility cloak. You are going to go out again. Neville looked at their guilty look and whispered. After the twists and turns of the last time, Neville seems to have resisted a lot of night travel Hogwarts. He feels that there is no benefit at all, and it may be deduct points. He was blocking the exit of the common room, the front door of the portrait, and his arms were open to prevent Harry from going out. Last night, Marks told Professor McGonagall, he said that I did it right. It is for you to not let you go out. You can't violate the rules. Neville is shining with a firm rays of light. Marks still say, I am brave. Say that Marks didn't say these words. Yes, he said. He feels that Neville has courage in his nature. Although he is very inferior because of the growing environment, he always grows at a critical moment. Of course, he didn't expect that his own words would be the reason Neville blocked Harry. It can be seen that Neville does have courage, but it seems that the brain is not enough. Or, after all, a child. I won't let you do this, Neville said, raising his chest. I want to compare with you. Neville, Ron was furious. Get out of the hole, don't be an idiot. Don't call me an idiot. Neville took a step forward. Come on, come and hit me. He raised two chubby fists, loudly said, I am ready. Harry couldn't help but turn to Hermione. He said anxiously, think about it. Hermione stepped forward, licking her thin lips and pointing the wand at Neville. I am really very sorry to do this, she said, Petrificus Totalus. Neville immediately stretched out straight, and the whole person became hard. After shaking in place, like a statue, Partar fell on the fluffy pit. Hermione ran over and turned Neville over. His upper and lower gums bite tightly together, fundamentally speechless. Only his eyes were turning and looking at them in horror. Hermione, what did you do with him? Harry whispered. This is the whole body binding spell. Marks used this when he punishes Malfoy. He told me some of the points at the time of the operation. It worked well. Hermione looked at Neville sadly. Oh, sorry Neville, I am really sorry. It is. Harry took her and left the common room in a hurry. Their time was tight, and maybe Snape had already seen Philosopher's Stone. Along the way, Harry used the trick to go Peeves and then came to the fourth floor of the corridor as quickly as possible. Oh, the door is open. Ron whispered. How? See it. Harry whispered. Snape has successfully passed Fluffy. Looking at the half-opened wooden door, they seem to be more aware of what they are about to face. If you want to leave now, I don't think I will blame you, Harry said. You can take invisibility cloak and you shouldn't need it. Don't say silly words. Let's go in, Ron and Hermione said almost simultaneously. Harry watched them click on the nodded, pressed the heart and touched the door and gently pushed the door open. With the opening of the door, they immediately sounded a low arrogance in their ears. Although he couldn't see Harry hiding under the invisibility cloak, he apparently discovered it. Look at the feet. The harp, Hermione whispered. I dare say it must have been left by Snape, Ron said. Obviously as soon as the music stops, it will wake up immediately, Harry said as he took out the flute. Well, you listen. I don't know if Harry won't, or the harp that the Hagrid cuts is not accurate. It's especially ugly. Ron and Hermione couldn't help but hold their ears. But this noise-alike vagueness seemed to be especially effective for Cerberus Fluffy, which quickly stopped arrogant. The eyelids began to pull, and soon fell asleep on the ground. Harry continued to blow, and Ron and Hermione went to remove the huge dog's claws that were pressed against a trapdoor. To be honest, the Fluffy pass is fairly easy, and the level of Devil's Snare is not difficult. Unexpectedly, on the third pass, Harry had an accident for the first time. They are not birds at all. Harry stood in front of the locked door and looked at the shiny little things that were flying in the air. They are the keys. The key with wings. Look carefully, look. Obviously this means that the door cannot be opened by the unlocking spell, Hermione said. Alahomora. Sure enough, the locked door was completely motionless. No, you guys. Harry pointed at the corner. Broomstick. But, in that many birds, I mean the key. Find the right key in the key that many will fly. Maybe Marks can do it. Ron looked at the big group of flying in the air. Small things. I think I can try. Madame Hooch said that I am flying well, Harry said. However, so far, Harry has only flew a few times on the broom flight class. Let a young wizard without the system practice do this, even if Harry's innate talent is high. At least Ron and Hermione think so. I have to try anyway. Harry said firmly. He picked up a broom and went up. It was a little nervous, but it was not too scary. He whispered in his heart, just follow the content taught in class. Yes, yes. It turns out that if the innate talent is high enough, it can still be done. Well, except that Harry was lying on the ground while Harry was holding the flying key that had apparently been caught once. His other hand was bending to a strange angle. Oh no, Hermione couldn't help but lick her mouth. At this point, Marks, who is immersed in the experiment, never imagined that he had missed the event. What he didn't even think about was that his own sentence really changed everything, and it has since moved to another unknown extreme. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 41. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 41. I'm fine, it's nothing. Harry sweated on his forehead, but he stood up and stood up. Like this, we should go on and never let Snape. He rubbed his left arm and let it not sway as much as possible, but the intense pain made him have an urge to cry. Don't look at me, open the door. Harry anxiously. The next room was dark and nothing could be seen. But before Hermione used magic, the wall suddenly lit up with their wall-mounted oil lamp, and it became bright and bright. The scene inside can make 3 people open their mouths. Oh Scorpio! Ron cried out in surprise. This is no wonder they are surprised because the room is quite wide. In this spacious room, it was almost filled with a super large chessboard. What surprised them the most is that the speciality of this board is extraordinary. Ron, is this the chess game that Marks gave you at Christmas? Hermione stared wide-eyed. I'm sure he has given me more than one person. Ron was dull. Harry said with a hard arm and said, Ron, I remember that your chess is very good. You think? No, absolutely impossible. Ron loudly said, this war chess invented by Marks is terrible. It is not chess, but lucky. But it's a must, Harry said, suddenly staring at a certain plane on the opposite board. Hey, what is that? Hermione and Ron were busy looking up. Bloodstains. Oh, it must have been Snape who was injured when he was at this level. Ron said, yeah, even if Marks is not there, he is helping us. Hermione murmured, Marks helped us. Give him a bow. But Ron shook his head. Marks gave him a sly look, but it is estimated to give us one too. Okay, it's useless to think again, we got it. Harry said firmly, his tone was a little trembling, and apparently his hand had been sending a signal of pain to his brain. No way. Ron said, I am familiar. After a while, you listen to me and you can only do this. We each play a wizard piece. Remember that the number of wizards is the most, but the ability is the weakest. We must use the effects of various cards to improve our ability and rely on terrain, station and joint attacks to ensure I am not killed. As long as we can cross each other's defensive formation with the help of other powerful pieces and take over the opponent's castle while resisting the opposite counter-attack, we will win. Come on. Harry pushed forward and walked forward. I believe in you, Ron. You are always better than me. Oh, Harry, you okay? Hermione worried about authenticity. Nothing. Okay, Ron. Let's get started. Well, Wizard W5, 2 squares ahead. Giant W3, advance 3 grids. As the game begins, the various pieces on the board move. Dragon flaps his wings, the giants wave their sticks, and Griffin flies up and down from time to time, and even the other chess pieces have vivid expressions and movements. If the original Wizard is just a moving chess, the game that Marv invented has the taste of a real magic movie. Roar. Under the control of Ron, a black dragon of the Hessian Islands swooped in a red flame, burning 2 chess pieces in the attack range into a powder. Oh, Hermione looked at the picture with fear, and couldn't even think about it. What if he was there? Don't worry, Ron said. The strength of the chess set here doesn't seem to be very high. They also make mistakes. In fact, Ron's chess level is really good. After a while, they finally reached the opposite castle. Oops. Just as Hermione let her heart down, Ron's bad made her heart lift again. What's wrong, Ron? Harry could barely hold on to avoid fainting at the moment, and he tried to make his voice louder. I miscalculated a few steps. He said a few words and stopped. No, Nothing, no problem. Harry, you go to the front of the castle, and every time you attack the castle gate, no matter what happens, don't stop, no matter what happens. Ron loudly said. Speaking to Harry, he turned his head to the side of Hermione. Hermione, you go to the side of the castle gate and attack the gate while preventing the other wizard from attacking Harry. What about you? Hermione asked. I have to seduce the last centaur archer, he said. Reassured, there is an Ammonite on my side, I will be fine. Ron's words are beautiful, but the truth is not so simple. The opposite centaur archer was indeed blocked by the Ammonite, and at least 3 rounds were needed to defeat the Ammonite. On the other side, a high-moving hippogriff with a winged beast is rushing towards him, and it seems that it is too late. The door is broken. Harry suddenly loudly said, I occupied it. At the same time, the hippogriff had a winged beast but gave Ron a top flight. He shouted aloud before he was hit. Go ahead, Harry. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione immediately raised the wand, but only had time to catch Ron, who had already been in the air. Oh, poor Ron, he was stunned. Harry had already occupied the castle at this time. Ron he won, but he could not move on. The other creatures, magical creatures, were reformed as stone statues, and those wizard pieces made a hat-off ceremony for Ron. Behind the board, the huge stone door opened automatically. Harry and Hermione looked back sadly at Ron's last look and rushed across the door, heading down the next corridor. He will not. He won't have anything to do. Harry bit his clenching one's teeth said and was trying to convince himself of it. What do you think will be next? We have passed Sprout's mechanism, that is Devil's Snare. The magic for those keys is definitely Flitwick. Professor McGonagall has transformed the pieces and made them alive. The Quirrell's magic is left below. And Snape, as they said, they came to the door of a door. Is it okay, Harry? Hermione asked as he looked worriedly. No problem, we have to keep going, at least for Ron, Harry said firmly. As soon as they opened the door, they were taken back a few steps by a familiar taste. It was a disgusting smell and they had to pick up their clothes to block their noses. The eyes of the 2 men were also smoked, and they saw a troll through the blurred tears. It was bigger than the one they had seen last time, lying motionless on the floor in front of him, losing consciousness, and a big bloody bump on his head. Great, we don't have to fight this troll, Harry said weakly. They carefully crossed the thick legs of Troll. Come on, I can't breathe. When Hermione pushed the next door, she didn't see anything more terrifying. There was only one table in the room. On the table, 7 bottles of different shapes are arranged neatly. This should be Snape's magic, Harry said. What should we do? The 2 just crossed the threshold and raised a flame behind them, sealing the door. This flame is unusual and is purple. At the same time, the door to the front also set off a black flame. They found that they were obviously trapped in the middle. Look. Hermione picked up a roll of parchment next to the bottle. This is a logical puzzle. Hermione read it quietly, then took a long sigh of relief, and Harry was surprised to see that she had a smile, and he couldn't laugh anyway. It's wonderful, Hermione said. The method here is obviously not very much related to magic. Since ancient times, many wizards have no logical reasoning ability. They have to be trapped here forever. What about us? Harry gasped. Of course not, Hermione said. All we have to know is written on this piece of paper. 7 bottles, 3 are poisons, 2 are wine, 1 enables us to safely pass the black flame, the other can send us back through the purple flame. But how do we know which one to drink? Give me 1 point clock time. Hermione read the paper a few more times. She walked around in front of the row of bottles, talking to herself, pointing to the bottle or the bottle. Finally, she happily clapped her hands. It looks so cute. I know, she said. This smallest bottle helps us through the black flame. Get Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked at the inconspicuous little bottle and couldn't help but say, it looks like only one person. Hermione looked at Harry, hesitated, then pointed to the rounded bottle on the far right and said, this bottle will allow you to return through the purple flame. Harry, you have to drink it. No, it should be me. Must. Harry stood up straight and tried to make himself look better. Harry. Hermione raised her eyebrows and looked at Harry seriously. You listen to me. You are hurt so badly now, even if you can't stop Snape in the past. But I'm fine, even if I can't, I can run away. And you, now, immediately go to the flying key and take a broomstick in the room. If Ron wakes up, call him together. Then go to the owl room and send a letter to Dumbledore. Anyway, I will try to hold it down, Snape, in various ways, and you go. When Hermione finished, pick up the smallest bottle, pour it in his mouth, and then walk toward the black flame. I still remember that day in the library, she said as she walked. Marks said, I am a Gryffindor, the smartest Gryffindor. I don't think I will make him a surer joke. Harry couldn't figure out whether Hermione was telling him or talking to herself. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 42. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 42. Hermione swallowed the potion in her mouth and found it to be as cold as ice, and it suddenly penetrated the body under her feet. She firmly passed the high wall formed by the black flame. At that moment, she seemed to see nothing, and her eyes were dark. When she saw the light again, she was directly in the same place. What kind of magic is it that can make a room look like this? Standing here is like standing on a lake that is as quiet as a mirror. In fact, at the moment her feet are indeed water, but it does not fall. In the middle of the lake, there is a grey-white rock platform, and at that moment, there is already a person standing on it. You. Hermione looked at the familiar back and couldn't help but scream. It wasn't Snape, not Voldemort, but the stalwart, seemingly timid defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell Squirrel. Quirrell still wrapped his ridiculous headscarf, but since he appeared here, he couldn't help but make Hermione a bit creepy. Quirrell turned and looked at Hermione, who was surprised. Now his face is not twitching at all, and his speech is as smooth and fluent as everyone else. It's me, he said calmly. I was still thinking, I will not meet Potter here. But I think, you, Miss Granger, can come here. Not so amazing. Oh, it's you. It turns out that Snape has been watching you. This makes Harry mistakenly think that Snape wants Hermione is obviously smart, and because of Marx's relationship, she is not as disgusted with Harry as Snape. After thinking about it for a moment, she almost straightened out the cause and effect. Snape. Quirrell laughed. This laughter is not his usual sharp and piercing vibrato, but a chilling sneer. Yeah? Snape doesn't look like a good person, isn't it? He is like a giant big bat flying around. It is very helpful to us. If he is there, who will doubt it? Okay. Poor, knotted. Quirrell teaching, Professor? No, I think, Professor Dumbledore noticed. Hermione held back her uneasiness and fear, pretending to look down at the lake. I'm right, Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell was obviously scared and trembled. He took a few steps back and stared at the lake, but he didn't see anything. No, impossible. Quirrell said madly loudly said, Dumbledore has been cheated to London by me. This time, he can't be here. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione continued. She felt that she had been broken by Marx and actually knew how to lie. I feel that Professor Quirrell is just a fascinating person. He must be tempted, otherwise he will never make this. After all, it's obviously impossible to steal Philosopher's Stone under your guardianship. Quirrell trembled, and he kept saying impossible and slammed into the middle of the stone platform. He knows that with Dumbledore's unfathomable magic power, he can come back at any time, or say, in fact, Dumbledore didn't go at all. Idiot. A voice suddenly sounded somewhere behind Quirrell, and the hoarse and powerless voice had a chilling and ruthless fear. That little girl is lying to you. Dumbledore is not here at all. The voice whispered. If you dare to run away, I will let you die and die. Quirrell was scared by this voice and slammed directly on the ground, shaking all over the body, constantly begging for mercy. Voldemort. Hermione said in horror. Take her to me. Voldemort snorted and Quirrell immediately wand a wave and used Hermione's wand to fly far away with disarming charm. Immediately, he waved again, and Hermione suddenly felt an invisible force that limited her actions. Hermione fell to the ground, but Quirrell didn't take care of her again. Instead, he listened to Voldemort's orders and continued to study the secrets in this room. "Master, it should be right here," Quirrell whispered. "There is nothing on this platform, only a sword is inserted on the ground. Pull the sword." Voldemort said lowly. Quirrell, hearing this, immediately stretched out his hand and grasped the sword that was inserted in the center of the platform, but could not pull it out. "HMPH, let me take a look." Voldemort coldly snorted, commanding Quirrell. "But, the master, your physical strength has not recovered yet." "This is the strength, I still have it." Hermione struggled, but found herself unable to move. She watched Quirrell raise her hand to untie the scarf on his head. What is going on? The big scarf fell and Quirrell's bare head looked surprisingly small. Oh, from the perspective of Hermione, it is easy to see. Quirrell has a scary face on the back of his head. The color of the face was pale and pale like a chalk. The red eyes passed out, and the bottom were two slender nostrils like snakes. The eyes swept over Hermione, and she couldn't help but hold her breath. The next moment, Quirrell turned around. "Well, oh, yes, Gryffindor's sword, on a rock?" Voldemort's low, hoarse voice, revealing a mockery. "Dumbledore's little trick, looking pretty familiar. Bring the little girl over and let her pull the sword up." "Here, only she can do it." "Yes, master," Quirrell replied cautiously. He walked quickly towards Hermione, pulled her up and dragged it to the Gryffindor sword. Hermione couldn't help but look at the sword. It was a cross-legged sword with a complicated pattern. There was a ruby on the hilt and it was shining with the rays of light. It was inserted obliquely on the platform, which seemed to be difficult to pull out, but Quirrell did not pull it out with all his strength. "Stone in the stone?" Seeing this scene, Hermione's guess could not be blurted out. "HMPH. This is just a little trick that Dumbledore copied from the story of the stone sword." Voldemort dismissively said, "Get out of the way and complete your mission. Don't talk too much." Hermione bit her lip, brief remark, and didn't move. "Quirrell." Voldemort saw it and roared. "Yes, master." Quirrell pulled Hermione up and waved wand to remove the restriction on her, then pressed her hand onto the hilt. "Pull." "Or, do you want Quirrell to give you an Imperious curse?" In Voldemort's angry snoring, Hermione was really scared. She had never seen such a terrifying person. Moreover, she saw some information about Imperious curse in the note that Marx gave to Harry about occlumency. It is a very terrifying curse. It can directly manipulate the human soul, allowing the subject to do anything under the control of others. Hermione held the hilt with her trembling hand, only to find that the sword was surprisingly light, and she was pulled out with only a little effort. The ground also collapsed a lot, revealing a small space below. "Ha ha ha, I saw it, it's below." Voldemort laughed. "Quirrell, take it out. It's time for you to make your merits." Quirrell turned around and pushed Hermione away and quickly reached out. "Oh, Philosopher's Stone. It's really Philosopher's Stone, master. I got it for you." Quirrell lifted the whole reddish, radiant gemstone with a golden glow inside, and lowered his head. "Voldemort can see." "HMPH, ha ha ha, well done. You will get the reward you deserve." Voldemort looked at the stone with pleasure, and the red light in his eyes became more and more deep. "With it, I will a perfect resurrection, with a true eternal life, this wonderful world." Ha ha. Voldemort's words were just halfway through, but they found that the stone was jumped up by Hermione and slap on the ground. Voldemort forcibly controlled Quirrell's neck to look up and watched it fall to the ground, but smashed it to the ground. "No, how could it be?" "Little girl, I want." Voldemort's anger reached its utmost. He was crazy, and looked to Hermione, but suddenly stopped talking. Hermione quickly retreated in fear, and she didn't know where the courage was driving her to do this, but she understood that she was in danger. Hermione stood by the black flame wall for a while, only to find that Voldemort was not looking at her at all, but staring at the calm lake. Shi Jianjian, hey, Shiz Hongjian? Voldemort hated the earth. What stone sword? Almost got the old fellow's dong. Lord, master, yes, what is it? What happened? Quirrell was shocked, and this time he was stuttering. King Arthur is pulling out the stone sword, but it helps him to go to the most flourishing period, but it is not it. Voldemort seemed to explain, and he was talking to himself. Stone in the duel broke during the duel. Then his friend and mentor, the wizard Merlin, took him to a lake and got the sword in the lake in the hands of the Saintess in the lake. That was the real broken steel sword. So, just that is the fake Philosopher's Stone, really in the lake? Quirrell answered, let the stupid little girl put the Gryffindor sword on the lake. Voldemort shouted. Hermione saw Quirrell coming towards her and immediately raised the wand, who had just sneaked back, but didn't want to be hit by Quirrell again. Obviously, she is not Quirrell's opponent at all. It seems that the Quirrell used to be the Hogwarts outstanding student, and it is true. Wingardium Leviosa. A simple levitation charm, which allowed Hermione to fly into the air in his control and then suddenly fell. When the sword of the Gryffindor sword touched the lake, Hermione immediately felt that her feet were unstable, and then she was surrounded by coldness. She fell into the water. The lake gradually turned, and soon after, a scarlet stone flew from the lake and was picked up by Quirrell with a wand. Get it, this time is true. Quirrell shouted excitedly. It's thanks to the stupid little girl. Oh, Voldemort said. What are you doing? Leave here immediately. Quirrell, hearing this, regardless of the rush of the lake, he jumped into the water and swam toward the door. Not far from here, Hermione finally fell into the water after hearing the last words of Voldemort. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 43. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 43. When Hermione faced the ferocious and venomous Voldemort, Marx's face was showing a smile of excitement. Finally got it. He sat in the responsive room, and there was a parchment on the table in front of him, with a character flashing a wonderful ice blue glow. Even more surprising is that the entire parchment exudes a faint chill, and even the ice debris spreads and condenses on the surface. Sure enough, Marx exclaimed, it's amazing. This is the rule. It represents the cooling rules of matter. This is the connection between spirit and matter. He carefully took the roll of truth out of his arms. It was placed in a cylinder by Marx, and as he slowly unfolded, each and every one's symbols were sending him all kinds of information. These, each one represents a rule. Marx moved his eyes slowly, looking at the each and every one's symbol, and sighed, it's unimaginable. Who is one after another discovered and recorded on top of this scroll. This is really the volume of truth, and it is recorded in the past. It is the unchanging truth. Although he still can't pass the above rule rune, but with a good beginning, I believe that the next difficulty will be much lower. Well, today is very late, go to sleep first, he said casually, reloading the roll of truth, and then carefully put it back in his arms. Marx made a stroke on the rune that represented the cooling, and the rune immediately lost its effectiveness, and the ice crystals no longer continued to increase. For this time, a small part of the whole table was eroded by the cold, and the edge was already covered with ice. It can be seen that rune works at a speed, but as long as it is not destroyed, it will continue to proceed, and formidable power can be seen. He packed everything, and then he took a sip of Xianian potion and left the room. The late-night Hogwarts is as dark as ever, but Marx has long been accustomed to it. He went down the building lightly, and the speed of the light road was fast, but there was no sound. Suddenly, he slammed his foot and his eyes were rounded, as if he had seen something incredible. Quirrell. Marx stared at the silhouette from the fourth-floor corridor and quickly went downstairs. The face was incredible. What is in his hand? Philosopher's Stone? Marx knew what he had missed, and the Philosopher's Stone was revealed when Quirrell's sleeves floated, revealing a hint of golden light, especially in the dark. How is it possible? Marx hurried to follow up. He was in stealth at the moment and was discovered by Quirrell. Quirrell is fast. Marx is faster. The dark time at Torpent was not white. His speed was extremely fast, and he followed Quirrell steadily, but the other party did not find him. When the two turned a corner, Marx was surprised again. Hermione, perhaps it was just too much to pay attention to Philosopher's Stone's golden glow, or because the angle was wrong. Until now, he discovered Hermione that Quirrell put in his hands. She seems to have been applied magic, and is stunned by Quirrell, but it is as light as the air. What to do? Marx hesitated. He couldn't easily do it. This happened again. Although Marx had prepared a response because of the lessons of Luna last time. But at this critical moment, his heart was once again picked up. No matter how effective the means, there will always be a fear that there will be a case, and he decides to wait. Although I don't know why Dumbledore hasn't appeared yet, Marx believes that the unfathomable Great White Wizard will definitely keep it in his hands. All the way to follow. Both sides are very fast, and soon came to the gate of Hogwarts. The purpose of Quirrell is to leave Hogwarts, but within the castle, but not Disseparation. Then he must escape from this range, and have a chance. It was all the way to Hagrid's cabin, but still didn't see Dumbledore appear. He couldn't wait. Marx reached for the inside of the robe, then jerked and threw a pink bottle straight to Quirrell. Following him Wonderfinger, the bottle suddenly shattered, and a pink mist shrouded Quirrell. Incendio. Marx One took a stroke and precisely controlled the flame to form a circle of flame on the ground. Circle Quirrell and pink mist together. Hold your breath. A low voice sounded, but then he said, "Idiot. I have to spend extra effort to do it myself." That is Voldemort. As he spoke, while controlling Quirrell stepped across the ring of fire. Even the corners of his clothes were not burning. It should be the role of the frozen curse. Quirrell, who came out of the flame, his eyes sparkling with the sparkle's fineness, which looked a little scary. The atomization effect of hypnotics is still too low. Marx stared at him calmly, but his hands kept on. Protego. Reducto. The two spells were almost done at the same time, but Marx seemed to be a little earlier, and Voldemort's curse was blocked. Not only that, Voldemort's curse was even bounced back by the magic shield that appeared in front of Marx. Voldemort quickly slammed. Reductor curse's rays of light brushed around him, and the cuffs became ruined. It seems to be still weak. Marx carefully judged Voldemort's state and waved wand again. He wanted to suppress Voldemort and prevent him from threatening him with Hermione. Expelliarmus. Protego. It is a mantra that almost screams at the same time. On the surface, it seems that the two have little difference in the application of actual combat, but Marx knows clearly that Voldemort's physical strength is a big problem. He is squatting at the moment, obviously making people feel that there is more than enough strength. Expelliarmus is just a low-pitched spell, and the spell's formidable power is constantly changing with the user's strength. A slender Idriad magic power beam from Marx's tip broke the magic power shield in front of Voldemort, and Quirrell's wand swung in the air, leaving the opponent's palm. Stupefy. At the same time as a spell was released, Marx walked like a fly, breaking out his fastest speed. He wants to take Hermione back as soon as possible so that he can better defend the advantage. That is not easy to get. 3 steps. 2 steps. It's almost a little. Enough. Marx counted the distance in his heart, and after using Hermione, he used all his strength to look back. Just as Marx settled down, he caught sight of Hermione's horrified look. The next moment, a big hand came out from behind Marx and slammed his neck. It is so powerful that even the nails are embedded in his skin. The other hand grabbed Marx's wand and took it over. Okay, very good. This is very good. Voldemort's voice came from behind Marx, full of anger. I haven't seen such a young wizard with innate talent for a long time. You should be Marx McLawn. Quirrell and I mentioned you. He said, gloomy sen, first year. Only first year can do this, it's really unbelievable. Hee hee. Marx was dry and laughed. Where is it compared to you? I thought that your strength is supreme, the great Dark Lord. HMPH. Voldemort sneered. I'm rarely heard of such awkward words. No, I am telling the truth. Marx's neck was squatting, which made him a little breathless. He tried hard to squeeze out the next sentence. I just want to save my friend, but I am against you. There is no hostility, This is true. I swear to Merlin. Well, if you are my hostage, obedient, then Voldemort's contemptuous words have not been finished, and he discovered what changed, which made him stop what he wanted to say. Dumbledore. Voldemort frowned, staring at a position not far away, where a silhouette appeared. It seems that I am still late. Dumbledore looked at him intently, his eyes flashing with ignorance or regret. Marks looked at Dumbledore's silhouette and knew that he wanted to surprise himself before he set himself up with a disillusionment charm. Unexpectedly, it was still a step late, and he was preempted by Voldemort. Really bad luck. Marks thought secretly, but his mouth opened again. Dumbledore, I have already voted for the Dark Lord. Do you know? I don't need your help. The great Dark Lord is right. Dark magic is that every wizard should be the ultimate magic of pursuing. You stubborn old man with a big beard will not understand. Marks changed his way to Voldemort, but he secretly gave Dumbledore his eyes and motioned to take Hermione as soon as possible. Dumbledore frowned and looked at the Marks' brief remark, as if it was really stimulated by Marks's words. HMPHO. Voldemort sneered. It seems. You really think so? I can understand that I have experienced it at your age. Especially you are equally smart, and also have deep knowledge of powerful magic. Deep desire. In your curse, I can feel the destructive power of the yearning. Okay, if you can help me to leave, I will give you a Death Eater seat. As a child, there are always various disadvantages and benefits. How to apply them flexibly and make the bad things become benefits, it depends on the individual's ability, such as contempt. At this moment Voldemort is still arrogant as always, which makes him unable to see the truth of things as Dumbledore does. Marks just made a mess of Dumbledore's smashing, which made Voldemort feel good about him. Although this good feeling is true or false, it is not known, but it is a temporary security. He left with Voldemort and Dumbledore moved, but stayed where it was. Behind Dumbledore, Hermione lying on the ground stared at Marks and walked away. His eyes flickering, his eyes blurred by tears. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 44. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 44. Marks was all the way to Voldemort's neck and came to the gate of Hogwarts. It was not as tight as it was at first, but he still didn't let him go. Standing in front of the magical door, Voldemort paused, and used Marks's wand to point to the door, but there was no reaction. Damn. It's fighting against me. Voldemort hated the earth. You, use it to open the door. Shouldn't I teach you how to do it? Marks took the wand, but his neck is still in Voldemort's hands. Although the other party did not say anything like no tampering, the threat is still vague. He waved wand and tempted the door and found a layer of barrier immediately. Protection is lifted. Marks swung the wand in 2 turns, and a magic beam struck the center of the magic barrier. Marks's curse is obviously weaker than the curse, and it takes a while to completely remove the barrier. The main entrance of Hogwarts was opened by Marks. Good job. Quirrell's face, which was controlled by Voldemort, suddenly showed a horrible smile, and the hand holding Marks's neck was slightly tight. But before he could wait for his voice to fall, Marks turned over his hand and was a stunning spell. He didn't even read the spell this time. This is a silent spell. Unexpectedly, Voldemort was slammed and flew out, and even Philosopher's Stone in his hand fell to the ground. Philosopher's Stone Accio. Marks waved wand and brought Philosopher's Stone summon into his hands. But before he could get the next spell, he saw Voldemort slamming out the door. With the piper, the space was immediately distorted. Well, Marks turned back, but someone was 1 step faster than him. I saw a red light as lightning fast, with a space-like impetus to hit the center of the area that was distorted by disapparition. Dumbledore. Marks vaguely heard Voldemort groaned, and in a flash, the space twisted and calmed down. How? Marks asked. Busy. Dumbledore walked over and shook his head slightly. He must have been hurt, but he may not die. Marks hearing this can't help but frown. He didn't expect Voldemort to have spare time under his close-range stunning spell attack. This vitality is like being stubborn. Unfortunately, Marx's silent curse is not enough to cast a powerful spell, or you might be able to leave Quirrell, which is owned by Voldemort, in Hogwarts. At this moment, Dumbledore came over and patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Okay, you retake Philosopher's Stone, and then it will be much more serious than this." Marx, hearing this, nodded. He raised Philosopher's Stone in his hand and looked at it, but his mood became very heavy. This time Voldemort is definitely hating me, but more importantly for Marx at this time, the most terrifying is not Voldemort's escape, but everything is biased towards the unknown trajectory. Although he doesn't remember much, he can at least remember some of the key points. But now, my memory has become untrustworthy. In particular, he has clearly known that it is him who made this series of great changes. The butterfly effect, Marx whispered in his heart, and his eyes never left where Voldemort disappeared. In his eyes, it reflects the little starlight on the distant sky, which looks very deep and quiet, but seems to be filled with deep gloom. Marx stood there silently, and he felt like a god. No matter what kind of mood change Marx has, the continuation continues, and time will not be stagnant for him alone. Dumbledore considered how the incident happened, and how the subsequent processing was arranged. Marx did not follow the observation. The tearful little girl was showing a happy smile to him as he hurried past Hermione, who had been unbuttoned by Dumbledore. But he didn't even look at her even at a glance, just staggered with her and took a heavy step toward Hogwarts Castle. "Marx!" Hermione yelled, but Marx didn't seem to hear it. Peng peng. Standing in front of the gate of the Ravenclaw Tower, Marx knocked on the door violently. "Gaga, what's wrong? A world is going to be destroyed?" The bronze eagle on the door knocker blinked and flapped his wings and fell on top of his head. "Nothing, I have some gains on the rune on the volume of truth, so come and talk to you." Marx didn't want to talk about anything that happened not long ago. "Hey, is it so fast?" the bronze kitty said with amazement, and took Marx directly to Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. In the Chamber of Secrets, Marx showed the Hawks the effect of cooling the rune. The bronze kitty saw the nodded road. "Yes, you are already qualified to explore the next test. If you pass the test correctly, you will have the opportunity to see the true charm of the Rule Rune." At this point, the bronze eagle suddenly fell to the table in front of Marx, and silenced, and the danger of touching the rules. "Dangerous?" Marx, hearing this, even if nodded, although his understanding of the Rule Rune is still in the state of being touched to the edge. If the cause of the discovered mystery is improperly applied, there is bound to be an unforeseen danger. "This is something that I can understand with my ass." After the bronze kitty mentions it, he naturally has some speculation. What is the next test? Marx pondered for a moment and then looked up. The bronze eagle stunned his head and laughed a few times. "This test will take a lot of time because you need to enjoy a long ocean journey." "Hey, how long is it?" Marx frowned. "How long does it take for you to travel to Albania from here? How long this trip will take?" Bronze kitty said, "On the way, you have to go to a place. One bookshelf. The topmost book." Elise's nautical notes took it. Marx waved one to move the bookshelf away, and saw a large, unusually thick book that was placed across the other books. "Gaga, that's the one, the biggest?" cried the bronze eagle. Marx one waved again, and the big handwritten notes were in front of him. He put this big and heavy hand on the table and gently opened the cover. "Others you can look at the road slowly. First turn to the end. There is a nautical chart inside." Bronze eagle finished. "Wait for Marx to expand the nautical chart, and continue. That with red ink the route marked is your journey. Let's take a look. See the little fork halfway? It's a small island, too." Having said that, the eagle is paused, and this continues. "It is also where Rowena and Ravenclaw meet." "What?" Marx showed a blank expression, and all sorts of speculations flashed in his mind. "This is a secret that is not a secret." The bronze eagle shook his head. "To tell the truth, this matter is not important to you. But if you want to know something, you can go around when you get there. Please go online." "Well, Everything after that is waiting for you to come back and say, I wish you a happy trip. Ga ga ga. The eagle's sharp laughter made Marx feel a headache. I said, what is this in Albania? Rikini Lake? Then, what should I do? Marx asked quickly as he looked at the strange names on the map. He didn't want to go to the place and he still had to wonder how to start. Of course it is diving. What do you think? Marx was nodded, and said to himself, I don't know if a summer vacation is enough. I hope I can get it. Wait. He suddenly turned his voice and flashed a complex color on his face. Since this opportunity is better, it is better. After the conversation with the bronze kitty, Marx continued to look at the large number of books on the shelves. He even plans to bring more useful books for the study on the road. The books here are not all about the record of magical theory, but there are quite a few experimental records of success or failure. Although the time has passed for a long time, many studies have lost its timeliness, can be used to refer to the ideas, but still can make Marx get extremely rich harvest. After all, these are the collections of the famous witch, Rowena Ravenclaw. This time, Marx stayed here for almost 3 days, and every day except for the necessary things to solve, he was still in this chamber of secrets. By the way, because everyone could not find him, he missed Hufflepuff's last Quidditch game. Surprisingly, although Ravenclaw's basic points are far from the start to finish, the final catch of the golden snitch is the Hufflepuff's big beauty, Charlotte. This did not allow the teachers and students on the viewing table to give her a warm cheer. When Marx came out again, Harry had raised 3 days of bones in the hospital bed. Madame Pomfrey's potion works. His bones have long been good, but Madame Pomfrey insisted on watching it for a few days before he was willing to let him go. On the same day, when Marx arrived there, he found that Dumbledore was already there. Not only Dumbledore, Hermione and Ron were there to accompany Harry. Just as Marx stepped into the door of the ward, Hermione first discovered him. Marx, you. She just opened her mouth and immediately recalled the scene 3 days ago. Not only was the experience of fighting with Voldemort, Hermione was most impressed, but the last moment Marx passed her. At that time, Marx was a kind of expression. Even he couldn't remember it, but Hermione still remembered it, as if it was still in sight. Hermione couldn't help but close her mouth when she thought of the gloomy face mixed with resentment, horror and regret. She doesn't know what Marx is thinking, but she can be as clever as she can understand. It is not something that others can easily touch. She didn't want to, and didn't dare to touch it. To say that Hermione is so smart, after all, it is only a little girl in her teens. How to deal with this vague and complicated psychological state in her heart, she does not understand at all. Marx looked at her. Oh, Hermione, is that day? Is there anything hurt? No, no. Hermione groaned and whispered. That's good, nothing. Marx smiled, nodded and immediately came to Harry's bed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 45. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 45. Sorry, Harry. I didn't know that night. In the school hospital, Marx stood in front of Harry's bed and apologized. No, it's okay, Harry said immediately. The ones you did later are the biggest gains of this action. I should thank you for it. Yeah? If you don't. Oh, it's scary to think about it. Ron followed Harry's words. Except for Dumbledore, I am afraid that Ron is the one who feels the most. For a young wizard born in the pure blood family, there is nothing more frightening than Voldemort's resurrection. That's true, Dumbledore said. This time, thanks to Mr. McLawn, I was late. If he didn't use smart talent to swindle Voldemort, he made a decisive shot at the last moment. The result is completely different. It is. Professor Dumbledore, what happened to Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked, taking advantage of the opportunity. Well, Dumbledore laughed. Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed? Sure enough, there seems to be no change in this. Marx couldn't help but think. Destroy? Harry asked inexplicably. But your friend, Nicholas Flamel, oh, do you still know Nicholas? Dumbledore asked, his tone very happy. You made this very clear, is it? Is it like this? Nicholas talked to me and we agreed that this is the best. the way. But, as a result, he and his wife are going to die, aren't they? They have some immortality medicines that are enough for them to get things right. Then, yeah, they will die. Seeing Harry's horrified expression, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. I know that it seems incredible for people like you, he said. But for Nicholas and Perennial, death is actually like going to bed after a long day, resting. And, for those who are very clear-headed, death is just another great adventure. You know, Philosopher's Stone isn't really a wonderful thing. With it, no matter how much wealth you want and how long you get lifespan, you can get what you want. These two different things are what humans want most. But the problem is that humans just like to choose something that is not good for them. Marx was listening to it, but couldn't understand the meaning. For him, the most lacking is probably time. He has a lot of things to do, and there are a lot of things to study. I'm afraid I will not be able to do it all my life. No, maybe, death is really the beginning of another adventure. Marx contrasts with his own twists and turns, and suddenly produces a vague understanding. Unfortunately, this concept is equally remote for him. Even if he has experienced it once, he still knows nothing about it. He glanced at Dumbledore and he felt that the White Wizard was as unfathomable as the rumors. Right, Marx, that wargame level is? Ron suddenly patted Marx's arm and asked, War chess level. Marx looked blank and Dumbledore was laughed. Is that level good? He smiled. Professor McGonagall replaced my original wizard chess with the witch chess he invented by Marx under my proposal. That is fun. I personally like it. Hey? Marx said, Professor, although I am very happy that you will like my gift, but he would like to say that it is really good to replace such an important level. Dumbledore continued, not only that, but inspired by you and Harry, I personally designed the last level. Yes, that is the legendary story of King Arthur. Oh, I am sorry for that. I asked Voldemort to discover the secret. Hermione, hearing this, could not help but reveal a sly expression. But you have shown courage, Miss Granger. I don't think this is what ordinary students can do. Oh, thank you. But Marx patted Hermione's shoulder and laughed at her. Nothing, you've done a good job. Yeah? If you change me, you may be scared to fight, Ron said. And, if Quirrell didn't think of taking you hostage, you might have drowned in the water. Hermione retired halfway because of Marx's action on her shoulder. In Marx's strange eyes, she whispered, oh, thank you. Marx didn't know how she was. In fact, he didn't notice the existence of Hermione at the time. Although this is no stranger to him, but I have to say that the heart of the little girl is still very sensitive. Dumbledore watched their every move, his wrinkled face, and the warm smile never changed. Later, Harry mentioned Snape again. Although he already knows the cause and effect, he is always worried about it. However, Dumbledore told him that Snape had owed a life to Harry's father. For Snape, it is even more unacceptable to save him than the enemy. So, he hated Harry's father, but he even hated Harry. People's thoughts are really wonderful, aren't they? Professor Snape can't stand the enthusiasm of owing you to father. I believe that he managed to protect you this year because he felt that he could make him and your father as even, and no one knows anyone. Then, he can calmly relive the hatred of your father. Harry tried to think about this, but it made his head violently painful, and he had to think about it. Well, the question has been asked enough. Child, I suggest you start enjoying these candy. Oh, BB multi-flavored beans. When I was young, I was really bad luck, and I accidentally ate a stinky bean. I'm afraid I haven't liked to eat beans since then, but I think it's always foolish to choose a toffee flavor. What do you say? I don't think it's best not to spell the character. Marx looked at the beans in Dumbledore's head and couldn't help but shake his head. I have never eaten delicious character. The word is interesting, Dumbledore said, putting the golden brown multi-flavored bean in his mouth, and then he was coughed. Hey, bad luck, it's Steph. It seems that my character is not really good. Seeing Dumbledore, while rubbing his mouth and walking outside, Marx immediately followed. I have something to do. You talk first. In the hallway, Marks and Dumbledore talked a few words and they went to the headmaster room together. But when he came out of the headmaster room, his face was a little more surprised. He stood at the door of the headmaster room and looked back. I don't think of it, Dumbledore is so good. In the evening, in the main hall of Hogwarts, the dinner at the end of the semester seemed to be extraordinarily lively. Marks sat on Hufflepuff's long table, listening to Quidditch captain and prefect Starin complaining about his absence from the last game, accepting the harassment and embarrassment of the beautiful Lady Charlotte, cannot help but feel the warmth of the family. What makes him a little more than that, because his outstanding performance has gone away. Many students have learned about his clever work of Professor Quirrell and defensive magic stone. Although it is not clear to everyone that there is Voldemort's play, it does not prevent everyone from showing respect and enthusiasm to him. This made him feel moved, but he also really dispelled the haze in his heart. Even a small number of Slytherins cast awe on him. After all, no one can compete with an in-service professor, even if everyone is a little dissatisfied with Professor Quirrell. Speaking of the little snakes, I have to mention what it looks like in the hall at the moment. On the wall around the hall, it is decorated with a silver flag representing the Slytherin. The wall behind the main table is also hung with a huge banner painted with Slytherin snakes. This should be Slytherin House for 7 consecutive years. Won the House Cup Championship, although Hufflepuff scored a lot because of Marks's excellent results. The power of one person after all is limited. Hufflepuff House is still in second place, just a little bit higher than Ravenclaw. After a while, Harry, who was late, stepped into the side door of the hall, and Dumbledore appeared in the eyes of everyone. It's another year, Dumbledore said happily. Before you enjoy these delicacies, I have to trouble everyone to listen to an old fogey cliché. Marks immediately blocked the last few sentences. When Dumbledore ended his nonsense and started talking about the House Cup, he continued to listen. Now, as far as I know, we must first make a House Cup awarding ceremony. The specific scores of each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 365 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 426 points. 2nd name, Hufflepuff, 442 points. Slytherin 485 points. A thunderous cheer and a slap in the dining table of Slytherin. Marks deliberately glanced at the edge of Slytherin's long table, and Winnie's voice was still a calm expression, with no reaction to the noise around him. I still remember that sometime before the exam, Marks often met her in the school greenhouse. But the other party is not to turn a blind eye to him, or to leave directly. Even if she tried to communicate with her, she would only stand there quietly. When he asked Winnie, he answered 1 or 2 words. When he asked, he turned and left. It was really impossible to communicate. If it wasn't for Winnie, he would come to him and ask a few questions. He really felt that he was not doing something right, and the little girl was angry. He was thinking, but found that the little people around him suddenly boiled up. What's wrong? Marks pulled Charlotte's sleeves. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 46. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 46. What happened? Marks looked at the scene of the sudden boiling around, and could not help pulling Charlotte's sleeves. What's wrong? Charlotte grinned. We got the House Cup. Ah? Marks groaned and felt like he had missed something. At this time, Darren on the other side sat down and said, because you, Dumbledore, added a full 100 points to you. Although Gryffindor also added a lot of points, but we are still not high. This year's House Cup is our Hufflepuff it. How long have we been in the house without getting a House Cup? He couldn't help but feel 1,000 emotions. Marks saw Dumbledore smile and blinked at him, and seemed to be happy for him to receive the honor he deserved. That means, Dumbledore loudly said, because it was the only way to overshadow the thunderous cheers, because even Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students were celebrating the sudden defeat of Slytherin. We need to do some decoration here, little change. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green drape of the ribbon became the soil yellow, the silver turned black. The huge Slytherin snake disappeared, replaced by a shrinking head. No matter how many times I look at it, I still feel a bit earthy. Marks looked at the hall weakly, feeling that it was better to give the house cup to Gryffindor. At least Golden and Red looked at the celebration. However, looking at the smile on the head of the sprinkler's head, and the cheers of the students around him, he couldn't help but feel that his contribution to the house was at least worthwhile. After a few days, the test results were announced. Hermione won the first place in the whole year, and under her supervision, both Harry and Ron also achieved good results. Marks, who has never taken the exam seriously, won the third place. To say that this is a good result, it is really good. You can ask him to study in depth why he only got a third place. Then he has to mention his unbearable to look at astronomical achievements. Compared to the super high valuation of other courses, a reluctant to evaluation directly reduced him to 2 places. Obviously, he really can't afford any interest in astronomy at the moment. I am coming to Marks, the real Kingdom of King's Cross station, from the station of 9 3/4. I am heading for the exit of the station. Hey, if you can use disapparition, you don't have to bother with it. As he complained, he slowly moved outside. The more I think, the more weird. Why can't I use it? The farther away, the greater the randomness error. It's a headache. That's true. He has practiced more than 100 times in the village of Hogsmeade. Each time is a successful move without exception, but the visible coordinates will always deviate from the predetermined position, and the farther the straight line is, the greater the deviation. According to Marks's estimate, if he goes directly to Albania from disapparition, he is not in Romania or Italy, or the possibility of falling directly into the sea is not small. Hey, thinking about it, he couldn't help but sighed again. I had to take the plane honestly. I went to Italy to see the situation. In short, let's go to Gringotts and change the pound. At Diagon Alley, I wanted to go directly to the airport. Marks paused and eventually went to Lovegood. After all, this is a long trip, and I don't know when it will come back. Although the summer vacation is still quite ample, there are a lot of things that can be done, and it is very likely that it will not catch up with the start date. Before he went to the headmaster room with Dumbledore, it was to preempt the vaccination in advance, so that he would have to worry about getting more trouble. Unexpectedly, this time Dumbledore spoke unexpectedly and even promised to extend his vacation. This is what Marks didn't expect at all. An hour later, Marks, sitting in front of Lovegood's dining table, was chatting with Luna. What about your father? Going out and taking it out? Marks asked. Well, yeah, he is always busy. Luna nodded, staring at Marks. Are you going to a long distance? Yeah, it's quite far. Marks laughed and didn't say much. Luna snorted and blinked. The school's owl has started to go, and in a few days you should receive Hogwarts admission notice. Marks drank. If I can come back before school, I will come with you. Go. Maybe you will go to Ravenclaw. I think it should be right. You can say hello to Miss Grey, the ghost of the Ravenclaw Tower. I have already mentioned it to her. She will lead you to introduce the situation of the school. Believe me, although Miss Grey is proud of the character, people are still good. Luna listened and nodded, and it seemed that she was still interested in getting into school. Marks laughed and added, although there is a sentence that is not suitable for me, but recently I seem to be quite interested in Hogwarts. Haha. I have difficulty reporting my name. I want to use it sometime. After smashing Luna, Marks handed her a small pink suitcase to her. This is what I did myself some time ago, with extension charm and an old Ministry of Magic license. He said, you can put a lot of things, so your luggage will not be too much. Very convenient. Of course, when using it, the lock point, the license stick is moved from other boxes, and the box cannot match. Well, thank you. Luna smiled at him. But I still want you to come back earlier. Of course, hope so. Marks looked at Luna's beautiful grey dice, a little nodded. In the end, Marks still didn't wait until Xenophilius came back. He had to bid farewell to Luna and left in a hurry. Before he leaves, he still has a lot of things to prepare, such as the cage of Owl Marf. The cage had been thrown away by Marf himself, but can't continue to let Muff stand on his shoulder on the plane. In addition, there are still many other things to prepare. 2 days passed quietly, just as Marx just arrived at the airport, but saw an unexpected person. It was a little girl in a loose mole costume, the light blue back and the big hat on the head, reminding Marx of a person. "Miss Blois?" Marx looked at the petite silhouette standing in front of the ticket gate and shouted. Winnie looked back and looked at Marx and calmly said, "Hello. How are you? Can you ask a question?" Marx's words were interrupted by Winnie's plain tone, and he had to nod and closed his mouth. "You know," Winnie said. "How can I get on that?" "Well, the plane." "Are you flying for the first time?" Marx asked, and Winnie followed nodded. "Where are you going?" "I will help you buy tickets." "Paris." "Your home is in Paris?" "Well, let's go today." The conversation mode has not changed. Marx asked Winnie, although it is not efficient to use nonsense. Marx always feels a bit uncomfortable. And when Marx wanted to line up, Winnie behind him pulled his hem. "What's wrong?" Marx turned back. "Where are you going?" Winnie raised her head slightly and asked quietly, "Hey, go buy a ticket?" Marx was a little confused. "I go to Paris. Where are you? Where are you going?" Winnie is still calm, as if she is used to someone else who can't understand her. "Oh, you are saying this. I am going to Italy. There is something to do." Marx stunned. "That, I will go too." Winnie took care of her own nodded. Then she was afraid that Marx couldn't understand it, adding, "Italy? What are you doing?" "I am not going to play." "Are you not going home?" Marx groaned. Strangely, "I don't want to go home. There are no plants," Winnie said naturally. "Nothing at all." Marx felt that his head started to hurt again. He even felt that he had a headache all the time. Was it that the cockroach on Harry's head was moved to his forehead by Voldemort? And when he said so, can helpless people do not listen at all? Marx couldn't leave a little girl who didn't understand Mole World alone, which would make him feel guilty of abandoning children. In the end, Marx still had to agree. "He has a hunch that I am afraid that he will feel good about this trip." Sitting on the plane, Marx watched Winnie kneeling beside the window, looking at the clouds outside with expressionless, but once again there was the wonderful illusion. She didn't know how to express her emotions, actually just one very ordinary, very look, but little different from other people. "Please don't look at me all the time." Winnie suddenly turned her head and said calmly, "Okay." She really is different from other children. At least, other peers have already understood some people's feelings, and speaking is not so straightforward. Marx moved his eyes back to his laptop and began to write and draw. There are still a lot of rules. Rune, don't take the time to continue research, and here knows in what year and month to complete all of them. On the plane, Marx always focused on the notebook, and he only realized that it was not long before he arrived at his destination. Looking at the full-scale Italian-style architecture outside the window, I feel that if there are not many things, this trip may be more worthy of expectation. But unfortunately, when he got off the plane, he was going to be busy again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 47. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 47. The streets of Italy have a striking color. On the sides of the streets that are not too spacious, the buildings that are row upon row are many colorful. Even if you use the color boldly, there is not much sense of violation. In addition to the overflowing exoticism, even Marx can feel the precipitation from the Renaissance. Just now, Marx has no intention of watching these wonderful streetscapes. His destination is Pechino, the southernmost tip of Italy. It is a small coastal town on the island of Sicily, with low earthen walls and tile houses. A wide variety of potted plants and green vines that are covered with the exterior of the house make it look like a breath of life. Winnie couldn't wait to slip off Marx's Nimbus 2000 and rushed to the door of a family. She just stared at a row of pots in front of the door, and no matter how Marx called her, she didn't move. No matter what he said, Winnie's answer was only one sentence: "Wait a little longer." Seeing that the Xianian potion has failed, the pedestrians on the side of the road are looking at it from time to time. Under helpless, Marx had to smile and walk towards the pedestrian. Nodded. Maybe people just think that these two children look interesting, but Marx is not a hobby. Go ahead. If we don't leave, we will become a monkey in the zoo. He grabbed Winnie's slender wrist and forced her to walk along the street. He thought that Winnie would at least struggle, but Winnie was honestly pulled by him and came to the door of a hotel smoothly. To speak Italian English, the popularity is obviously not enough. What's more, two children in their teens came to the hotel to stay. How to see how it was like a joke. Under helpless, Marx gave the hotel boss a confundus charm as a gift, which will finish the check-in process. Fortunately, it has long since left the monitoring of the Ministry of Magic, and there is no scruples in the use of the curse. Go and practice the Disapparation curse. Marx looked at the sky that was dim outside and muttered to himself. Winnie has settled down and lives next door to him. Now, he has found the trick to deal with Winnie. Just give her a pot of plants, no matter what the breed. She can stare at it for an hour or two. What's more, Marx showed her not one or two plants, but his own new medicinal herb. Compared to the original Christmas gift, the content of this new book is more fulfilling. It can be seen that Winnie was very interested and sat down at the window and read it carefully. In fact, Winnie didn't keep an eye on his hands as Marx imagined. She was kneeling on the little coffee table next to the bed, and compared to Marx's notes, she remembered something in her own words. After a while, she closed the notebook again. My world's flowers are more beautiful than those of the magic circle. Winnie turned her head and stared at the sky outside the window. At this time, it was evening, and the golden sunset blended into the background of various buildings, which looked very beautiful. He said, "Going out to sea tomorrow. Is there any plant in the sea?" She looked at the sea level that she could barely see in the distance. It seemed to have some expectations, but the expression was still so calm. Suddenly, Winnie turned her head and looked at the closed door. She stared at it as if she wanted to see it. "He is a very good person," she said. As the sun gradually fell, the afterglow of the setting sun became more and more brilliant, and the window was still bright, but it slowly became a bit cool. Winnie sat in the chair like this, sitting quietly, doing nothing. She seems to be used to the time of being alone, just looking at everything around me as if she were just one of them. Time is just a little bit past, just like Winnie's usual life, with a leisurely presence. It was just outside the night, but the night of the Pekino people came very early. It's just that the sun has just dived down the hills, and not many people are swaying outside on the streets. At the seaside, Marx found a flat rock that had not passed by, and with a look of depression, the Disapparation exercise with no improvement, everything seemed to be in order. What Marx didn't expect was that at this moment, Quirrell, or Voldemort, could be struggling on the death at the door in the forests of Albania. Since Voldemort tried to kill the Harry family 11 years ago, Harry's mother Lily sacrificed herself for her son, and Voldemort also died of physical death due to his own release of the backlash. After that, his broken soul has been hiding in the depths of the Albanian forest. This hiding is 10 years. A year ago, he finally met Quirrell, who was on vacation, and successfully tamed it and was easily taken to Hogwarts Castle. But who knows, Voldemort, who had originally targeted Philosopher's Stone, failed again. While he was angry, he returned to this remote and familiar place. At this point, Quirrell is leaning softly on the trunk of a big tree. He uses his right hand to squat his left shoulder, and his left hand is weakly hanging beside him. Obviously, Dumbledore's blow made him very hurt. Voldemort has already released control of Quirrell. He's still attached to Quirrell's head, but the day's fighting consumed him a lot of power, which made him weak. On the big tree behind Quirrell, you can see a hollowed-out tree hole. There are a few vines in the hole. You can't notice it without looking carefully. Here is Voldemort's mouth from the mouth of Haliana, the tree hole that houses Ravenclaw diadem. Because of the concealment here, Voldemort chose this place as a hiding place with the slightest hesitation. Master, I think. Very bad. Quirrell barely opened his eyes and was weak. Voldemort didn't respond. Maybe he was focusing on restoring power, or maybe he didn't want to worry about it. Seeing that his master did not respond, Quirrell looked at the bush in front of him in confusion, and after a while he closed his eyes again. It was a long time passed, and suddenly, Quirrell's eyes suddenly opened, and the red eyes were sinister. Somehow, Voldemort once again controlled the body of Quirrell. He slowly stood up, step by step, and did not go back to the deeper parts of the forest. The more you walked in, the taller the surrounding trees. The intertwined canopies covered the moonlight, and the forest became more and more dim. Voldemort seems to need no light at all. Although the pace is slow, it has circumvented many trees very accurately. Even the twisted roots under the soles of the feet have not touched a trace. Go, keep going, keep going. The angle of the slope gradually became more and more downward. On many large steep slopes, Voldemort had to lie down on the ground. The long walk made his actions more and more difficult, but he still did not stop. It's all because he has a place where he can't do it. He can control Quirrell's flesh. Finally, when he once again opened the bushes in front of him, there was a dilapidated ancient temple in front. Voldemort controlled Quirrell to the entrance of the ancient temple, looking at the slate ground that almost collapsed in half, and his face was a little hesitant. After a while, he took another step and walked in all the way. Walking into this small ancient temple, can you see that under the broken and slate floor tiles, there is a corridor of the gloomy corridor? It was extremely dark inside. Just 2 steps away, his silhouette was completely swallowed up by the shadows, and there was no trace. The next morning, the coast of Pekino. Sit steady. Go. Winnie sat behind Marks and pulled his clothes tightly with both hands. Although he couldn't see his face, it seemed to be a bit high. Winnie's look, Marks, didn't really catch sight of it, or he would definitely notice it when he came over from Rome. He crept, Nimbus 2000 took him and Winnie, but still fast, and left the shore in a blink of an eye. They are heading to the center of the Mediterranean. There is a small island that is covered by magic. If Marks is holding a chart, you can't find it. Even so, after a while, when Marks flew over a sea territory, there was a blur around the synapse. When he just reacted, he saw a small island in front of him. The top of a tall tower in the center was emitting a soft white light. Light barriers? An enlarged version of disillusionment charm? Marks glanced back and flew straight to the tower. When he was near the tower, he immediately found that there was a lot of permanent magic on it. Most are harmless, just to maintain the tower and expel the mole, but some are passive defensive magic. Marks saw a red aperture on the tower and immediately retreated. It seems that I have to go honestly. He took Winnie down into the woods below, and although he fell on the branches of a tree, he still landed steadily on the ground. Pooh! Marks spits off the leaves hanging from the mouth and looks back at Winnie. Do not move, he said, patting the leaves on the top of Winnie's head, and then continued. Okay, let's walk inside. But before he even took a few more steps, he immediately found that something was wrong. What's the matter? Marks immediately pulled out the wand and watched the situation around him with vigilance. Not long after, there was a commotion in the branches of Marks's left front, and it seemed that there was a big guy who was about to rush to him. Impedimenta. Marks slammed wand. Suddenly, the leaves that were shaking near the neighborhood became slow. The next moment, a horrible big mouth suddenly emerged from the branch, and the sharp fangs were clearly visible. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 48. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 48. I saw that the creature was fierce and writhing, trying to cross Marks's impediment chinks. Marks's eyes glanced directly at the Christmas gift that Snape gave him. Sectum Sempra. The sword made by the spell is invisible, but it is extremely sharp. With only one blow, the creatures that were attacked in the future rip open, and the plop sound fell into the trees. Peruvian horned lizard? Marks looked suspiciously. Is Ravenclaw collecting hobby of magical creatures? But before he could continue to think about it, the front again started to move. There are a lot of magical creatures on this island. Although most of them are not very dangerous guys, they still let him delay a lot of time. What made him curious was that he found many big pits in the woods, and the trees around the big pits were mostly sloppy. The soil that turned up in several pits looked very new and faintly wet. Gas. When he once again killed the creatures he had attacked, he habitually opened the trees, and suddenly he felt his eyes clear. It was a strange building in the middle of the forest, looking like a separate tower. There are many large and small spires on the outer wall. Although a single room doesn't look very big, it looks rather bloated overall. At the top of the tower, a huge eagle-shaped coat of arms is inlaid, and the golden eagle is so striking that it seems to be the identity of the owner. Time has passed for a long time, and the building has been covered with green vines, showing a vivid look. Marx walked to the gate and slowly pushed the door that had already appeared to be stagnant, but found that it was as clean and natural as it was just built, as if the owner of the place had just left. Winnie still followed him, his eyes resting on some wildflowers at the door. As soon as you enter the door, it is a fairly spacious rotunda with decorative objects such as tapestry on the wall. The ground is covered with large stone bricks, but there is not much wear and tear. In the middle is a spiral staircase that leads to the top of the tower, looking up to the faint light. Just because the lamp on the wall has not been ignited, it can't help but make the hall look dull. Marx and Winnie walked into it and saw a few more eyes. The canvas on the wall had only the background left, and the cabinet was empty. There seemed to be nothing valuable here. There is a big room on the second floor. He went in and looked at it roughly and found that it seemed to be a study, but the bookshelf inside had already been evacuated. Maybe I moved to Hogwarts. Marx couldn't help thinking. Going up, there are two smaller bedrooms. Although a lot of things have been taken away, there are still some things left in the room next to the right hand. When Marx went in and looked at it, he immediately found out that on the desk of a desk, several old books were still stuck. Fantastic biology experiment notes. He flipped it over and found that he not only recorded a lot of experimental data, but also interspersed with a lot of thoughts on the day. Some content is related to experiments, but the more you go back, the more essays you will have in your daily life. The name on appears a bit more. Marx couldn't help but start talking to himself. From a stranger to a gradual affection. How do you feel like you are peeping at someone else's emotions? Diary. He thought about what the bronze eagle had said. This is where Rowena and Ravenclaw meet, and couldn't help but quickly turn the notes to the title page. The signature above made him feel a bit puzzled. Rowena Ravenclaw's real name. Where is Rowena? Although it is not clear at a time, this is not the main purpose of coming here. Marx took the notes closed and stuffed them into his suitcase. Rowena is definitely not needed anyway. I will take it for her. But at this moment, Winnie, who had been silent for a long time, voluntarily spoke. Mother said that stealing things is not good. Marx looked at her expressionless refined face and felt that she was not even tempted. Okay, I put it back. He was talking, but he saw a pair around him. A large group of elves instantly surrounded them, flicking with big, round eyes looking at him and Winnie. Who are you? Oh, this is human. Wow, it's really human. Hey, really? As Mother said, it's so high. Marx looked around at the mess, and he was on the spot. He found himself unable to understand. Fortunately, those house elf didn't seem to be malicious, just looking around him and Winnie. It's like they haven't seen anyone for a long time. Marx is roughly counted, with more than 30 looks. But when he inadvertently turned around and found that even the door and corridor behind him were filled with different house elf, the amount is too much to see at a glance. These elves and the other house elf outside are totally different. And look at them, either high or short, or fat or thin, although the highest is only less than half a person high. But they all look good and behave uniquely. Even the same big ears and long, flat noses have their own characteristics. Of course, the biggest difference is the clothes on them. As we all know, house elf is not worn by serious clothes. They are intelligent magical creatures that were conquered by the wizards in ancient times. From the first generation of enslavistic training, each generation will be taught by the enslaved father house elf, so that the identity of the slaves is even passed down from generation to generation. It has become their nature. And the slave, can't wear the clothes of the righteousness. That is the proof that they were abandoned by the owner. This idea has even been engraved in their souls. If you give a house elf a piece of clothing, or even just send a sock or glove, they will scream and run away. That is the cruel reality that they absolutely cannot accept. This, even in the kitchen at Hogwarts, has not changed. These elves in front of Marx give him a feeling of freedom. In any of the elves, he did not see the kind of slavery that was deeply planted in the bones. You are, Rowena's. Marx tried to search for the right words and took them apart, saying one word and one word. Is it a friend of Rowena Mira? Suddenly, this group of elves began to talk, and the chaotic scene made Marx's head start to faint. Oh, humans are talking. Yes, yes. He asked if we are friends of Rowena Mira Witch. Of course we are not friends of Rowena Mira Witch. Oh, yeah? We have never seen her. But my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Is it a few grandfathers before? Who knows? I can't remember. The elves were talking chirp chirp twitter twitter, but they heard a coughing sound outside the door. Cough cough. Quiet. Don't you remember the rules? What do you have to do when you come? An elf suddenly came in from the door, and Marx immediately noticed that the surroundings were quiet. In a few moments, a few elves next to the table let a few steps. With the sound of an elf held the tray and placed 2 cups of black tea on the table. Marx opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. People seemed to understand it, he was thinking, but he heard a similar embarrassment from outside. Oh, the group of stupid dragons are coming again. Get rid of it. God, those big guys are bad. Yes, yeah, the memory is really bad. Just been rushed back for a few days. Marx groaned and saw the elf in the house one after another disapparition. He ran to the window, but saw the scene of the island's wizard that he had been seen in his life. I saw a group of dragons rushing into the invisible barrier outside the island. The black-green scales and the golden light-streaked longhorns make it easy to tell the difference. It is a group of Romanian longhorned dragon. Marx has a large number, and large and small are together for 20. The adult Romanian longhorn dragon usually grows to 40 feet long, although this is not the largest in the dragon, but the degree of fierce brutality is not low. Just as Marx hesitated to do something, he saw the red ring on the outer wall of the tower below him. The aura is getting bigger and bigger, and the whole tower is placed inside, which looks like a red aperture outside the tower. The group of dragons swayed the dragon wing and rushed over here. But as they approached a certain range around the tower, the red aura of the tower suddenly shook and then spread silently. There is a glimpse of chaos in the dragon group. They try to escape by flying ability, but they are still avoiding it. The speed of the halo is too fast. I saw that the dragon was touched by the halo, and it made a sigh of sorrow. It was pushed back to the edge of the island by the rapidly spreading aura without any resistance. There were several dragons who could not continue to maintain their flight attitude. They fell to the shallow beach on the beach and splashed a splash of water. The remaining dozens of dragons are not discouraged, and seem to be used to this situation. After readjusting their posture, they again came to the high tower and the speed was significantly faster than the first time. Marx looked down and it seemed that the red light was still condensing around the tower, but it could not be gathered into a halo again for a while. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 49. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 49. What other defensive magic is on this tower? Marx couldn't help but think. But obviously, the next moment he found himself guessing wrong. The group of dragons approached the tower again, and when the head moved toward the side, it began to dive. However, under the tower, hundreds of slender red beams suddenly appeared. They looked quite dense and neatly spurted in the paradise to the dragon group in midair, drawing a path of scarlet in the air. Arc. For a time, the dragons began to evade in a panic, but the number of magic beams was too much, and the intensity was not the same, and they could not escape. The dozens of dragons are like falling dumplings, falling down one by one, squatting in the woods on the island. After a while, they flew back again, and glanced at the red aura that gathered around the tower, and left. Marx was busy rushing out to the tower and immediately saw the little silhouettes on the ground. The elf? Marx is really startled this time. It's hard to imagine how the ancient wizards were conquering these elves. I remember some ancient books mentioned that the number of elves at the time was quite large. For those who are blessed with magical creatures, using innate talent is almost as easy as eating. It's no wonder that every war initiated by those intelligent creatures will make the magic circle a big turmoil. And not mentioning the state of house elf, the ancient wizard was able to completely conquer this creature. The magic power can be really desirable. Compared to the current curse of more life, the difference is really. Marx looked at the cheering of the elves below, but the heart raised the desire for a powerful ancient magic. He is not for anything else, just want to see for himself. What is the mystery of the ancient magic? This is completely a theoretical researcher's mentality. It must be said that after Marx got the volume of truth, his desire to explore magical theory is rising rapidly. Although he was originally interested in magic, this growing desire is faintly revealing. However, this anomaly is not obvious, even with Marx's alertness. It has not been found. After the elves repelled the incoming dragon, they screamed for a separation and left. Marx looked back and looked at the black tea on the table. When he thought about it, he took a drink and took a sip. The tea is warm and the taste is quite good. Unfortunately, he has no research on black tea. The right is to quench his thirst, and he will drink it soon. Do you want to taste it? It tastes good. Marx looked back and looked at Winnie, who was still standing by the window. After a break, Marx saw the group of elves not returning, and decided to continue searching for other rooms. Or if the mole wizards always complain that the architecture of the wizard is mostly unreasonable. The rooms on the third floor are surprisingly large and most are used as laboratory. In addition to a large number of bottles and cans, there is almost no useful thing. Even the potion bottles on the closet are mostly empty, just neatly discharged there. Some rooms are surprisingly empty, and it seems to have cast a magic-like extension charm inside, and there is nothing in the room. It looks a little empty and strange. There is a room on the third floor that is especially different. It seems to be just a very small dining hall, but Marx immediately found out what was special about it. This is a room that has been cast a strange spell. Although he and Winnie can walk around with them, nothing can be touched by them. When you reach out, you will only wear it where it should be physically, as if everything here is just an illusion. This made Marx have to think about what it means. It seems to be here, Marx thought. What secrets are there? He and Winnie strolled around here for 2 laps without any gains. Even if he sees something of value, if it is not touched, what is the use? What? Suddenly, Marx felt something was wrong. The space around. No, the items around are changing. Whether it is the dining table, the chair or the surrounding closet, or even the blank portrait hanging on the wall, it is gradually distorted. The magnitude of the distortion is not too large, but everything has been slightly deformed. Seeing this strange, Marx couldn't help but frown. When he was about to take out the wand to test it, the surroundings changed again. This time the movement is not small. I saw the surrounding, with Marx and Winnie as the center. There were a lot of text symbols. They appeared out of space in this dining hall, bursting with a touch of golden dazzling light, and they kept spinning around them. If you leave the situation behind, the scene looks very wonderful. What surprised Marx was that unlike the rule rune on the volume of truth, he basically saw those symbols just before. In order to analyze the rule rune on the volume of truth, he almost rummaged through various ancient dictionary entries. Some are magic circles that are widely circulated, and some are non-magic articles from the archaeological world of Mull. Nowadays, he can even distinguish from the surrounding words, which are derived from the hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt, and which are the cuneiforms of Sumer. The one closest to him is undoubtedly the 22 Phoenician character floating in front of him. They are a symbolic text recorded in the Mull world, and it is said that the origin of the European alphabet. According to the Mull archaeologists, it was the Phoenician merchants who created them in 1000 BC. What does this mean? Marx looked around all around and had no idea. Even if there is no clue, he gradually understands that this may be another puzzle left by Rowena. The bronze kitty said that this is for him to come over and take something, and the breakthrough mouth is obviously in front of him. A little bit past, Marx stood up and sat, with more notebooks and quill on hand. He seems to be fascinated by writing and drawing on paper. Obviously, he has entered the state of research. Winnie on the side looks calm. Although she was also attracted to the attention of those wonderful symbols for a while, it was not long before she moved her sight to Marx. She sat quietly on the floor, watching Marx screaming. No one knows what she is thinking. Maybe she doesn't think about anything, just sitting alone in a daze. In this dreamlike space, time seems to have become meaningless. For a time, it was surprisingly quiet. Only the sound of rustling from Marx from time to time proved that there are still living people here. The sky outside is getting darker, and the afternoon is quietly passing. In the dimly lit room, there are only a lot of symbols left floating in the air, emitting a faint glow. Soon, Marx stopped his movements, and he took out a bottle of condensed sand and shook it. A soft white rays of light burst out of the bottle, and the whole room was as white. This is an improved version of the shimmering sand he used in the Humping Willow Tunnel. Although it is still a slightly prepared material, the brightness and continuity are greatly increased. It's just that the added material of this stuff is a bit expensive, such as Marx, which is not willing to use more. After all, the number of uses is limited. He set aside the bottle with condensed sand, then turned and took some food out of the suitcase and handed it to Winnie. Give. Hungry? Marx laughed. Not good. I thought it was easy to forget the time when I started studying. If you are sleepy, I have a sleeping bag here. Winnie took the food and looked at it. It was some cake bought in Italy and it looked quite refined. Her brief remark peeled off the packaging and ate it. Marx saw that she didn't seem to want to talk. She had to take the sleeping bag out and lay it flat on the floor. Winnie ate the cake in her hand and shook her head and refused the second one that Marx handed over. Then she moved her ass and sat on her sleeping bag, seemingly ready to continue to be in a daze. Don't you do something else? Marx asked. You can continue to see the medicinal herb I have given you. Winnie gave a little bit of nodded, but it didn't move. What's wrong? Marx was curious. Mother said that I need to rest after dinner, Winnie said quietly. Marx's expression looked at her in a subtle way, and secretly sighed herself. He stuffed the cake in his hand into his mouth, and then clapped his hands. And then he turned his attention back to his notebook. As the research progressed, he finally found a clue in the order in which a large number of symbols were arranged. He found that the 22 Phoenician character closest to him had a variety of connections with other ancient texts around his character. But if you think about it further, the connection becomes plausible. According to the mole's testimony, the Phoenician character is a summary of hieroglyphics and cuneiforms. The link between this is as it should be by rights. But is it true that this 22 Phoenician character is not the original? Marx's tightly frowns, and the gear called thinking is spinning rapidly in his mind. Since this is Rowena's holder for the role of truth, the next puzzle, that is to say, Marx paused, then suddenly smacked his head and brought up quill again. In contrast to the various characters in front of him, he began to try to compare and restore the 22 Phoenician characters in front of him according to his own understanding. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 50. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 50. Once there is a clue, the research process is much faster. Even so, the work of restoring ancient runes is still a test of Marx's understanding of magical theory. Although 22 pseudonian key characters have been used as a reference, it still takes a lot of time to make a little inference. It took nearly 2 weeks for Marx to finally put down the quill in his hand, greatly relaxed. During this time, occasionally food and water appear on the floor out of thin air. It seems that no matter what period of elves, it is always their habit to appear as far as possible. Of course, the first slapstick farce was first excluded. After all, for the little ones who lived on the island from the beginning, the creature human is simply the antiquity in the bedtime story. Legend. These characters are indeed traces of the rules. It seems that the summary of the Phoenician characters is not a businessman, but an ancient wizard. Marx took the notebook in his hand and looked at the 22 characters that faintly confessed to the outside, and couldn't help but feel a little emotion. The information conveyed by these runes is more clear and understandable than the rule rune on the volume of truth, but the integrity of the rules contained in it is far less than the true rule rune, but it can be used for reference research. He looked up, only to find that the symbols around him were fading away in large swaths and disappearing into the air one by one. But the 22 Phoenician characters didn't disappear, they changed. In the Marx notebook, the Phoenician characters in the Marx notebook, the surrounding 22 Phoenician characters are gradually converted into real magic, and constantly change the order, faintly radiating a regular wave. What happened? Marx looked down at his hands and couldn't help but feel a sigh. Since Christmas Day, after Luna's back center touched, Marx found himself unable to cast Patronus Charm's silver-white haze without wand. And from that moment on, Marx can occasionally feel the breath of his own magic power, but when the fashion is not obvious. This situation continued until he began to study the volume of truth. When those rules rune convey an unknown rule to Marx, he has a very vague understanding of the concept of magic power. But now, Marx found that he really felt the magic power on his body. No, not just on your own body, even in the air around you. And even the magic power on Winnie can feel it. It is only relatively vague. This is really magic power. Marx couldn't help but close his eyes and concentrate all his attention. Too wonderful. This is a different world. After savoring this novelty, Marx quickly fell into meditation. After many long periods of research, this thinking has almost become his instinct. I can feel the magic power, obviously because of the arrangement of the Phoenician magic. What does this mean? He thought about it and immediately got a new idea. No, before that. He opened his eyes, reached forward and swiped in the air. Immediately, the fingertips left a faint magic power ribbon. It's just that this magic power is extremely unstable, like the pigment that pours into the river, spreads quickly, and quickly merges with the magic power in the air, and is no longer controlled by Marx. Marx saw it and couldn't help but frown. When he thought about it for a while, he took out the wand in his sleeve if he had some understanding, and then made a slight stroke in front of him. This is the first time Marx has had the most intuitive feeling of the wand of the wizard. I saw the magic power flowing through the arm into the pole, quietly condensing at the tip, and with Marx's willpower leaving a more solid magic power trace in the air. Wingardium Leviosa. Marx' wand waved and placed a levitation charm on the suitcase on the floor. The box slowly rises under the control of Marx, but Marx's attention is mostly concentrated on the tip. This time, he saw the clear magic power trail left by the wand tip just waving. Those trajectories changed slightly with the mantra, and in the Marx's willpower to lift the suitcase, they quickly flashed a few broken rule rune composed of magic power streams. Materials promote the appearance, the rules of spiritual deduction. Marx couldn't help but read the sentence again. I don't think that the answer that I guessed in order to answer the question is hidden in every use spell. If that's the case, why not try it directly? Marx said. One waved again, but the speed of this wave was extremely slow, and the action was like drawing a picture in the air with magic power. He is going to write the rule rune directly with magic power. Even if there is a wand to help consolidate the magic power flow, as long as the rule rune is not completed as soon as possible, the time will eventually dissipate, and Marx's attempt is not successful. The accuracy required to draw the rule rune, and the renderer's willpower concentration is too high. Even if it is written correctly on paper, it takes a long time to draw in the air with wand, which is obviously more difficult. Or not. After many attempts, Marx had to stop, because he found that those Phoenician magic groups are about to dissipate. After rushing to record that combination on the notebook, The magic text quickly disappeared. This room has returned to its original state and seems to be waiting quietly for the arrival of the next person. There is only a chance to continue studying. Marx closed his eyes and resensed the magic power with the body. Although it was clearer than before, it still couldn't be as clear as it was. Would you like to go? Winnie stood up and gently said, "Oh, yeah?" Marx came back to his senses and nodded. "Take this and go straight to Albania. It's about the same distance as when you came to the island. We can go there and rest." Winnie picked up the luggage immediately after listening, and turned to walk outside the door without saying anything. Marx squatted for a while, said with a bitter smile, "Well, it's good to be obedient." At Marx, when they went back, they didn't encounter those little elves again. Maybe they have already hid somewhere, or maybe they have other things to do. In this regard, Marx does not want to look for it deliberately for the elves who look free here. He feels that it is most appropriate not to disturb their lives. The outside world is not suitable for them to survive, so let them continue to live safely and happily on this island. When he flew away from the island with Winnie, he inadvertently turned back, but vaguely saw the group of small silhouettes on the beach. After a little surprise, I felt a little comfortable without coming. After all, is the two countries across the sea, the scenery of Albania and Italy have the same purpose. It is only for historical reasons that Albania's development is much lower than that of Italy. This is an empty and slightly barren country. The farmland is everywhere. Although it is not as gorgeous as Italy, it also has its unique natural charm. Marx went to the home to rest for one night, and the next morning, he took Winnie and flew inland. The terrain of Albania is mostly mountainous and hilly, looking from the sky to the gully, and from time to time some small and medium-sized lakes are inlaid in the interlaced valleys. This time, the destination is hidden under one of the small lakes. Although the terrain has changed a bit, after all is in the undeveloped area of the mountains, Marx soon found the small lake named Rimini. "Miss Blois, I will go down and see if there is danger. You will wait on the shore." Marx read a bubblehead charm for himself, and put a water and fire on his body, which went to the water. When the extension charm is more proficient, you can consider making a small package, at least to put the potion bottle on your body. He groaned as he slammed forward and dived into the water, probably because of the large flow of relations throughout the year. The water quality of Lake Rikini is very clear, and the bottom of the lake can be clearly seen under water. Marx turned a little around below and quickly found a deep cave hidden behind the rock. He looked back subconsciously and decided to go ahead and see. The cave is not big, but it is enough to accommodate 3 people in parallel. After continuing to dive for a while, the front suddenly had no water. Completely unprepared, Marx was planted on the rock with a head. But fortunately the reaction was fast, and finally the face was protected first, so as not to directly break the phase. As he looked up, he found that he had come to an underground world that was separated by a magical lake. He is standing on a flat rock at this moment, and then walking a few steps forward, you can see the ladder that continues down. The following black-skinned, almost nothing can be seen clearly, but the faint sound of water can be heard from the bottom. Lumos Marx slammed wand, but again, maximize. The rays of light on the tip suddenly slammed, and as Marx's swing disengaged from the wand, he parabolically flew forward and then fell far away from the bottom. By the light, Marx roughly saw the following situation. When he saw a door inlaid on the stone wall, he was sure that he did not find the wrong place. When Marx thought about it, he said to himself, or bring Winnie first, and let her stay on the shore alone is not necessarily safe.